Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 8, the Kaaba, the navel of the earth. 19 times 14 equals 266. Lo, El planted the tree of knowledge of agreeable and disagreeable in Gan, the centre of the enclosed garden of Sorda, the outer field, in Nasut, and above it is the tree of life for eternal life. Beka is the navel of the planet Earth, and Gadash is its heart. El made it so that regardless as to where Cadman was, the tree of agreeable and disagreeable could be seen. The Kaaba of the enclosed garden in Eden, in Beka, is exactly the centre, where the tree of knowledge of agreeable and disagreeable, with its roots downwards, was. Above it, in Malakut, is the garden in Eden where the tree of life in its midst, rooted upwards to Lahut. Cadman was commanded to build the Kaaba, a house of El, over the tree in the midst of the garden in Eden of Nasut. He laid the foundation of the Kaaba under the direction of the Anunnaki Gabriel, who told Cadman how to cover his body with the traditional dress for pilgrims, and how Nekeba was to cover her body from an apron to a full robe. Gabriel also taught Cadman the customs and ceremonies of the pilgrimage, which is to tie an etheric band around the tree by running around it 7 times and kill the point where Nekeba was tricked, but do not eat of it as a sign that you have overcome Nakash, the whisperer who whispered into the chest of Nekeba, 7 times at the right corner, and say, begin all things in the name of El Elo. And at that point, where Rudwan, son of Araziel and Rafikiel stood, kiss it only once in 7 times and say, our Rab Sustainer, give us the best of this physical world, and at the end of it, good, save us. This is what Cadman was ordered to do. After completing this, the Anunnaki appeared to him saying, O Cadman, your pilgrimage has been accepted by the forgiving sovereign. At a place called Mina, Cadman asked Elionel could he re-enter Malakut from Nasut, but Elionel told him in 49,000 cycles Muzdalifat is where Hilal came to earth, and the spot where Hilal met the peacock outside of the enclosed garden, Aqaba, is where you must throw 7 stones for the 7,000 years your seed will be in Nasut. O Cadman, 49 stones for 49,000 years Hilal will live. 7 times 7 equals 49. Each day of creation is 7,000 years, or 1 day is 7,000 years. 7 days is 49,000 years. He, Hilal, will rule Nasut for 6,000 years. For 1,000 years he will be chained in the pit of Argata. The 3 pillars are for the 3 forms Hilal took in the garden, the serpent, the old man, and Garubat. So you stone him also at these points, as a sign that you know him, and you have overcome the temptation, saying, I begin in the name of El Elo, I do this stoning, because I hate the devil. Thus was the practice born of stoning false prophets and evil people. It was during this time of Cadman and Nekeba's separation, from being cast out of the enclosed garden in Eden, Delight, which is Beka, that Cadman was instructed in building this Kaaba. During the time of Utnapishtim, when the flood covered the face of the earth, the Kaaba collapsed and was also consumed. Thus, the place on which it had been remained until the time of Abram, when El willed that the house should be again erected. The honour of performing this construction was to belong to the family of Abram. Gabriel was commanded to accompany Abraham from Syria to Beka in order to build with his son Ishmael the edifice of the Kaaba, and to invite the inhabitants of the world to make their pilgrimage to the house of El. When Abraham had completed his journey and arrived in the sacred place, he perceived Ishmael sitting at the foot of a mountain, engaged in cutting arrows, whereon the exalted father informed his virtuous son of the instruction, and he cheerfully complied. When the news-bearer Abram and his son Ishmael began to rebuild the Kaaba with the assistance of the Anunnaki, they found the box which contained the black stone. Sakina, the Anunnaki of hot wind, blew the sand away to reveal the foundation as to where the Kaaba was to be built. Set within a box, 4x4 cubed, shaped in ebony black wood, inside of which was the black stone. The Anunnaki, who during the time of the flood had taken it to the place called Shambhala, Abu Kabas, now brought it back, and Abram fixed the stone in its proper place. When Ishmael returned from searching for a stone, he saw the black stone and asked his father who had bought it. His father replied, he who has neither left you or me without stones. Around the black stone glowed a bright light, which was the Anunnaki that preceded it. The Anunnaki are beings created of the pure green light of intellect and the impure amber light, the fire before the foundation of this world. Sarufat, Garubat, Merid, Jinniyah, Ifrit, Ghoul, Selat, Sela. These are the species of them. This is the light which the faces of the righteous will be brightened from, the day they make pilgrimage and kiss the black stone, until the last day in remembrance of Cadman and the Kaaba. When the edifice was completed, Abraham and Ishmael thanked and praised El. When they finished their prayers, they said, "O El, we confess to you to be the most wise and the bearer of prayers." Gabriel ascended and informed them of the acceptance of their prayers. He taught them the ceremonies of pilgrimage, as well as the necessary things that are to be done at Mount Arafat, the running and circling of the area, the throwing of stones and the sacrifice. After Abraham and Ishmael had circled the house of El and performed the ceremonies, Abraham appointed his son Ishmael to the government over the noble region and gave him instruction on how to maintain it. He no more called it Becca, but called it Mecca. When he was about to return to his native country, he ascended to the top of Mount Arafat and looked towards Syria. He looked in the direction of the country surrounding Mecca. His blessed mind was occupied with thoughts of Ishmael and his descendants, whose future existence was revealed to him by his prophetic light. He considered how arid, stony, sandy that district was. The mountains that appeared to his enlightened gaze were barren, without water or grass. The environment was unlike Syria, which flourished with delicious fruits, plenty of trees, excellent water, good climate, and a population of numerous tribes of the sons of men, Adamites and Enoshites. When Abraham weighed all these circumstances, he was greatly moved. When raising his hands in prayer to the mansion of the Omnipotent, he besought that Ishmael and his seed may enjoy much success. When he had completed his supplications, he went to the sanctuary and was again reminded by a heavenly voice to invite the inhabitants of the world to visit the house, the Kaaba, so that the honor of building it and also inviting all people to it should belong to him. Hereon, Abraham also asked, "How far will my voice reach?" And the allocation came, "Do you invite, and I shall bring the invitation to pass." Abraham then returned to his place, which became large like a mountain. He first turned his face towards Sudan and exclaimed in a loud voice, "Elion Elionel has by his bounty and grace ordered me to build a house for you, and invite you to go on a pilgrimage thereto, and circumambient it. Obey the command of Elion Elionel quickly, that your pilgrimage may be accepted, that your endeavors may be approved, and your transgressions forgiven." Then he turned to the east, and to all points of the horizons repeating the same invitation, which was answered from every direction in the world, "We await your behest." And it was repeated on all sides. And when he looked into the direction of India, a voice came from that very same direction and declared, "This most holy place is mine, and in time it will belong to me, that I may implement the worship of the stone and not Allah, and the building and not Allah, and the rituals and not Allah." And he knew this voice to be the voice of Shaitan, who would come from the direction of Yamama and introduce the false Muhammad and the false Sunnah that would deceive the whole world, with the many sects that will call themselves the righteous and will call themselves the true Muslim. These are the ones that will unite themselves with the 30 Dajjals, Antichrist, when the Quran of the real Muhammad will warn them not to make friends with these same people. They will disregard that law and wine and dine in the belly of the beast, with its 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads are the 7 mountains, and on them the confident wife is sitting, and they are 7 rulers. And this great beast with its 10 horns shall be 10 wicked rulers. And alignment with them will cause these false Muslims to spread terror and mischief and bloodshed in the world, from the seats of Egypt to Lebanon, to Iraq to Sudan, to Turkey to Syria, to Jordan to Morocco to Palestine. And right from this holy spot they will spread their mischief in the cloak of Al-Islam on your family for all the times of their coming. And take heed that they deceive you not, for many shall be deceived by them, while all the time claiming, "Surely we are the perfectionists," after they had been asked not to make mischief in the world, but in fact they will surely be the mischief makers. And when they come in contact with a real Muslim, the Ansaru Allah, they will say, "We also have faith." And when they are left alone with their satanic friends, they will say to them, "Surely we are with you," and that we are only ridiculing them. But in time, the source El Ela will ridicule them by way of themselves, and will increase their rebelliousness, and blindly will they wander astray. This was the first declaration to pilgrimage, and he cried 7 days and 7 shadow hours for this great vision. So all Muslims were ordered to say, "Here I come, O El Elo, here I come, O El Elo, no partner to you, here I come. Surely the gratitude and the graces to you, and the kingdom, no partner to you." When Abram, the friend of the Merciful One, had ceased to call the inhabitants of the world to visit the holy country, he made Ishmael his successor in the noble city of Mecca and returned to Syria. The next year, when the season of pilgrimage had approached, Abram came to the city of Mecca, where they performed the circumambulance and the ceremonies connected with them. On that occasion, Ishmael acted as host and servant and obliged Sarah so warmly she was very pleased. Yitzhak came every year to Mecca at the time of the pilgrimage, renewing his covenant of amity with his brother Ishmael, and then performed what has come to be known as the pilgrimage and the ceremonies. When 127 of Sarah's life had elapsed, the bird of a victorious spirit soared to the rose garden of El, and the land of Canaan in Mamre, Hebron, had become the place of her burial. After Sarah's death, Abram married Keturah, daughter of Nimrod and Samaris, by whom he begat 6 numerous progeny scattered over the whole world. Yes, a father of many nations was Abram. The sons of Keturah were Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak and Shua. And of Midian the 4th son came Luqman the newsbearer with the scroll of wisdom. On the termination of the 150th year of his noble life, the traces of age began to manifest, and Abram's moustache became grey. This happened to no man before him, because for Utnapishtim it was his full beard that became grey, that is, in one day his whole beard turned silver grey. On this account, Abram became very melancholy and said, "O Sustainer, increase my dignity." Abram made taful to the giver of life and death El, not to cut the thread of his existence with the scissors of fate until he himself made the request. His petition was heard, and when the time of his death had approached and his departure had become necessary, Israel entered his noble assembly in the disguise of a decrepit old man. Abram placed food before him in the usual way, but while he was eating, the hand of the Anunnaki trembled, and he sometimes threw the morsel which he had taken up into his ear, sometimes he moved it to his nose, and sometimes to his mouth. Abram then asked, "Old man, what are you doing?" The Anunnaki replied, "All this is an account of old age." And to Abram's inquiry concerning it, he replied, "I think I am 2 years older than you." Whereupon Abram continued, "Verily the difference between your age and mine may be no weakness. Will I be like unto you?" To this remark, the Anunnaki of death ascended, and Abram, who became very depressed, cried, "My Creator, receive back the deposit of life wherewith you have entrusted me, for it is of no use to me in connection with feebleness." And the Anunnaki of death, having been ordered to take hold of his soul, conveyed it to the eternal world. When El Shaddai completed all the spiritual and physical blessings with which he had bestowed upon Abraham, the exuberance of favors and virtues granted him, and commanded him to take the pure spirit with his own consent, or else to return to his place. According to his instruction, the Anunnaki of death appeared before Abram and explained his task. Hereon, Abram asked for a little respite and engaged in the performance of a few religious and secular duties, attendance to which is considered indispensable by all intelligent persons. And lastly, he appointed Yitzhak to be their successor in the country they lived, Syria. When the time of respite had expired, the destroyer of pleasure girded up his loins of service and executed his office of life-taker. When the Anunnaki of death had been ordered to snatch away the soul of Abram, visited him for that purpose, Abram said, "O Israel, also known as Enki, son of Anu and Id, did you ever see one friend command that the life of his friend be taken?" Hereupon, Israel hastened on to the celestial region of Malakut and reported the word of Abram, from which he received the following reply, "Have you ever seen a friend who loathes to meet and to see a friend?" Israel conveyed the message of his sustainer to Abram, who now requested him to immediately carry out the orders he had received. The Anunnaki of death accordingly took hold of his pure soul, and his ebony body was laid to rest in the field of Hebron by the side of Sarah, and Hebron is the land of Canaan. Yitzhak and Ishmael were separated until the time of their father's death. When they reunited, they greeted one another accordingly. Ishmael retained the purity of his father's speech, Ashurik, which is called Arabic, greeted his brother, Assalamu alaikum. His brother Yitzhak replied in the language acquired through the mixing of seed and therefore the tongue with the Phoenicians and said in Aramaic, which is called Hebrew, he replied, Shalom Aleika. Syriac Arabic was the pure language of Abraham. However, he spoke Chaldean, being born from Chaldea. Not only for the fact that he was a nomadic Arab, but in order for the communications to have existed between father and son, there had to be an existing language. That was the language. Sunnah of Abraham. One day, Abram went out for the purpose of finding a guest, because his laudable custom was not to eat without the company of anyone. After much searching, he found an old man and brought him to the house. He later discovered that he was of a polytheistic religion and sent him away without giving him anything to eat. When the old man had gone, a reproving voice was addressed to him from the heavens. O Abram, this rebellious servant was, despite his disobedience and sinfulness, never excluded during his life from the banquet of benefits. But this day, when one meal was expected of you, you have driven him away from the house, hungry and disappointed. Abram was so touched by this admonition that he immediately went in pursuit of the old man. He found him and brought him back to the house, offering many apologies. The guest then asked the host why he had first sent him away, then recalled him. When Abraham informed the old man about the whole matter, he exclaimed, all gratitude is due to Eli and Elianel. Who blames his friend for the sake of his enemies? Then the idolater dismissed his superstitions and became unfaithful to the sustainer. After that, Eli and Elianel bestowed Yitzhak upon him in his old age. Comments made regarding how very strange it was for Abram and Sarah to care for and treat a stranger as their son. To remedy this situation and remove all suspicion, Eli and Elianel, the Almighty Creator, made Yitzhak resemble Abram perfectly. Then after Yitzhak's moustache had grown, he could not be distinguished from his father. Hence, the wisdom of the Almighty considered it appropriate to change the hairs of Abraham's noble moustache to a white hue. This change allowed the two to be differentiated. Another of the customs which Abram introduced is the wearing of trousers. Since the revelation was addressed to Abram by El, you are the one of my people whom I most love. It is not fit that the ground should see your hidden parts while you are praying. Accordingly, Abram made himself trousers. It is also generally known that the laws and hospitality have been invented by him, and he always ate his dinner and supper in the company of guests. He was the first to choose flight for the sake of the religion of the sustainer and benefactor, and he was the first individual who will be invested with the ornaments in paradise. He is the Imam, leader of all men. When Eli and Elianel tried him, he fulfilled all that was put before him. Abram established a custom of dividing booty, the cutting of the hair so that it will not enter your mouth, and the non-removal of your beard and moustache, picking the teeth, gargling the throat, pulling out the hair under the armpits, shaving the hair from the pubic area, cutting nails, purification by water, inviting guests and feeding the poor. Abram was the first to establish laws concerning inherited property and obtaining it. He also made strenuous efforts to build towns and to colonize districts, many of which flourished during the lifetime of Abram and his descendants. The duration of his life was 175 years. He passed into the higher life suddenly. It was a day full of thunder, lightning and rain. When Abram rose for his daylight hour prayer, he felt the presence of the divine, and his wind seemed shortened. He wheezed and called, O Eli and Elianel, my moment has come to join you. He went into the first prostration and ascended from there. It is recorded that he departed from this painful and contemptible abode to the blessed mansion of paradise of a Friday, the 9th day of the first month. So Abram expired in an old age as an elder, satisfied, and was gathered to his nation of people. And Yitzhak and Ishmael his sons embalmed him in the cave of Machpelah, in the outer field of Ephron, the son of Zoar the Hittite, which was right before Mamre the outer field, which Abram purchased from the children of Heth. There was Abram embalmed with Sarah his confident wife, and it came to pass after the death of Abram that the Elohim blessed Yitzhak his son, who dwelt in Beer Lahai, and blessed Ishmael his son, who dwelt in Arabia, and blessed the 6 sons of Keturah who dwelt in Jordan. There was much weeping and sadness in that day for the families of Abram at his departure. These are the practices, Sunnah of Abram, for his seed in his time, called Millet Ibrahim, who was Al-Hanif the Upright. Tablet 9, the Sons of Abraham. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, when I, Abraham, the friend of Eli and Elianel, heard about the death of my beloved wife Hagar the Egyptian, I sought the house of my eldest son Ishmael. Hagar, the daughter of Imhotep in Russia, was a gift to me from her father, who was a high priest after the order of Malachi Zadok El. He knows the path to the underground cities. Hagar was the first woman in my house to wear the nose ring. She, being born of divine birth, a psychic, was given to me that she would assist me in my task of cleaning the lepers in the Caucasus Mountains. Upon my arrival, I saw Rala, the mate of my son Ishmael. She informed me that Ishmael was not at home, but out on a hunting trip. Since the occurrence of Hagar's death, Ishmael had become very depressed, and hunting was a form of enjoyment to him in this difficult time. Because Rala, Ishmael's mate, was unfamiliar with my person, she showed me no hospitality, so much so that I assumed her to having no ornaments of courtesy. I, the friend and newsbearer of Eli and Elianel, requested that Rala relate a message to Ishmael upon his return. The message was, a man paid him a visit, and that the threshold of this house was not proper, and he ought to change it. After relating this message, I departed and left for Syria. When Ishmael returned later that evening, his heedless spouse informed him of what had taken place. He replied, "That man is my father, and the threshold of this house is you. The changing whereof implies divorce from you." Accordingly, he divorced Rala and married a maiden adorned with good manners from his mother's tribe of Tamaray in the valley of Serabid el-Kadam. Her name was Sayyida Fatima, and she bore Ishmael 12 sons. They are Nebajoth, Kedar, Abdil, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadad, Tema, Jetta, Naphish, Kedemah, and one daughter named Bessemah, also called Mahalith. When I returned to Ishmael's house, Sayyida Fatima greeted me warmly and gave me food to eat and made sure that I was comfortable as possible. Sayyida Fatima washed my face and begged to wash my feet and hair, for I, being of a great many years, was an eldered man by this time, and for me to walk long distances must have shown on my face. The next time I visited the house of my son Ishmael, I told Ishmael's wife, Sayyida Fatima, to convey this message. The threshold of this house was very comfortable, and he needed not change it. When Ishmael received this message, he replied, "This is good news for you, my beloved companion and spouse, for the old man is my father, the friend of the merciful one, who has commanded me to keep and cherish you. I hear and obey Eli and Elianel and his friend, therefore I shall accordingly to all my power endeavour to please you, and to conform myself to all your wishes. I, Ishmael, shall be your sons and daughters' father." So he went in unto her, and she begot a son named Nebajoth. Nebajoth was killed by the Anakims on a hillside. His sons and daughters became slaves unto them, and the Anakims and their seed became mixed with the cursed seed. And thereafter, Kedar the Great became Ishmael's caliphate successor, whose mate was Asia, from whom the seal of the newsbearers would come. So he, Ishmael, begot Nebajoth, Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Massa, Hadar the Wise One, Tema, Jetta, Naphish, Kedemah, and one daughter named Bessemah, who was the only daughter of Ishmael. Bessemah became the wife of Esau, or Esau, who was called in tones Esau, and in Rivamaeus, who was the twin of Jacob. He descended from Yitzhak and Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, son of Nachor and Milcah, and the sister of Laban. Laban was the father of Leah and Rachel. They were 2 of the 4 wives of Jacob. His other 2 wives were Bilhah and Zilpah, who were servants given to Leah and Rachel by their father Laban. This is where the law of 4 wives comes from. This man Jacob, Bessemah, changed her name to Mahalath on her husband's request, because he had taken another wife with the same name of Bessemah. She was the daughter of Elon the Hittite, who descended from the cursed seed of Canaan. She was before called Ada, and yet he had another wife called Judith, daughter of Beri, who also descended from the cursed seed, and Aholibamah, daughter of Anah, of the cursed seed. The result of Esau's marriage to Ada, Judith and Aholibamah came the Edomite nation, another accused cursed nation. Esau was very protective of Mahalath because Kedar, her brother, would have taken his life. Esau was not as protective of his other wives. He was cruel and abusive to them because his marriage to them was out of spite. Esau lost his birthright through the deception of his mother Rivkah. On several occasions, Kedar would come into the camp and kidnap his sister, telling her that she married into a wicked seed, which was a sin. Each of the sons of Ishmael was to become great and rule many in their nation, but none was as great as Kedar, known in tones as Kedar and in rhythm Kedar, who was mated to Asia, daughter of Salim, the devoted. He was of the family of the sons of Mitzrayim. They begot a son first and named him Nabat in the land called Faran in Becca, and all this land was named after this wife of Kedar, Asia. My son Kedar was dark as my shadow hour and strong as my wind. He was the first to ride on the back of a horse, and he pitched a host of black tents. He had the anger of a great lion and the smile of a baby. He ate once a day and never played as a child. He had no friends the same as me. He was the first man to which muscles could be attributed, and at the age of 20 he had a full beard and lost his left eye. Ishmael loved him more than he loved me. Abraham spoke of his strength and power and faith, which was only second to Adapha's. He, Kedar, protected his sister at all times. These are the descendants of my best Adapha. Now our servant Adapha had a very close friend who was always with him and who admired him very much. This companion of Adapha was the first to be addressed by the title Sheikh. He never separated from Adapha, and he prepared all kind of things for him. The bond between Sheikh and Adapha was so great that when Adapha had to pass on to a higher life, Sheikh was so passionately affected by this separation that he never ceased to cry. By being so greatly depressed by the loss of his companion, his countenance dropped, which invoked the very presence of Halal. Halal inquired about the cause of his misfortune, and Sheikh informed him. All of Sheikh's grief was because he longed for Adapha and the lost blessings that accompanied his sacred friend Adapha. After hearing this, Halal, also called Iblis the rebellious one, who was of a diabolical mind and thought, said, "If it would please you, I will make for you a teraphim in the similitude of the person who you yearn, and by associating this teraphim with the noble individual, you will become peaceful again." He, Halal, told him that he, Sheikh, could take the teraphim and pull it in his dwelling. No one else could see it, and that he would not be accused of idol worshipping. The friend of Adapha and Halal constructed a teraphim which was the idol of Baal. This tall statue looked like a slender man at first sight, and the structure strongly resembled Adapha. Thus the pain and anguish of having lost his blessed companion Adapha was greatly diminished. Sheikh erected this teraphim in his dwelling so that no one can see it. Every day in dusk period he visited it in order to blot out the pain of losing his friend Adapha. Nevertheless, Sheikh suddenly died of a broken heart because he missed his companion Adapha, whom the idol could not replace, for Adapha was from the truthful. The people who had not seen Sheikh for several days entered his dwelling place and found him dead in front of the teraphim. Halal then took the form of a man so that he could deceive the people, whom were astonished at what they found. He convinced them that the saintly Adapha and his loyal friend Sheikh derived their blessings from worshipping idols. The people then believed that Adapha and Sheikh prayed to the idol Baal. Halal, or the evil one, answered their prayers. Halal convinced these people that the powers Adapha had to convert people, to cause rain to fall, to cause crops to grow and to heal the sick, all came from the fact that Adapha and Sheikh worshipped this teraphim. So the deceptive nature of Halal affected all the people, and they all began to construct idols, causing idolatry to spread throughout the world. Ancestral worship was the result of people worshipping man. Cadmium was placed into the sarcophagus, and every place they travelled they would carry his remains. Idol worship and ancestral worship spread throughout the land until the time of Cush and Babylon, because it became the custom of people to take the deceased father of the household with them. Later on, great egocentric kings had teraphims built of themselves while they lived, and consequently their followers did the same. Idol worship was born. Tablet 10, the Ebony Seed. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, O Abraham, out of Seth did we give you Utnapishtim, who is also called Noah, son of Lamech and Camilla. Halal spoke of this soul before he was conceived as one he would remove in due time, but his plan never weighed my plan. For when I want a thing to exist, I say, exist, and if it doesn't, it won't. For there was no light, and I called it out of darkness, and it came. There was no Noah, I called him out of the spirit, and his soul came. And I called the water, and it too came. In the end, I will call the fire out of the light to consume the earth, and all that live on it. And all the land knew Noah, for he would be the Adam again. The earth is to grow out of his sons. He was a perfect man, but out of his son's son came the seed of Halal on earth called Canaan, whose sons were to spread the seed of the jinns on earth, shedding blood. They are without any purity, being cursed with leprosy. And our servant was sent into the land of Canaan to clean up the lepers, yet failed. The earth cried out to me that it was again filled with evil. But Utnapishtim was born in the earth to save life, and Halal knew he was born in the first hour that he, Utnapishtim, first breathed. The descendancy of Cadman. According to Adam's calendar, Utnapishtim was born in the year 1056 AC to Lamech, the son of Methuselah and Camilla. Utnapishtim's wives were named Mabina, Wala and Nama. Adamites were put on the earth for 9 generations, but had strayed away from the way of Adam, for Adam had given 10 pages to his sons. Adamites became wicked and fought because of Seth's seed and his mate Aklamia, the twin sister of his brother Abel. They fought against each other and violated the commandments of the scriptures. These were the children of Adam. So Eli and Elianel saw fit to send another newsbearer to guide the people back to the way of those faithful Adamites before them. Utnapishtim spent much of his youth with the son of Adapha, also called Enoch, who instructed him about Eli and Elianel, the Most High, the Highest, and his mission as a newsbearer of Eli and Elianel. As a child, the Anunnaki Nusku Gabriel would spend much time playing with him before he revealed to him his mission as a newsbearer of Eli and Elianel. The Anunnaki Nusku gave him an ebony seed and told him to plant it, and one day in the future he would learn its purpose. It took 40 years for the ebony seed to grow to a full-size tree. Chapter 13. Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 11. Malachi Zadok speaks to us on the first migration. 19 times 14 equals 266. Lo. When you go back, it seemed as if the descendants of Utnapishtim moved all around. There were 2 migrations, the first migration and the second, which are referred to as the old and the new migrations. I should say there's 3, because there is one older than these, but it is not registered. The first migration is when Seth moved into what is called Egypt today, originally called Tamaray, meaning land of Ra. And the next migration was the so-called old and the new migration. The old migration was when Utnapishtim's sons moved out of Asia as being Asiatic and went into what is called Africa today. So they moved in there and settled in the land. One of the sons was called Mitzrayim, became Egypt, which was originally called Tamaray. The Hebrews call it Mitzrayim in their Torah. The Christians call it Egyptos in their Evangel. The Muslims call it Missa in their Quran. It was the land inhabited by the Nubians. Another son, who was called Cush, inhabited the land which became known as Ethiopia. The Hebrews called it Cush in their Torah, and the Christians call it Ethiops in their Evangel, and the Muslims falsely call it Habashi in their commentary of their Qurans, which is in actuality was a Yemenese tribe called Habasha. Another son, Ham, lived in the area that became known as Sudan, Aswan, and another son, Phut, lived in an area that became known as Libya, and then they mixed with the Tunis, called the Tunisia of today, and this is how that place was set up. The first settlers of Libya were the children of Phut and his wife Lib, which is where the name Libya derived from. These people occupied the land area of northern Africa, West Egypt. The other Libyan people migrated from Egypt through Ludim and Lehabim. Traces of Phut's descendants are also found across the continent of Africa from Somalia to Senegal. Ludim and Lehabim had occupied parts of Egypt and the southwestern part of Palestine as Hamitic people. The Ludim were a dark brown-skinned woolly-haired people. constituted with the Ludim tribe, are their brothers Lehabim. Lehabim means flaming. The Lehabims are considered one of Libya's most prominent tribes and is grouped with the Libyans who descended from Phut. They were close relatives of the ancient Egyptians and Cushites. The Lubim are another tribe of Libyan peoples who are descendants of Phut and his confident wife Lib. They were an ancient Nubian people and they lived in North Africa, west of Egypt, in what is called Cyrenaica in Libya today. The Phoenicians and Greeks eventually drove some of the Lubim into the desert and the mountains, where they remained and are now known as the Desert Berbers and the Kabils, which are the Algerian Berbers. The Libyans were a warlike people who continuously tried to invade Tamaray. These people, along with the sea peoples such as the Philistines, joined forces to fight against the Pharaoh Meneptah, son of Ramesses II, and years later with the Pharaoh Ramesses III. These people are tribes who lived on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea. These invaders, led by the Libyan commander Merier, lost the battle. Some soldiers fled, while others were captured as prisoners of war and then became slaves. From the Libyans who descended from Phut came the great ruler Shishak, son of Nemrat. He is also known as Pharaoh Sheshonq I. He served as a powerful military commander of Egypt over the mercenary forces in that city as allies and mercenaries of the Egyptians. The Libyans were paid in land grants, by which they settled over in Lower Egypt with their families. As the Libyans increased in their power in Lower Egypt, they became rivals of the religious men and the court. It was time that Shishak seized control over both Upper and Lower Egypt. This happened with minimum resistance. Shishak became the founder of the 22nd dynasty that ruled over Egypt, with his supportive wife Queen Koroma at his right hand. He sought to unite Egypt with the many faithful tribes of Libya and the other peoples who inhabited the northern Nile country into a closer relationship, and to revive a decaying and divided country. Only then would Libya and Egypt be identified as the Hermetic nation that they once were. The mighty and powerful Shishak reigned in that time with the great ruler Solomon. However, in the year 969 BC, after the death of the prophet Solomon, Shishak conquered Judah and Israel. Shishak was able to conquer these countries because Israel Jeroboam, son of Neat and ruler of the 10-tribe nation, were in constant strife with each other, and the land was filled with wickedness and transgression. Because of this weak spot, as well as the death of the powerful Solomon, Shishak was able to take these two countries unprepared for defense. The pharaoh Shishak captured, destroyed many cities and carried off treasures of the temple and palace. With his spoils of war, he was able to replenish his dynasty. Details of this campaign have been found on the walls of Amon's temple in Karnak. The Lubims contributed largely to Shishak's army. They also formed, with the Kushite, the bulk of Zerah's army. Zerah was the Kushite invader of Judah. As the Romans and Byzantines took over Libya, they intermixed with the original people as primal Libyans. Therefore, the Libyans you see today is the result of invasions, slavery and peaceful migrations. The mixture of Libyans with Greeks, Romans and Persians explain the features of Libyans today. The Libyans, such as Muammar Gaddafi and his fellow Libyans, do not look like how their ancestors look. Instead, their features lean more towards today's Sicilians, who are located in the southernmost part of Italy, and Cretians, who are inhabitants of a Greek island in the Mediterranean Sea. The Ludim and the Lehabim all contributed to what we know as Libya today. As descendants of Ham, they are all Hermetic people, brother of Shem's descendants who are Shemitic. Now, the second son of Mitzrayim was Anamim, meaning men of the rock, or those who carve great statues out of rock, such as Abu Simbel, an Egyptian pharaoh of the dynasty, and he was the builder of the pyramid. These are the Aswanese, and the third son of Lehabim, meaning those are the flames, called his son Tawni, and these became known as Tunisia. And the fourth son Naphtahim, which means those who live by the border, which was named after his son Gera, where the great pharaoh Abimelech did rule and met the powers of El Elo. Known to him as Atum, first incarnation of the deities. However, by Abram's Tafel prayer, he was called Amun-Ra or Nu, called the ruler of the heavens, often replaced by Atun, the deity of the sun, light provider of life, known to Abram as Elion Elionel, given to him by Melchizedek, one of the Elohim, and he, Abram, did comply. And his fifth son Paphrakim moved to the south and became known as Nubia, where there are great pyramids. And the sixth son Caslahim, who set up the borders and fortified the land. They lived together with the seventh son, whose name was Cathrahim. The youngest brother was the crowned ruler over Philistine. They are the real Philistines. They moved to Bethel and Farah to take the land of Avim in the land of Canaan. Then the Somalians, Djiboutians, Kenyans, and all those are descendants from the same one Ham, because the tribes intermingled with the Asiatic black man of Hindu descent, resulting in 25% of their nation changing from 9 Ether to vary from 8, 7 and 6 Ether. They settled in this kingdom and did not worship Alat, they worshipped Hu, the creative force of will and Egyptian deity. The second migration took place when the Israelites hired Gideon and his army to conquer the Ishmaelites branch of the Midianites from the sons of Keturah. They massacred them and wiped them out. It was said that Kedar shall take their tents, and they shall go themselves and all their curtains. They will disappear. We migrated, and as we migrated, spread to Senegal, Mali, Chad, and different places. The Midianites escaped the massacre of Gideon and the Israelites, settling in what is called Mali today, amongst the Dogons, the original Nubans, later to migrate westward by great ships, landing on the shores of what is called America today, from the word Amexem, and intermingled with the Hopi and Navajo, whose ancestors migrated from China in the 4th century to the shores of America under the great ruler Shushan of the Shang dynasty to become known as the Native Americans, then later into all the other tribes of the Western world, finding their roots strongly in the Oconee, Okmulgee, Yamacraw, Catawba, Comanche, Arikara, Cherokee, Choctaw, Kiowa, Pequot, Mohawk, Creek, Cheyenne, Crow, Shinnecock, Mandan, Sioux, Blackfoot, Seminole, Shoshone, Navajo, Powhatans, Yamasee, Nez, Pierce, Zuni, Mohican, Manahawk, all living under the umbrella of the Yamasee. After that, in the year 1610, Ahmed, son of Abdullah and Amina, who was a Sudanese, died. His daughter Hadrat Fatima and their sons Hassan and Hussein migrated up to Egypt. They stayed in Egypt and started moving down, and they settled in Dongola and became known as the Hendendawa tribes, or simply the Faziwazi, because of their thick 9 Ether bushy hair. That's how they came back into Africa. But there were already descendants there when he got into Sudan. Over in the western part of Sudan, there were already Midianites in Aswan and Nubia. You already encountered people who had the ancient beliefs in the ancient religion. It wasn't canonized and put into a form of modern-day Mohammedism, which means it wasn't adulterated with all the traditions and the customs that the Babylonians and Hindus had taught the false Muslims. There were no sun and moon letters as you have in the original languages, and there wasn't prostration in prayer like the Mohammedites have you praying. Now there was prostrations, however. You went from raising your hands like the ancient Egyptians and prostration like the Falashas. You didn't have all the positions in between, and all of these traditions, such as women can't go to temple, you can't do this here, you must wear this on your head and so forth. You didn't have any of that. All of these customs you picked up while you lived in the Asiatic areas, and then you came back and set up Africa. Some of you lived there so long that you lost the original customs, but if you go to the bush people, you will find that they live a very strict life, and they all identify with the star formation of Sept, also known as Sothis and Sirius. And that's because the elders used to put up their arms in prayer, so the evil one had to reverse and teach you to look down in prayer, because he knew that when you prayed with your hands up, you were looking up towards the elders. When you were seen praying with your hands raised towards the sun, it was said that you worshipped the sun, but you didn't worship the sun, you adored the sun. The sun appeared to rise on the Nile, and its light would walk the water. Thus, the sun walked upon the water. It was the light of the world. The sun was the light of the world. There was healing in its rays. The sun was the healer, and vegetation grew. The sun provided food where there was none, and everything came to life for us, and all other people had to come into our original land Tamaray, which was called Kushi, when their land went bad, and the disappearance of the sun behind the horizon was symbolic of death, and when it appeared to rise, it was symbolic of the resurrection of the sun. As you can plainly see, many false religions were born from your original customs. None of them were sun worshippers, but rather a respect for the universe and the planet and its life, for it was the provider. The Hindus, East Indians, came across the Bering Strait and mixed in with the Native Americans that moved north called the Eskimos, who were Mongolians or Mongoloid. So you have these Hindu Indians mixing in with the Eskimos and breeding tribes like the Maya or Seminole of today. The Mayans disregarded the original Olmec traditions and kept on to their Chinese traditions of virgin, blood and children sacrifices to their gods, who were the reptilians of the Dogons called Dogir, meaning ugly water beings. Generations after this, the invasions of the Hittites and their spreading abroad, other groups of people having sprung forth due to their intermingling. Esau, the son of Yitzhak and Rebekah, and also the twin of Jacob, was a direct descendant of Abraham, willfully mixed his seed with the Hittite and Hivite women, thus bringing about the biblical tribe of the people known as the Edomites, who bear the curse of Mongoloidism. From this intermingling, you have various nations that bear the features of this curse. There are two classes of Edomites. There is the historic Edomites and the biblical Edomites. The term Edomite is the biblical name for the Mongoloids. The biblical Edomites came by way of Esau, the son of Isaac and Rebekah. Esau's seed was cursed with Mongoloidism because he mixed his seed with the Canaanites, and this was going against the commandment as found in Genesis 28:1 and 28:6, which was a commandment from the Most High. However, out of spite, Esau took Canaanite wives to get even with his father for giving his blessings to his brother Jacob instead of him. Genesis 27 verses 28 to 29. He mixed his seed with these Canaanite tribes, and the curse was placed on Esau through his genes. Esau and his family eventually went to stay in Mount Seir. Genesis 36:8. When they went to Mount Seir, there were already beings living in Mount Seir. These beings were the Shaggies, who are tall, who came from the Sirius star constellation, and the Duanis, who are short and hairy, who came from the Canis Major constellation. Both were called Horites. They eventually bred and mixed with the Teros, who were also of tall stature, who came to the surface and created a branch of the Mongoloid race. This is why there are some tall Orientals and some short Orientals. The mixture of the Teros and the Shaggies caused a defect of the 47th chromosome, producing what is commonly called Down syndrome. The Teros's chromosome structure is so much different from that of Earthlings that the mixture caused this disorder. The Eskimos are an off-bred from this mixture of Terror and Shaggies also. These Teros also mixed with the Duanis, and this caused a disease called hirsutism, where the body is fully covered with hair. This is very common amongst the Mongoloids today. In fact, in the teachings of the Hopi Native Americans, they also acknowledge the existence of the Shaggies or Bigfoot, whom they call Massa. They believe that Massa is the greatest spirit person who walks the surface of the earth. It is stated that he is the first, the last, the eternal. They believe that Bigfoot was here first, then we human beings were planted here. The Vietnamese also hold these same beliefs. They call the Shaggies Lay, which refers to the monkey man. Only they say that he is not a monkey and he is not a man. He is God and the most powerful human type manifestation on the surface of the earth. They also call him the monkey god in India, the father. It is believed that in 1992 AD, Bigfoot started talking to the people in Europe and America in intelligible words. Ordinarily, he communicates by thoughts or with visions, dreams, or in body language, sometimes called Indian Sign Language. He is now coming down from the high mountains and appearing in broad daylight at the edge of villages. The Native Americans say that he is really giving everyone the opportunity to bear witness to the fact that he's here. And from the Native Americans' viewpoint, it's the beginning of the fulfillment of the prophecies that he would come back to re-establish justice in this land. The Edomites are thought to have come from the Caucasus because they resided and mixed with these Horites that were already living in Mount Seir. These Syrians were of a regressive gene. It is no coincidence that the Hebrew word for Seir is Sair and means hairy, rough, and the Shaggies were hairy beings. So put it out your mind that Esau is only the biblical Mongoloid or Edomite race. There were Mongoloids living way before Esau, and these Mongoloids were a mixture of Teresh and the Shaggies. Later, trying to right his wrong, Esau married an Ishmaelite named Mahaleth. She was also called Basemeth, the daughter of Ishmael and Saida Fatima. Esau's seed having intermingled with other tribes of Nubian descent as well, who have migrated to other parts of the world, brought about a new characteristic of people, having various hues in their complexion and slantness of their eyes, which came from a mixture with the noble Sinian, called the Teros, who live inside caverns in the planet Earth, some of which came to the surface and lived in Mount Seir, where they mixed with Esau's children, giving the Oriental Orientals a larger brain and a degree more of intelligence than most, being children of extraterrestrials from which the Terras originally came from beyond the stars. Their hair texture is different than Earthlings insofar as it's hollow. Their complexion ranged from various shades of brown to light to yellowish reds and dark, and their hair texture varied from straight to wavy to curly to a trait of hollow texture. Their eyes are only different insofar as they have a shorter top lid, a trait that the Terras also have, for the Terras have a 48th chromosome, and when improperly mixed on the planet Earth with the wrong seed, produces Down syndrome. The slant in their eyes is the same as that of the Havilavites tribe, from which Anath, mother of Nekeba, came, and they have shovel-shaped teeth, which can only be found in Orientals and the Native Americans today. These are your races such as Japanese, Koreans, Indonesians, Alaskans, Native Americans, Malaysians, and many other peoples of Mongolian stock, who are descendants through mixing of their seed with other Asian and Nubian or African tribes. As the Edomites migrated west into Africa, they mixed with the Midianites and Ishmaelite tribes that were defeated by the Gideonites, who had intermingled with the Israelites. The Norbans or Nubas walked or travelled westward from their own land in search of other lands and resources. They came to a place that was once called the Land of Frogs, and they called that place in their Kushite language Utla, which means to go somewhere for vacation. Utla became Atlan, making it dual, and it signified North America, and beneath that was South America, and Plato the Greek historian added Tis, and you get Atlantis, which was North America and South America, prior to their separation, which occurred after continental drift took place. The Edomite tribes were separated by this drift, with some in north and some in the south. Centuries later, a man named Kankan Mansa Musa, ruler of West African Empire of Mali, in the 14th century AD, had set out to find his people. He sailed over to these shores in search of his half-brother Abu Bakari. Kankan Mansa Musa sailed over to the shores of America in search of his half-brother, who was a Mandingo, a member of any various peoples inhabiting a large area of the upper Niger River Valley of West Africa. He too had become fed up with the slavery of his people by Arabs and their religion Islam like his brother. Abu Bakari, his half-brother, was emperor of Mali. He was the grandson of a daughter of Sandiata. Sandiata was the founder of the Malian Empire, and he ruled for 25 years. When Mansa Musa came into America, he brought in the name Ali and Sharufa. Then the Sephardim brought in the names El and Al, and the French invasion brought in the name Bays, and the Turkish name Days. When he arrived to the shores, he encountered a new people, the Edomites or the Zoo Aztecs, who were descendants from the Olmecs. These Edomites had mixed their seed with the original Mayans, who were of Hindu mixture, extraterrestrials from the planet Nirvana. From them sprung forth a civilization of prominent Indians of the Edomite descent. These are your original Mayans, and they were living in what's called Middle or Central America. The Mayans disregarded the Olmec traditions and kept to their Chinese traditions, so the Olmecs told them they are not having that. They made boats for them and sent them back across the next tides to the area of what is now called Vietnam, Phnom Penh, Guam and Malay, etc. When they got there were people already there that had mixed in with the Mali and the Chinese and the East Indian on this side. The Mayans mixed in and settled with these people. They set up vast civilizations. One of the most commonly known is Angkor in central plain of Cambodia, also called Kampuchea. They erected giant huge stones called Nagas, divine snakes and protective spirits of the Khmer Empire, which they got from the Hindus. The Nagas, also called the Nagini and Naga, were non-violent race of serpent reptilians who are benevolent towards humans. Some of these tribes migrated further into South America, and from there the descendants migrated towards North America and became known as Native Americans or American Indians. This name was given to these Edomite tribes by Christopher Columbus. These people inhabited various areas in North America. Another prominent migration of the Edomite tribes was from Northeast Asia, who came across the Bering Strait. They migrated from India up into Central Asia, up into Northeast and Central Asia across the Bering Strait. They moved down through Alaska and into North America. They became known as Edomites, a strand of Native Americans. All of these Indians that inhabited the Americas are from the branch of Mongolian stock. And although they may have mixed their seed with various tribes, which attributes to their varying facial features and body structures, they have various common factors. One very prominent common factor that these Indians have is their hair texture. Their hair is abundant, glossy and straight. What's noted is that they have what is called hollow hair, which means when you look at a cross-section of the strand of their hair under a microscope, you will see that it is in fact in a circular form, which is extraterrestrial, not 6 ether, 7 ether, 8 ether or 9 ether, but a texture in making its own. This is almost synonymous to the fact that the Indians are able to put a hole through a very small bead and no one knows how it's done. This is one strain of your roots. Your history cannot be confined to Egypt alone. When Hagar the Egyptian was brought into the household by Abram, the upright servant of El Elo, there was no conflict between her and his wife Sarah or his way of life. Why didn't Sarah object to an Egyptian in her household, and how did they communicate if they were of different people, meaning speaking different languages? They were not the same language, but they looked alike, meaning that they were dark brown and both worshipped the same way, at the same time to the same one. In order for the prophet Abram to communicate with Hagar, she must have spoken a similar language, Ashuric Arabic and Chaldean or Aramaic Hebrew, the original languages of the planet Earth, and the language of the heavens that came down to the earth from the Anunnaki was written in the language cuneiform and the spoken language Nuwarpic. Ishmael, Abram's son, married an Egyptian woman whose name was Sadia Fatima because there was no difference between them. The same thing happened during the time of the Prophet Ahmed, son of Abdullah and Amina. When he migrated to Abyssinia, Ethiopia, the Negus there accepted the Ansars. The Prophet Ahmed, son of Abdullah and Amina, and his followers had no problem with the language when he went to the land of Kush. The Prophet Abram, son of Terah and Norna, went to sojourn in Egypt when there was a famine in his land, and he was welcomed there. The Prophet Yitzhak, son of Yaqub, sent his family to Egypt to purchase grain, and his family was also greeted well. The Prophet Moses, son of Amram and Jochebed, grew up in Egypt, and there was called to prophethood. The children of Israel were in bondage under the Egyptians for 430 years, under the command of El Elo. As you can see, the recorded history of the children of Israel coincides with what is now being called Egyptian history. The history of the Nubian people is one and the same that cannot and should not be separated. How can we further prove that there was no difference between the Egyptians and Israel? For example, Jacob, son of Joseph, who had the ability to interpret dreams, was envied by his brothers because he was favored by his father. Thus his brothers conspired to slay him. But one of his brothers by the name of Judah had compassion and suggested that they sell him to Egypt by way of the Ishmaelites instead for 20 pieces of silver. Before we go any further, let's take a comparison and see what you see within these facts. Joseph and Jesus. Joseph had 11 brothers and one sister, making 12. Jesus had 12 disciples and one woman named Mary Magdalene. Spices were brought to Joseph while in Egypt. Spices were brought to Jesus by the wise men. Joseph flees from Potiphar's wife and she snatches his cloak. Jesus flees in the Garden of Gethsemane and they snatch his cloak. Joseph is sold for 20 pieces of silver. Jesus is sold for 30 pieces of silver. Judas suggests the selling of Joseph. Judas suggests the selling of Jesus. The background of Joseph was Egypt and the slaying of the firstborn. The prophet Joseph was an Egyptian official and the children of Goshen in the area of the Nile Delta. The background of Jesus was Egypt and the slaying of the firstborn under Herod. See if you can see the similarity in these stories and decide which one is copied from the other. Now let us continue. So Joseph was thrown in a well, and the Midianite merchantmen who passed by drew him out and sold him unto Egypt. Joseph was bought by the Pharaoh Amenhotep and was appointed governor over Egypt by the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh had no problem accepting Joseph into his household because he did not offend or discredit the Egyptian deities. He didn't look different than the people of Egypt, and he spoke the same language as they did. While in Egypt, Joseph was referred to as Zaphnath-Paaneh, and he married the daughter of the high priest Asenath, who bore him two sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. The Egyptians and Israelites were one and the same people, with one and the same religious knowledge, not to be mistaken with the Hyksos dynasty that was ruling a small part of Egypt during the time, for these Hyksos were of Canaanite descent. There are examples of conversations, such as the Amalekites who dwelt with the Canaanites. The people of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, through his daughter Zipporah, converted to the Israelites' religion of Judah, so another religion would have definitely been mentioned. They would not have omitted an important point such as this. Another example of conversations which must be mentioned is the prophetess Ruth, a Moabite, who converted to the religion of Israel. She gleaned in the fields with the people. Ruth was a prophetess wife of Boaz, mother of Obed, of which David came, son of Jesse and Hilma. David was the 8th and younger son of Jesse the Ephraimite from Bethlehem. Boaz was the cousin of Elimelech. Elimelech was an Ephraimite who lived in Bethlehem of Judah. He was married to a beautiful Bethlehemite woman named Naomi, whose name means beauty. Naomi bore two sons to Elimelech, one named Mahlon, which means mild, and the other named Chilion, meaning pinning. When there was a famine in Israel, Elimelech and his family migrated to the country of Moab. There he was killed, which left Naomi with 2 sons and no husband. Mahlon married a beautiful Moabite woman named Ruth, whose name means a female friend. Chilion also married a beautiful Moabite woman whose name was Orpah, and the name Orpah means freshness. About 10 years after Naomi's sons were married, before any of them bore any children to their wives, they were both killed in Moab, and once again this left Naomi and her 2 daughters-in-law alone with children. Soon after the death of her sons, Naomi heard that Eliyahu had blessed his children in the land of Judah by giving them a good harvest, so she decided to return home. On the way to the land of Judah, Naomi turned to her 2 widowed daughters-in-law and told them to go back to the land of Moab to their mother's house, which was the tradition of widowed women. She told them that Eliyahu would make it possible for them to marry again. Ruth refused to leave Naomi, and she said she would go wherever Naomi went. So Ruth and her mother-in-law went to Bethlehem. It was the beginning of the harvest season in Bethlehem, and Naomi told Ruth to work under Boaz, who was a cousin to her father-in-law Elimelech. Ruth did so much, and in time they were married. Ruth bore a son to Boaz, whose name was Obed. Naomi was finally happy because she had a grandson in the place of her sons. Obed was the father of Jesse, who was the father of David, and from this family came Yeshua. Orpah took Naomi's advice and kissed her mother-in-law goodbye and returned to the land of Moab. When she arrived in Moab, she was taken by force by an Anakite giant named Mahmud, and the name Mahmud means thankful. He took Orpah to the city of Gath, which was where the city of the Anakite took refuge in, and there Orpah bore Mahmud 4 sons that were giants. Their names were Saph, meaning threshold, who was killed by a Hushite named Sebekai; Ishi-Benob, meaning my dwelling place is in Nob, who was killed by Abishai, the son of Zeruiah; Phath, meaning obligatory, who is described as being a man of great stature, having 6 fingers on each hand, and on each foot 6 toes. He was killed by Jonathan, the son of Shimei, a brother of David. Goliath means soothsayer, which is derived from the root word Gala, which means to denude. Goliath was the son of Mahmud, and was killed in the Philistine war with the Israelites at Gob by Elkanah, the son of Jara-Oregim the Bethlehemite. What most people are not aware of is that there were 2 men named Goliath, who were from the offspring of Orpah. One was Goliath, her son by Mahmud, and the other was Goliath, her grandson, who is called Goliath ben Goliath. It was not David who killed Goliath, son of Mahmud the Anakite. It was a Bethlehemite named Elkanah. The name Elkanah in Aramaic Hebrew means El is grace. Goliath, son of Mahmud the Anakite, married a woman named Firkin, which means mathematician. He and his son Lahmi were both killed in the Philistine war against the Israelites by Elkanah. Goliath ben Goliath was the son of a Gitti named Goliath from the land of Gath. All the inhabitants of Gath were called Gitti. This Goliath was killed by David. He was 7 foot tall and wore a helmet of bronze, a coat of armor that weighed 5,000 shekels of bronze, and a javelin of bronze on his shoulder, and had a huge jaw, which was graced with a double row of sharp teeth, and 6 toes on each foot. Every day for 40 days, Goliath ben Goliath challenged the Israelites to a battle. He told the Israelites to pick one of their men to fight him, and that if the Israelite kills him, then the Philistine would be slaves to the Israelites. However, if he killed an Israelite, then the Israelites would be slaves to the Philistines. All of the Israelites were afraid and ran away. When the ruler Saul heard the news, he was terrified, so he promised to give a reward to whoever would kill Goliath ben Goliath. The reward that the ruler offered was his daughter's hand in marriage, and for the brave man's family to be exempt from taxes. One day, Jesse, son of Obed, gave his son David some food to take up to his 3 oldest brothers, who had followed the ruler Saul to war with the Philistines. The 3 sons who went to war were Eliab, Anadab, and Shamash. The food David took to his brothers consisted of half a bushel of roasted grain, 10 loaves of bread, and cheese for the commanding officer. David left the food at the camp at the valley of Elah, where the Israelite forces were stationed, and rushed to the battlefield to see how his brothers were doing. Just as David got there, Goliath ben Goliath came out and challenged the Israelites again. David could not have faith from the cowardliness that the Israelite soldiers had displayed, so he ran to the ruler Saul and told him he wanted to fight Goliath ben Goliath. David said to the ruler, "No one should be afraid of a Philistine." Even though David was just 19 years old, he showed signs of a warrior. David insisted to Saul to let him go and fight Goliath ben Goliath. Finally, the ruler allowed him to go. The ruler Saul gave David his own armor and told him to go. He told David that Yahuwah would be with him. As David approached Goliath ben Goliath, he said, "This day Yahuwah will put you in my power. I will defeat you and cut off your head." Then David reached to his bag of pebbles and pulled out a stone and put it in his slingshot and slung it at Goliath ben Goliath. The pebble hit Goliath ben Goliath in his forehead and cracked his skull. David went over to the dead Goliath and used his sword to chop off his head. When David took the head of Goliath ben Goliath to Jerusalem to the ruler Saul, everyone in Israel and Judah loved him because he was such a successful leader and brave warrior. This consequently led to David's persecution by Saul, father of Jonathan, of whom David had an intimate relationship with, which led to his crucifixion by Saul with the help of his own son Absalom, who plotted to have David killed by the Philistine. Although the name David means beloved, the truth about it is that David was a very miserable, wretched man who was despised by many. During the spring season, which was the time the rulers went out to battle, while David was in Jerusalem, Joab and his army invaded the land of Ammon and overthrew the city of Rabbah. Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 12, The Trial of David. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, the Ammonite idol Molech is really the Ammonite ruler, but everyone in his kingdom worshipped him. Molech had a golden crown that weighed about 75 pounds, and in it was a large jewel. David took it and put it in his own crown. Then he took a large amount of loot from the city, took people and put them to work with tools. Then him and his men returned to Jerusalem. As ruler of Israel, David ruled over his people with tyranny, which caused him to lose the respect of his people and caused him to be hung on a tree by his enemies with the help of his son Absalom. However, his officials took him and nurtured him back to health. After this event in David's life, he was redeemed and continued to rule in his kingdom until his old age, where then his officials sent him a young woman named Abishag from Shushan to take care of him until his death at the age of 100. Abishag was a young virgin from the town of Shushan, north of Zezreel and Mount Gilboa, in the territory of Issachar. She was extremely beautiful and was chosen by David's servants to become the nurse and companion of David during his final days. David was now 70 years of age, and the hardships of his eventful life had evidently left him greatly weakened, so that he had little body heat. Abishag waited on him during the day, doubtless brightening the surroundings with her youthful freshness and beauty. At shadow hour, she lay in David's bosom to give him warmth, but David himself had not had sexual intercourse with her. Nevertheless, the attitude later manifested by Solomon regarding her indicates that Abishag was viewed as being in a position of wife or concubine of David. As such, by ancient custom, she would become the property of David's heir at the time of his death. When David was crucified, and while hanging there he cried out, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my El, why have you left me?" You see in this statement, according to Psalms degree 22:1, where David's crucifixion is described, and he is taken down off the cross alive, in relation to Matthew degree 27:46, where they claim Jesus made this same statement. David's downfall was due to his disobedience to Yahuwah. He disobeyed the commandment that was given to Abraham. The commandment was not to mix his seed with the daughters of the Canaanites. Once David passed away, his son Adonijah went to Bathsheba and asked her to inquire from Solomon if he, Adonijah, could marry Abishag. Solomon refused because he knew that Abishag knew David's ways, and if he allowed Adonijah to marry Abishag, he, Adonijah, would surely take the throne. However, little did Solomon know, by that time Abishag was already carrying Adonijah's child. Hence, Solomon had Adonijah killed so that he may no longer be a threat to him. Yet remember, David was a product of ancestral ancestors through Ruth to Moab, whose name means from my own father, son of Labna, the daughter of Lot, who fathered his own son. The same commandment was also given to Abraham's son Yitzhak. Esau, the son of Yitzhak, and his brother Jacob violated this commandment by marrying a Hittite woman named Judith, and was hated by El Elo for this act. With all the wisdom and knowledge found in the blood seed of Abraham, which David was from, he violated the law and married a Hittite woman named Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, who he had committed adultery with, and then sent her husband Uriah to the front of the battle to be killed. Bathsheba bore David a son named Solomon. Before Solomon was born to Bathsheba, she was pregnant, but the child did not survive. It was the will of Yahuwah because of the curse that was placed on them. For this act committed by David, he was cursed. Tablet 13, the story of Solomon. 19 times 15 equals 285. Lo, after Solomon had paid the last honors to his father David, he was resting in a valley between Hebron and Jerusalem when suddenly he swooned away. The name Solomon came from the Latin word sol, meaning sun, Om, the Hindu name of a deity, and On, the sun deity of Heliopolis, Egypt. Solomon represents the Grand Master of the universe, called also the most excellent Grand Master, whose symbol is majestic, and all coming from whence came all life force, energy and power. On reviving, there appeared to him 8 angelic beings Anunnaki, each of whom had immeasurable wings, a symbol of the host of crafts that was manned of every colour and form, and thrice they bowed down to him. Who are you? Demanded Solomon, while his eyes were yet half closed. They replied, We are the Anunnaki, set over the 8 crafts. They taught him to give therefore by service, and with an overstanding heart to judge the people, and to discern between agreeable and disagreeable. For who is so able to judge this so great a people? They continued, Elionel, our creator and yours, sends us to swear fealty and to surrender to you the power over us and the 8 crafts which are at our command. According to your pleasure and designs, they shall either be tempestuous or gentle, and shall bow from that quarter to which you shall turn your back, and at your command they shall rise out of the earth to bear you up, and raise you above the loftiest mountains. The most exalted of the 8 Anunnaki then presented to him a jewel with an inscription, To Elionel belongs greatness and might. And he said, If you have need of us, raise this stone towards the skies, and we shall appear to serve you. And as soon as these Anunnaki had left him, there came 4 others, differing from each other in form and name. One of them resembled an immense man, the other an eagle, the third a lion, and the fourth a bull. We are the Yahwehans of all the creatures that are living in the earth and water, they said, bowing profoundly to Solomon, and appear before you at the command of our Adonai, to do fealty unto you. Dispose of us at your pleasure. We grant to you and to your friends all the good and the pleasant things which the Creator has endowed us, but use all the noxious that are in our power against your foes. The Anunnaki who represented the kingdom of birds then gave him a jewel with the inscription, All created things praise the Yahuwah, and said, By virtue of this stone, which you need us only raise above your head, you may call us at any moment, and impart to us your commands. Solomon did so instantly, and commanded him to bring a pair of every kind of animal that live in the water, the earth, the air, and to present them to him. The Anunnaki departed quick as lightning, and in the twinkling of an eye there was standing before him every imaginable creature, from the largest elephant down to the smallest worm, also all kind of fish and birds. Solomon caused each of them to describe its whole manner of life. He listened to their complaints and abolished many of their abuses, but he conversed longest with the birds, both on account of their delicious language, which he also knew as well as his own, also for their beautiful proverbs that are currently amongst them from the Egyptians. The song of the peacock translated into human language means, As you judge, so shall you be judged. The song of the shadow nightingale signifies, Contentment is the greatest happiness. The turtle dove sings, It were better for many a creature had it never been born. The hoopoe, He that shows no mercy shall not obtain any mercy. The bird Sayadak, Turn to Anu, O you sinners. The swallow, Do good, for you shall be rewarded hereafter. The pelican, Blessed be Anu, in the skies and the earth. The dove, All things pass away, Elionel alone is eternal. The catter, Whoever can keep silence goes through life most securely. The eagle, Let our life be ever so long, yet it must end in death. The raven, The further from Enoshites the pleasanter. The cock, Your thoughtless humans, remember your creator. Solomon chose the cock and the hoopoe for his constant attendance, the one on account of his monitory sentence, and the other insomuch as his eyes, piercing as they do through the earth as if it were crystal, enabled him during the travels of the ruler to point out the places where fountains of water were hid. So the water never failed Solomon, either to quench his thirst or to perform the prescribed ablutions before before prayer. But after having stroked the heads of the doves, he commanded them to appoint unto their young the temple of which he was about to erect as their habitation. His temple was symbolic of the mansion of the sun. Solomon came to rule at age 21, and at age 20 he appointed Aholiab and Bezaleel to build the tabernacle. And Hiram, who was a friend of David, furnished Solomon with material and workers for building the temple also. Hiram was a builder, however he was not an Israelite. This pigeon pair had in the course of a few years increased so much through Solomon's blessed touch that all who visited the temple walked from the remotest quarter of the city under the shadow of their wings. When Solomon was again alone, there appeared to him an Anunnaki, whose upper part looked like the earth, and whose lower was like water. He bowed down towards the earth and said, I am created by Elion Elionel to manifest his will, both on dry land and onto the sea. But he has placed me at your disposal, and you may command through me over earth and sea, and at your will the highest mountain shall disappear, and others rise out of the ground. Rivers and seas shall dry up, and fruitful countries shall be turned into seas or oceans. Then he presented to him before he vanished a jewel with the inscription, the skies and the earth are the servants of Elion Elionel. Finally, another Anunnaki brought him forth a jewel which bore the inscription, there is no Elo but one El Elo. By means of this stone, said the Anunnaki, you obtained the dominion over the kingdom of spirits, which is much greater than that of mortals and beasts, and fills up the whole space between earth and the skies. Part of these spirits, continued the Anunnaki, believe in the only Anunnaki and pray to him, but others are disagreeable. Some adore the amber fire, others again the different stars, and many even the moon. The first continually hover around the pious to preserve them from the disagreeable and sin, but the latter seek in every possible manner to torment and to seduce them, which they do more easily since they render themselves invisible or assume any form they please. Solomon desired to see the jinn in their original form. The Anunnaki rushed like a column of fire through the air and soon returned with a host of reptilians and gargoyles, whose appalling appearance filled Solomon in spite of his dominion over them with an inward shudder. He had no idea that there were such mishap and frightful beings in the world. He saw human heads on the necks of horses, and asses' feet, the wings of eagles on dromedaries' backs, and the horns of gazelles on the head of the peacock, and the skin of a snake on the face of a 7-foot man. Astonished at this singular union, he prayed to the Anunnaki to explain it to him, since Ja'an, from whom all the jinn were descended, had only a simple form. This is the consequence, replied the Anunnaki, of their wicked lives and their shameless intercourse with mortals, beasts and birds, for their desires to know no bounds, and more they multiply, the more they degenerate. When Solomon returned home, he commanded the 4 jewels which the Anunnaki had given him to be set in a signet ring, in order that he might be able at any moment to rule over spirits and animals, and over wind and water. His first care was to subdue the reptilians and jinn. He caused them all to come before him, save the mighty Shakar, who kept himself concealed in an unknown island of the ocean, and Iblis, the master of all evil spirits, to whom El Elo had promised the most perfect independence till the day of judgment. When they were assembled, he stamped his signet ring on each of their necks to mark them as his slaves. He obliged the male jinn to erect various public buildings, among others also a temple after the plan of the Kaaba in Mecca, which he had once seen during his travels to Arabia. The female jinn he obliged to cook and bake, to wash, to weave and to spin, to carry water and to perform other domestic labours. The stuffs that they produced Solomon distributed amongst the poor, and the food which they prepared was placed on the tablets 2 leagues square, for the daily consumption amounted to 30,000 oxen and as many sheep, and with a great number of fowls and fish, of which he could obtain as many as he chose by virtue of his ring, notwithstanding his remoteness from the ocean. Yeshua later wore this same ring to control the fish. The jinn and the reptilians sat at iron tables, the poor at tables of wood, the chiefs of the people and the army at tables of silver, but the learned and eminently pious at golden ones, and the latter were waited on by Solomon himself. One day, when all the spirits, men, beasts and birds had risen, satisfied from their various tables, Solomon prayed to Elion Elionel that he might permit him to entertain all the creatures of the earth. You demand an impossibility, replied the head Anunnaki, but make a beginning tomorrow with the inhabitants of the sea. Solomon thereupon commanded the jinn to load with corn 100,000 camels and as many mules, and to lead them to the seashore. He himself followed and cried, "Come hither, you inhabitants of the sea, that I may satisfy your hunger." Then came all kinds of fish to the surface of the sea. Solomon flung corn unto them till they were satisfied, and dived down again. On a sudden, a whale protruded his head, resembling a mighty mountain. Solomon made his flying spirits to pour one sack of corn after the other into its jaws, but it continued its demand for more, until not one single grain was left. Then it bellowed aloud, "Feed me, Solomon, for I have never suffered so much hunger as today." Solomon inquired of it whether there were more fish of its kind in the sea. "There are of my species alone," replied the whale, 70,000 kinds, the least of which is so large that you would appear in its body like a grain of sand in the wilderness. Solomon threw himself on the ground and began to weep, and besought Yahuwah to pardon his senseless demand. "My kingdom," said Elionel to him, "is still greater than yours. Arise, and behold one of those creatures whose rule I cannot confine to man." Then the sea began to rage and to storm, as if all the 8 winds had set in motion at once, and there rose up a sea monster so huge that it could have easily swallowed 70,000 like the first, which Solomon was not able to satisfy, and cried with a loud voice like the most terrible thunder, "Praise be Elionel, who alone has the power to save me from starvation." When Solomon was returning again to Jerusalem, he heard such a noise proceeding from the constant hammering of the jinn, who were occupied with the building of the temple, that the inhabitants of Jerusalem were no longer able to converse with each other. He therefore commanded the spirits to suspend their labours, and inquired whether none of them was acquainted with the means by which the various metals might be wrought without producing such a clamour. Then there stepped out one from among them, and he said, "This is known only to the mighty Shakar, but he has hitherto succeeded in escaping from your dominion." "Shakar," replied the genius, "is stronger than all of us put together, and is as much as our superior in swiftness as in power. Still, I know that he drinks from a fountain in the province of Hijr once every month. Perhaps you may succeed, O wise ruler, to subdue him there to your scepter." Solomon commanded forthwith a division of his swift-flying jinn to empty the fountain, and to fill it with intoxicating liquor. Some of them he then ordered to linger in its vicinity until they should see Shakar approaching, and then instantly to return and bring the word. After a few weeks, when Solomon was standing in the terrace of his palace, he beheld the genius flying from the direction of Hijr, swifter than the wind. The ruler inquired of him if he brought the news respecting Shakar. "Shakar is lying overcome with the wine at the brink of the fountain," replied the genius, "and we have bound him with chains as massive as the 2 front pillars, Joachim and Boaz, of your temple." These pillars were symbolically supported also by 3 principal columns, Gomer equaling wisdom, Oz equaling strength, and Debor equaling beauty. But he will burst them asunder as the hair of a virgin when he has slept off his wine. Solomon then mounted hastily to the winged genius, and in less than an hour he was brought to the fountain. It was high time, for Shakar had already opened his eyes again, but his hands and feet were still chained, so that Solomon set the signet on his neck without any hindrance. Shakar uttered such a cry of woe that the earth quaked, but Solomon said to him, "Fear not, mighty genius, I will restore you to liberty, as soon as you shall indicate the means whereby I may work hardest metals without noise." "I myself know of such means," replied Shakar, "but the raven is best able to advise you. Take only the eggs from the raven's nest, and cover them with a crystal bowl, and you shall see how the mother bird shall cut through." Solomon followed Shakar's advice. A raven came and flew about the bowl, but finding that she could not get access to the egg, she flew away, and a few hours after it reappeared with a stone in her beak, called Samis, or Samer, or Shemar, which had no sooner touched the bowl than it fell in 2 halves. "Whence have you this Shemar stone?" inquired Solomon of the raven. "From the mountain in the distant west," replied the raven. Solomon then commanded some of the jinns to follow the raven to the mountain, and to procure more of these stones, but Shakar he set free again, according to his promise. When the chains were taken from him, he shouted with such exultation, but his joy sounded in Solomon's ear like the laughter of scorn. As soon as the spirits returned the stones to be carried back to Jerusalem, one of them divided the stones amongst the jinn, who could now continue their labours without the sound of a hammer or sweat of a brow, making the slightest noise. It is also said that Moses engraved the names of the 12 tribes of Israel on the stones of the breastplate by means of the blood of the worm Shammah, whose solvent power was so great that it could corrode the hardest substances. Solomon then had Hiram construct a palace for himself with a profusion of gold, silver and precious stones like that of which no ruler had ever possessed before him. Many of its all had crystal floors and ceilings, and he erected a throne of sandalwood covered with gold and embossed with the most costly jewels. While the building of his palace was in progress, he made a journey to the ancient city of Damascus, whose environs are reckoned amongst the 4 earthly paradises. The genius on whom he rode pursued the straightest course and flew over the valley of Ants, which is surrounded by such lofty cliffs and deep impassable ravines that no man had been able to enter it before. Solomon was much astonished to see beneath him the host of ants, which were as large as wolves, and which, owing to their great eyes and feet, appeared at a distance like a cloud. But on the other hand, the queen of ants, which had never seen a human being, was in no small trouble on perceiving the ruler, and cried to her subjects, "Retire quickly to your caverns." But Yahuwah said to her, "Assemble all your vessels, and do homage to Solomon, who is ruler of the whole creation." Solomon, to whom the winds had wafted these words, then at a distance of 6 leagues descended to the queen, and in a short time the whole valley was covered with ants, in as far as his eye could reach. Solomon then asked the queen, who was standing at their head, "Why fearest you me, since your hosts are so numerous that they could lay waste to the whole earth?" "I fear none but Elionel," replied the queen, "for if my subjects, which you now beholdest, were threatened with danger, 70 times their number would appear at a single nod from me. Why then didst you command your ants to retire while I was passing above you? Because I have fear lest they might look after you, and thus forget their creator for a moment." "Is there any favor that I may show you before I depart?" inquired Solomon. "None that I know of, but rather let me advise you, as so to live that you mayest not be ashamed of your name, which signifies the immaculate. Beware also of giving away your ring without first saying, 'In the name of Elionel, the Yielder, the Merciful.'" Solomon once more exclaimed, "Yahuwah, your kingdom is greater than mine," and took leave of the queen of ants. On his return, he commanded the genius to fly in another direction, as so not to disturb the deviations of the queen and her subjects. On arriving at the frontiers of Palestine, he heard now someone praying, "My Elionel, who have chosen Abraham as your friend, redeem me soon from this woeful existence." Solomon descended to him, and beheld an aged man bowed down with years, and trembling in all his limbs. "Who are you?" "I am an Israelite of the tribe of Judah." "How old are you?" Elionel alone knows. "I counted up to my 300th year, and since that time a full 50 to 60 more must have passed away." "How did you come to such a great age, which, since Abraham's time, no human being has attained more than 120. "I once saw a shooting star in the shadow hour of El Qadir, and expressed a senseless wish that I may meet with the wisest prophet before I died. You have now reached the goal of your expectations. Prepare thyself to die, for I am that prophet Solomon, to whom Elionel has granted a power such as no mortal before me has possessed." Scarcely had he finished these words when the Anunnaki of death descended in human form and took the soul of the aged man. "You must have been quite close to me since you came so promptly," said Solomon to the Anunnaki. "How great is your mistake! Be it known to you, O ruler, that I stand on the shoulders of an Anunnaki, whose head reached 10,000 years beyond the 7th heaven, and whose feet are 500 years below the earth, and who, withal, is so powerful that if Elionel permitted it, he could swallow the earth and all it contains without the slightest effort. He it is who points out to me when, where, and how I must take the soul. His gaze is fixed on a tree Sidra al-Muntaha, which bears as many leaves inscribed on the names as there are men living on the earth. At each birth of a new leaf is bearing the name of the newborn bursts forth, and when anyone has reached the end of his life, his leaf withers and falls off, and at that same instant I am with him to receive his soul. How do you proceed in this matter, and whither takest you the souls at death? As often as a believer dies, Nusku attends me and wraps his soul in a green silken sheet and then breathes it into a green bird, which feeds in paradise until the day of resurrection. But the soul of a sinner I take alone, and having wrapped it in a coarse pitch-covered woolen cloth, carry it to the gates of hell, where it wanders amongst the abominable vapours until the last day. Solomon thanked the Anunnaki for his information and besought him, when he should one day come to take his soul, to conceal his death from all men and spirits. He then washed the body of the deceased and buried him, and having prayed for his soul, begged for the mitigation of his bodily pains at the trial he was to undergo before the Anunnaki Minka and Naka. The journey had fatigued Solomon so much that he ordered the jinn, on his return to Jerusalem, to weave strong silken carpets which might contain him and his followers, together with all the requisite utensils and equipages for travelling. Whenever he desired thereafter to make a journey, he caused one of these carpets of a larger or smaller size, according to the number of his attendants, to be spread out before the city. And as soon as all that he required was placed upon it, he gave a signal to the 8 winds to raise it up. He then seated himself on his throne and guided them into whatever direction he pleased, even as a man guides his horse with bitten reins. One shadow hour, Abraham appeared to him in a dream and said, Elionel has distinguished you above other men by your wisdom and power. He has subjected to your rule the jinn, who is erecting a temple at your command, the like of which the earth has never borne before. And you ride on the winds, as I once rode on Burak, who shall dwell in paradise until the birth of Malachi. Show thyself grateful, therefore, unto the only Creator, and take advantage of the ease with which you can travel from place to place. Visit the cities of Yathrib, where the last of the prophets, yet not the last of the apostles, last prophet of Ishmael, yet not the last to prophesy things that must come, shall one day find shelter and protection, and of Mecca, the place of his birth, where now the holy temple stands, which I and my son Ishmael rebuilt after the flood. The next morning, Solomon proclaimed that he would undertake a pilgrimage to Mecca, and that each and every Israelite would be permitted to accompany him. There immediately applied so many pilgrims that Solomon was obliged to have a new carpet woven by the spirits, 2 leagues in length and 2 in breadth. The empty space which remained he filled with camels, oxen, and smaller cattle, which he designated to sacrifice at Mecca for food and to divide amongst the poor. For himself he had a throne erected, which was so studded with brilliant jewels that no one could raise his eyes to him. The men of distinguished piety occupied golden seats near the throne, the learned were seated on silver, and part of the common people on wood. The jinn and demons were commanded to fly before him, for he trusted them so little that he desired to have them constantly in his gaze, and therefore always drank out of crystal cups as to never lose sight of them, even when he was compelled to satisfy his thirst. But the birds he directed to fly above the carpet in close array, to protect the travellers from the sun. When the arrangements were completed, the men, spirit birds and beasts were assembled. He commanded the 8 winds to raise up the carpet with all it contained and to carry it into Medina. In the vicinity of that city, he made a signal to the birds to lower their wings, whereupon the winds gradually abated until the carpet rested on the earth. But no one was permitted to leave the carpet, for Medina was then inhabited by worshippers of idols, with whom the ruler would not suffer his subjects to come in contact. After a stay of 3 days, the ruler Solomon resolved to return again to Jerusalem, but when the birds had unfolded their wings, the carpet was already in motion. He suddenly discovered a ray of light striking upon it, whence he concluded that one of his birds had left this post. He therefore summoned the eagle and directed him to call over the names of all the birds and to report which one was absent. The eagle obeyed and soon came back with the answer that the hoopoe was wanting. Solomon grew enraged, the more so because he needed the hoopoe during the journey, since no other bird possessed its powers to descry the hidden fountains of the desert. Soar aloft, he cried harshly to the eagle, search for the hoopoe and bring it hither, that I may pluck off its feathers and expose it naked to the scorching sun until the worms have consumed it. The eagle soared heavenward until the earth beneath him appeared like an inverted bowl. He then halted and looked in every direction to discover the truant subject. As soon as he spied it coming from the south, he plunged down and would have seized it in his talons, but the hoopoe adjured him by Solomon to forbear. Darest you invoke the ruler's protection? Replied the eagle. Well, may your mother weep for you. The ruler is enraged, for he has discovered your absence and swore to punish it terribly. Lead me to him, rejoined the other. I know he will excuse my absence when he hears where I have been and what I have to report of my excursion. The eagle led him to the ruler, who was sitting on his judgment throne with wrathful countenance, and instantly drew the delinquent violently towards him. The hoopoe trembled in every limb and hung down his plumage in token of submission. But when Solomon would have grasped him still more tightly, he cried, Remember, O prophet, that you too shall one day give an account unto the Adonai. Let me therefore not be condemned unheard. How can you excuse your absence absenting thyself without my permission. I bring information respecting a country and a queen whose names you have not even heard, of the country of Saba, and Queen Sheba, who is called in tones Makeda and in rhythm Bilquis. These names are indeed quite strange to me. Who has informed you of them? A hoopoe from those regions, who I met during one of my short excursions. In the course of our conversation, I spoke to him of you and your extensive dominions, and he was astonished that your fame should not have yet reached his home. He entreated me, therefore, to accompany him there, and I convinced myself that it would be worth your while to subject the land of Saba unto your scepter. On our way, he related to me the whole history of that country, down to its present queen, who rules ever so large an army that she requires 12,000 captains to command it. Solomon relinquished his hold of the hoopoe and commanded him to recount all that he had heard of this country and its history, whereupon the bird began as follows. Most mighty ruler and prophet, be it known to you that Saba is the capital of an extensive country to the south of Arabia. It is Kush. Saba was the largest and most superb city ever constructed by the hand of man, and at the same time so strongly fortified that it might have defied the united armies of the world. But that which especially distinguished this city of marble places were the magnificent gardens in the centre of which it stood, for the ruler Saba had, in compliance with the counsel of the wise Lugman, constructed vast dikes and numerous canals, both to guard the people from inundation during the rainy season and also against the want of water in times of drought. The first precursors of an approaching disaster sowed themselves in the reign of the ruler Amru. In his time, it was that the priestess Darifa beheld in a dream a vast dark cloud, which bursting amid terrific thunderings, poured destruction upon the land. She told her dream to the ruler, and made no secret of her fears respecting the welfare of his empire, but the ruler in his countries endeavoured to silence her, and continued as before their heedless, careless courses. One day, however, while Amru was in a grove in dalliance with two maidens, the priestess stepped before him with dishevelled cloth and ruffled countenance, and predicted a new speedy desolation of the country. The ruler dismissed his companions, and having seated the priestess beside him, inquired of her what new omen foretold this evil. The last ruler of Saba, named Sharabil, was a monster of tyranny. He had an advisor, descended from the ancient royal house of the Himyarites, who was so handsome, with his black eyes, thick hair, dark brown skin, and milky white teeth, that he found favour in the eyes of the daughters of the jinn, and they often placed themselves in his way in the shape of gazelles, merely to gaze upon him. One of them, whose name was Umuria, felt so ardent an attachment for the visor that she completely forgot the distinction between good men and jinn. Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 14, Solomon and Makeda. 19 times 11 equals 209. Lo, the great ruler Solomon was thought to be the wisest man in the world, even wiser than all the animals and all the fish and insects, called the wisest of wise. He knew the secrets of the sun, moon and stars. He knew the secret in people's hearts, and he knew how to speak with the animals. Now at this time there lived the lonely Makeda far away in Sabaean. Those who don't know say in the region presently known as Yemen. Those who do know that she came from Ethiopia. There lived a mighty ruler in the land called Sheba. Makeda was the most beautiful woman in the whole world. She too was known for her great wisdom, but as a wise person, wanted to grow wiser still. One day she called her astrologers and learnt men before her, and asked, "What do you know of this man called Solomon? Is it true that he is the wisest of the wise?" They answered, "Wise is he. Wise he may be, but none can be found as wise as you." Yet the lonely Makeda still wanted to seek for herself. She put together a huge caravan, saying, "I will go to the ends of the earth to share wisdom." So the lovely Makeda set out on her long journey at the head of a splendid caravan. Her servants carried rich gifts of spices, with frankincense and myrrh, jewels and gold. Drums rolled and trumpets rang out as Solomon bid a royal welcome to the lovely Makeda. He led her along the path of gold and silver to a great feast in her honour. At shadow hour, they walked in the garden of Solomon's golden palace. "Tell me," he asked, "why have you come so far?" "I want to learn from the wisest man in the world. Are you that man?" asked the lovely Makeda. "See for yourself," Solomon said. "Test me." "Then tell me," said the lovely Makeda, "what runs day in shadow hour, but never gets tired?" "A river," answered Solomon. The lovely Makeda nodded and asked another riddle. "I have a basket of diamonds. Every evening I scatter them, and every morning I gather them up. What am I?" "You are the sky, and the diamonds are your stars," Solomon answered. "Have I passed your tests?" "So far," the lovely Makeda said, "but I have one more." Her last test took a long time to prepare. The lovely Makeda had 100 artists make 1,000 flowers out of paper, silk and glass. She filled the flowers with sweet smells and planted them in a palace room. Then, without telling anyone, the lovely Makeda hid one real flower in the room. "My garden holds a secret," she told Solomon. "Can you find the one real flower hidden amongst all the rest?" "Of course," said Solomon. He looked and looked, he sniffed and sniffed. Each flower was lovelier than the last, but only one was real, and even Solomon could not pick it from the rest. His nose grew weary, his eyes grew blurry, and still he had to search. At last, he stopped and mopped his brow. "I am warm from such hard work," said Solomon. He threw open a window and let a cool breeze blow in, and he smiled to himself as a little bee buzzed in. Solomon bowed to welcome the tiny creature. The lovely Makeda puzzled as she watched Solomon. He whispered to the bee, "Find the real rose for me." Then the little bee buzzed from flower to flower. It did not rest till it found a small red rose in a faraway corner of the room. Solomon watched carefully. The little bee settled on the rose and sipped its nectar. "Thank you, bee," said Solomon, and let it sip its fill. Solomon then plucked the rose and gave it to the lovely Makeda. The lovely Makeda thanked him. "You are indeed wise, yet the bee helped you. She has the right knowledge to know where to be and the right understanding to help the wise. Your wisdom is as great as the greatest Israelites, yet there are many lands with great men with great knowledge, wisdom and understanding the world over. Israelites are just one." Drums rolled and trumpets sang out when the time came for the lovely Makeda to return to the great and noble land of Ethiopia. Solomon gave her parting gifts and wrote great poems in her honor, for he had fell in love with this most beautiful Ethiopian Kushite ruler. But the lovely Makeda prized one small red rose above all the other riches. She planted its seed in her garden, and forever after, its sweet smell and golden nectar spoke of the secret that she had learned and shared, that the wise, even small creatures, can be great teachers. This great Kushite ruler Makeda was from a noble line. The Kushite comprised of two languages and geographical groups, the Amhara and the Tigray. The Tigray inhabited the northern part of Kush. Their language, Tigrinya, is related to Ge'ez, the ancient and church language of Kush. The Amhara inhabited the vast areas of what are today the provinces of Begenda-Gojam, Wollo and Shoa, which covers the rest of the country. The language Amharic is the official language of Kush, with English being the second language. Haile Selassie was not one of the bloodline of Judah. He was of the seed of Benjamin by way of his son Rosh. The word Rosh, which means its head, is also derivative of the word Ras, as in Rastafari. Ross was one of the sons of Benjamin and Hilda. Benjamin had 9 daughters, of one of which was Makeda, who had sex with Solomon and gave birth to Menelik. When she heard about Solomon, Makeda sent 500 male servants and 500 female servants, 500 bricks of gold, a crown with set jewels, a musk ambergris, and other things by a messenger with a letter. She said that if he is really a ruler, then he will accept the gifts, and if he is a prophet, then he will not accept the gifts. Then she decided to go to Jerusalem and meet Solomon. She left Beersheba with 12,000 rulers, each ruler having with him thousands of people. When she arrived in Jerusalem, she asked Solomon questions that no one in her kingdom could answer, to test his knowledge against hers, and Solomon was able to answer them. And it came when Solomon then married the lovely and beautiful Makeda, but reinstated her as Queen of Saba, and spent 3 days in every month with her. On one of his progresses from Jerusalem to Mereb, he passed through a valley inhabited by Shaggies, which, however, dressed and lived like men, and had a more comfortable dwellings than the other Shaggies, and even bore all kinds of weapons. He descended from his flying carpet and marched into the valley with a few of his troops. The Shaggies hurried together to drive him back, but one of their elders, Lard, stepped forward and said, "Let us rather seek safety and submission, for our foe is a holy prophet." 3 shaggies were immediately chosen as ambassadors, called monks, to negotiate with Solomon, and they are Sinbad, Shukum and Hurin. He received them kindly, and inquired to which class of shaggies they belonged, and how it came to pass that they were so skilled in all human arts. They said they were taught by the Dawanis of the underworld. The ambassadors replied, "Be not astonished at us, for we are descended from men, and they are the remnant of Enkidu, the friend of Gilgamesh's community, which notwithstanding all admonition, continued to desecrate the Sabbath until Eliyahu accursed them and turned them into apes." Solomon was moved to compassion, and to protect them from all further animosity on the part of man, gave them a parchment in which he secured to them forever the undisturbed possession of this valley. At this time, there came a division of troops into this valley, but when they would have raised their tents to occupy it, there came an aged ape, Allah, with a scroll of parchment in his hands, and presented it to the leader of the soldiers. Yet, as no one was able to read it, they sent it to Zadok, to whom it was explained by a shaggy, who had been converted to Islam. He set it back forthwith, and commanded the troops to evacuate the valley. Meanwhile, Makeda soon found a dangerous rival in Gerada, the daughter of the ruler Nabara, who governed one of the finest islands in the Indian Ocean. This ruler was a fearful tyrant, and forced all his subjects to worship him as a deity. As soon as Solomon heard of it, he marched against him with as many troops as his largest carpet could contain, conquered the island, and slew the ruler with his own hand. When he was on the point of leaving the place of Nabara, there stepped before him a virgin, who far surpassed in beauty and grace the whole harem of Solomon. Not even Makeda accepted her. He commanded her to be led to his carpet, and threatening her with death, forced her to accept his faith in his hand. But Gerada saw in Solomon only the murderer of her father, and replied to his caresses with sighs and tears. Solomon hoped that time would heal her wounds and reconcile her to her fate. But when, at the expiration of a whole year, her heart still remained closed against love and joy, he overwhelmed her with reproaches, and inquired to how he might massage her grief. "As it is not in your power," replied Gerada, "to recall my father to life, send a few genii to my home. Let them bring his statue and lace it in my chamber. Perhaps the very sight of his image will procure me some consolation." Solomon was weak enough to comply to her request, and to defile his palace with the image of a man who had defiled himself, and to whom even Gerada secretly paid divine honors. This idol worship had lasted 40 days, when Asaph was informed of it. He therefore mounted the rostrum, and before the whole assembled people pronounced a discourse, in which he described the pure and devoted life of all the prophets from Adam until David. In passing to Solomon, he praised the wisdom and piety of the first 7 years of his reign, but regretted that in his latter courses showed less of the true fear of Eli and El. As soon as Solomon had learnt the contents of this discourse, he summoned Asaph, and inquired of him whereby he had deserved to be thus censured before the whole people. Asaph replied, "You have permitted your passion to blind you, and suffered idolatry in your palace." Solomon hastened to the apartments of Gerada, whom he found prostrate in prayer before the image of her father, and exclaiming, "We belong unto Allah, and shall one day return to him." He shivered the idol into pieces, and punished the princess. He then put on new robes, which none but pure virgins had touched, strew ashes on his head, went into the desert, and employed Eli and El for forgiveness. Eli and El pardoned his sin, but he was to atone for it during 40 days. On returning home in the evening, having given his signet ring into the keeping of one of his wives until he should return from an unclean place, Shakar assumed his form and obtained from her the ring. Soon after, Solomon himself claimed it, but he was laughed at and derided, for the light of the prophecy had departed from him, so that no one had recognized him as the ruler, and he was driven from his palace as a deceiver and impostor. He now wandered up and down the country, and wherever he gave his name he was mocked as a madman and shamefully entreated. In this manner he lived 39 days, sometimes begging, sometimes living on herbs. On the 40th day he entered into the service of a fisherman, who promised him as his daily wages 2 fishes, one of which he hoped to exchange for bread. But on that day the power of Shakar had come to an end, for this wicked spirit had, notwithstanding his external resemblance to Solomon and his possession of the signet ring by which he had obtained power over spirits, men and animals, excited suspicion by his ungodly deportment and senseless and unlawful ordinances. The elders of Israel came daily to Asaph, preferring new charges against the king, but Asaph constantly found the doors of the palace closed to him. But when finally, on the 40th day, even the wives of Solomon came and complained that the ruler no longer observed any of the prescribed rules of purification, Asaph, accompanied by some of the doctors of the law who were treading aloud in the Torah, forced his way, spite the gaze of the keepers and sentinels who would have hindered him, into the hall estate where Shakar sojourned. No sooner did he hear the word of God which had been revealed to Moses than he shrunk back into his native form and flew to haste to the shore of the sea, where the signet ring dropped from him by the province of the Adonai of the universe. The ring was caught up and swallowed by a fish, which was soon afterwards driven into the net of the fisherman, whom Solomon received this fish as the wages of his labor. And when he ate it in the evening, he found his ring. Then he commanded the winds to take him back to Jerusalem, where he assembled all around him all the chiefs of men, birds, beasts, and spirits. He related to them all that had befallen him during the last 40 days, and how Elionel had in a miraculous manner restored the ring which Shakar had wildly usurped. He then caused Shakar to be pursued and forced him into a copper flask, which he sealed with his signet and flung between two rocks into the Sea of Tiberias, where he must remain until the day of resurrection. The government of Solomon, which after its occurrence lasted 10 years, was not clouded again by misfortune. Gerada, the cause of his calamity, was never desired to be seen again, although she was now truly converted. But Makeda he visited regularly every month until the day of her death. When she died, he caused her remains to be taken to the city of Tadmor, which he had founded, and buried her there. But her grave remained unknown until the reign of Caliph Walid, when in consequence of long continuous rains, the walls of Tadmor fell in, and a stone coffin was discovered 60 cubits long and 40 cubits wide, bearing this unique inscription: "Here is the grave of Makeda, the queen of Saba, and consort of the prophet Solomon, the son of David. She was converted to the true faith in the 13th year of Solomon's ascension to the throne, and married him in the 14th, and died on Monday, the 2nd day of Rabi Awal, in the 23rd year of his reign." The son of the caliph caused the lid of the coffin to be raised up and discovered a female form, which was as fresh and well preserved as if it had just been buried. He immediately made a report of it to his father, inquiring what should be done with the coffin. Walid commanded that it should be left in the place where it was found, and be so built up with marble stones that it should never be desecrated again by human hands. This command was obeyed, and notwithstanding the many devastations and changes which the city of Tadmor and her walls have suffered, no traces have been found of the tomb of Makeda. A few months after the death of the ruler of Saba, the angel of death Israel, son of Anu and Id, appeared unto Solomon with 6 faces, one to the right and one to the left, one in front and one behind, one above his head and one below it. The ruler, who had never seen him in this form, was startled and inquired what this 6-fold vision signified. With the face to the right, replied the angel of death, to fetch the souls from the east; with that to the left, the souls from the west; with that above, the souls of the inhabitants of heaven; with that below, the demons from the depth of the earth; with that behind, the souls of the people of Majudi and Jajudi, Gog and Magog; but with that in front, those are the faithful, to whom also your soul belongs. Must then even the angels die? All that lives becomes the prey of death. As soon as this Raphael, son of Bathiel and Shuphiel, shall have blown the trumpet the 2nd time, then I shall put to death even Nusku and Murdoch, and immediately after that must myself die, at the command of Eli and Elionel. Then the Anunnaki alone remains and exclaims, "Whose is the world?" But there shall be no living creature to be left to answer him, and 40 years must elapse, when his Raphael shall be recalled to life, and that he may blow his trumpet a 3rd time, to wake all the dead. And who among men shall rise first from the grave? Yeshua the Messiah, who shall in later times spring from the seed of David. Israphael himself and Nusku, together with other Anunnaki, shall come and cry, "You purest and noblest of soul, return again to your immaculate body, and revive it again." Then shall also the other prophets grave and shake the dust from their head. Then Nusku greets them and points to the winged Baraks, who stands prepared for them, and to a standard and a crown, which Eli and Elionel sends them. "Come to your Adonai and mine. Those you elect among the creatures in the Garden of Eden are festively adorned. For you, the hour is awaiting you with impatience." He then lifts them upon Barak, places the heavenly standard in their hand and the crown upon their head, and leads them into paradise. Thereupon, the rest of the Enoshites shall be called back to life. They shall all be brought to Gadash, where the great tribunal shall be held, and where no intercession is accepted. That will be a fearful day, when everyone shall only think of himself. Adam will cry, O Adonai, save my soul. Only I care not for Hawa Eve, nor for Abel. Utnapishtim will exclaim, O Adonai, preserve me from hell, and do with Ham and Shem as you please. Abram shall say, I pray neither for Yishmael nor Yitzhak, but for my own safety only. Even Moses shall forget his brother Aaron, and Yeshua his mother. So greatly shall they be concerned for themselves. Eli and Elianel shall implore the mercy of all, for all the faithful. They that are risen will then be conducted over the bridge, which is composed of 7 bridges, each of which is 1,000 years long. This bridge is as sharp as a sword, and as fine as a hair. 1/3 of it is an ascent, 1/3 of it is even, and 1/3 of it is a descent. He alone who passes all these bridges with success can be admitted into paradise. The unbelievers fall into hell from the first bridge, the prayerless; from the second, the uncharitable; from the third, whoever has eaten in the month of fasting; from the fourth, whoever has neglected the pilgrimage; from the fifth, whoever has not commended the good; from the sixth, those who indulge in evil; and whoso has not prevented evil; from the seventh. When shall the resurrection be? That is known only to Eli and Elianel, but assuredly not before the advent of the last, Malachi. The last previously to him, Al-Mahdi, before him Muhammad, and before him the prophet Yeshua, sprung from your own family, shall preach the true faith, shall be lifted up by Eli and Elianel, and be born again. The sun shall rise in the west, and many other signs and wonders shall proceed. The pamphlets of peace shall be everywhere, and he will restore the true way. Suffer me to live until the completion of my temple, for at my death the jinn and the Luciferians will cause their labour. Your hourglass has run out, and it is not in my power to prolong your life another second. Then follow me to my crystal hall. The Anunnaki of deaf Israel accompanied Solomon unto the hall, whose walls were entirely of crystal. There Solomon prayed, and leaning upon his staff, requested the angel to take his soul in that position. The angel consented, and his death was thus concealed from the demons a whole year, till the temple was finished. It was not until the staff, when destroyed by worms, broke down with him, that his death was observed by the spirits, who in order to revenge themselves concealed all kinds of magical books under his throne, so that many believers thought Solomon had been a sorcerer, but he was a pure and divine prophet. When the ruler was lying on the ground, the angels carried him together with his signet ring to a cave, where they shall guard him until the day of the resurrection. Chapter 13, Generation of Abraham. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 15, The Truth on Haile Selassie. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo! From Cush, Ethiopia came Haile Selassie. They are the Benjamites who moved south to the land of Eden before it was called Benjamin. It is now called Yemen. The 5th son of his first wife Hilda was called Rosh. The family of Rosh, or Ras, from Cush came Haile Selassie. He was born in the month of July on the 23rd in the year 1892 in Hara, province of Cush, and died in the year 1975 AD. The name Haile Selassie means the power of the Holy Trinity. His personal name before Haile Selassie was Rastafari Mekanen. Haile Selassie was the nephew of Menelik II, and his father was Ras Mekanen, who was Menelik's chief diplomat and soldier. His mother was Wazara Yeshimabet. He is from the sister side of the family, not from father to son, as with all the men of the Holy Scriptures, so he is not the direct blood descendant of Menelik II. Tafari's early life was ill-fated and full of sorrow. His mother died in the year 1894 AD, when he was just 2 years old, so he never knew her. His 10 brothers and sisters died during childhood in a boating accident. Rastafari was the only one of 11 children saved from drowning, for he alone had the mission. When he was 15 years old, in the year 1907 AD, his father died, and shortly afterwards his guardian, Ras Tassima, was poisoned and died. Haile Selassie received a Western education at a French Catholic mission in Hara, not a Hebrew or Arabic school, but French, taught by the children of Azazel to mislead his own people. Menelik, his uncle, saw that Haile Selassie showed outstanding qualities and ambition. He encouraged Tafari, Haile Selassie, and made him a Ras when he was quite young. Rasdom is not an inherited position, but an appointed one, whose title and duties are similar to that of a marshal, for the word is from Sar, which means head. In the year 1910 AD, at the age of 18, he was appointed governor of Sidamo, a city in Kush. In 1911 AD, at age 19, he married Wazir Menon, and before he was 20 years old, he was governor of Hara, Mulata and Sali. We are now dealing with those Kushite Coptic Hebrews who are trying to identify with Kushites, or trying to support Haile Selassie by making him seem like a deity. In most cases, he's referred to as Haile Selassie I, elect of God, ruler of Zion, Negus and Negust, ruler of rulers, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, and emperor of Ethiopia. They've given him a lot of titles, but he was just a typical Christian man. Yes, he was emperor of Ethiopia, but that's all he was, and he was not a worldwide influence, and he was not a spiritual influence. He was not a Messiah or a son of Yahweh. He was also not a religious man, so he wasn't a religious influence. He was also known to be a tyrant. If you read his history, you would see he was a lawyer and a strategist. He wanted power at a young age. In the year 1910, at age of 18, Haile Selassie was appointed governor of Sidamo, a city in Ethiopia. In the year 1928 AD, at the age of 36, he became ruler of Shoa. And in the year 1930 AD, at the age of 38, he was crowned emperor of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is not the whole world, just a small place. As you can see, Haile Selassie was not born a ruler, he worked his way up. After Menelik II's death in the year 1913 AD, Haile Selassie, along with Menelik II's daughter Waziru, succeeded his reign. Menelik II's grandson Lijiasu succeeded him first before Selassie, but Lijiasu was deposed from the throne. Haile Selassie's father was Ras Makanen Walda Mikhael, who was Menelik's chief diplomat and soldier who took care of his horses, the Clydesdale Royal Fleet. His mother was Wezaro Teneye Walk, who was daughter of Saleh Selassie. Haile's mother was Wezaro Yeshimabet Ahita Meriam, and she died in the year 1894 AD. This man, Haile Selassie, claims to have come from the line of Solomon. However, the name Haile Selassie is not an Aramic name and not an Amharic name, which is not the language of Solomon. He also claims that he is the line of Judah. If so, then somewhere along the line his name should be Bar Yehuda, not Rastafari. Haile Selassie cannot prove his descendancy chart. Ross had 4 wives, Magdala, Neteris, Abisa and Shoa. Magdala begat him Hara and Kapha. His other wife Netoris begat him Inaria. Abisa begat him Joam, and Soa begat him Amhara. Tablet 16. The destruction of Ad. 19 times 14 equals 266. Lo, and of Eber who was Hud. He Hud my apostle, he was sent to the people of Ad. He was 1200 years after my son Utnapishtim. Only he and Selah was to come after Utnapishtim to my son Abraham. For he Hud was the son of Selah, son of Aphaxad, son of Shem, son of Utnapishtim, son of Lamech, son of Methuselah, son of Adapha, son of Jarad, son of Mahalaleel, son of Canaan, son of Enos, son of Seth, son of Cadmon, son of Autumn. At all events, I sent him to this misguided and misdirected people, for they were a notorious tribe. They were tall in height and full of strength and bravery. The tallest individuals amongst them were 8 feet and more. The smallest were 6 feet and more. The people of Ad were idol worshippers. One of their idols was named Samud, and the other was named Samad. They constructed great pillars of stone and built upon them tall edifices, from which they reciprocated against any man whom their wrath has increased. Yet I, Elionel, said, when you are violent, you are violent. The people of Ad were mighty, addicted to idolatry, and committed all sorts of wickedness. But after their vileness had attained the highest degree, Hud, our apostle, was sent to them. He directed that misguided tribe during 50 years to the straight road. He invited them to acknowledge the unity of me, Elionel, and to discard idolatry. He threatened the people of Ad with the consequences of the sinfulness of their oppression, tyranny and obscenity. But they trusted to their own strength, had disregarded his admonitions, nor did they accept his law, except a small company of them, only 12 persons. They followed his precepts and injunctions. However, obliged to keep their faith, Islam Milatu Hud, the religion of Hud's secret, for fear of being persecuted by the coverers of truth. Not one of the nobles of the tribe believed, except one, named Murshid ben Sad ben Akka, and when the endeavours of Hud to convert those refractory ones had exceeded all bounds, they unanimously determined to distress and persecute him. The followers of Hud, 12 in number, were Uthman, Bakr, Rudda, Salim, Farak, Had, Sharawi, Buddha, Kant, Bana, Ishan and Darud. They became aware of this intention, and when they informed him thereof, he raised his hands in prayer. He bore El Shaddai the Almighty to grant security to the faithful and to afflict the infidels and all the malefactors and their adherents with adversity. The hour of prayer hit the target of response, and the abundance of rain of heaven was changed into scarcity. The waters of their fountains, wells and rivers were absorbed by the earth. Their gardens, parks and tanks became desecrated. Lastly, the fire of hunger and famine was kindled in the stomachs of those heedless people, and during 7 years they were afflicted with the misery of death. But compassion, being one of the qualities of the Apostle Hud, admonished them on that occasion, saying, "O you misguided people, have faith in Eli and Elionel, that this punishment and calamity may be removed from you, because it is only the consequence of your rebellion and disobedience." They, however, considered his admonitions and promises to be impossible, and persisted in their former ways, not paying attention to Hud's preachings, but continuing in their infidelity and wickedness, saying, "We cannot abandon the worship of our idols for the sake of your words." And when the famine had culminated in the most acute distress, and they had neither bread nor water, they unanimously decided to send a number of men to Becca in order to pray for rain. It was custom in that time that when any calamity befell the faithful person in the unity of Eli and Elionel, or an infidel, he betook himself to the sanctuary of El Rab whose magnificence be glorified, which was situated in the locality of the Kaaba, where the red hill stood. And after he had prayed, his wish was granted. At that time, the inhabitants of the blessed city of Becca were of the children of Amalek, son of Lad, son of Shem. They were called the Amalekites. The sheriff of Becca and the chief of that tribe was Muir ben Becca. His mother's name was Kalkahara, the daughter of Kabiri of the tribe of Ad. When the calamity of famine had arisen amongst the Adites, they sent the headmen of their people, such as Kil, son of Az, Lugman, son of Ad, Bakam, son of Hilal, son of Marshad, son of Akka, Sad, son of Hilka, son of Kabiri, the maternal uncle of Muir, son of Bakr, and many others. The number of 70, under the leadership of the above-named Kil, to the noble city of Becca, with the instructions to stay in a secret place for the purpose of praying for rain. This company stated from their homes as they were bidden, and after termination of their journey they arrived in Becca, and alighted at the house of Muir, son of Bakr, who waited upon them with the abundance of food and drink, and also ordered a singing girl, Muurs by name, to entertain the people of Ad. The ambassadors of this tribe, who had exchanged the calamity of death and hunger for the pleasure of tranquility and comfort, for the distress of Ad and the prayer for rain, so they remained a full month in the neighbourhood of the sanctuary in the house of Muir, engaged in joy and pleasure, following up their nocturnal potations with mutual draughts and vice versa, incessantly beating the drum of joviality and never caring for good or ill luck. After a protracted stay of these guests in Muir's house, the host became distressed and said to himself, "These men have come to ask for rain, but they have taken to drinking intoxicants, and my relatives have remained afflicted with famine. If I admonish my guests, they will probably attribute my advice to stinginess and will say I am weary of entertaining them." At last, he composed a piece of poetry wherein he alluded to the carelessness of Kil and his companions, and to the misery of their friends at home. He also incited them to ask for rain, and reminded them of the helpless state of the Adites. He made the singing girl Muurs learn these verses and chant them at at the banquet. The guests were admonished by the constant repeating of their own procrastination, reproached each other, and began to make the arrangement necessary for the prayer, such as offerings and sacrifices. They also prepared to go to the customary place for making the necessary inquiries. On that occasion, Marshad, son of Sad, who had arrived, kept his faith secret, informed them that if they did not have faith, their apostle, the absolute benefactor, would not grant the rain. He also recited the verses to them. They perceived from the words of Marshad that he belonged to the company of Muslims. Therefore, they separated from him and hastened to the place of prayer, and having taken refuge with a beneficent donor, there was an appearance of clouds, one white, one red, and a third black. A voice was heard from above the clouds saying, "O Kill, select one of these 3 clouds." Kill imagined that the black cloud would give more rain than any other. He selected it and said, "I have chosen the black cloud because it contains the most water." Suddenly, a herald's voice was heard, "You have chosen ashes. Not a single individual of the tribe of Ad will be left. It will spare neither the father nor the son." Then Elionel sent the winds, dispatched the black clouds selected by Kill, which contained the storm of chastisement and vengeance, towards Akaf. The hillsands were moved by the wind to the tribe of Ad. When the latter perceived the approaching cloud, they joyfully pointed it out to each other, saying, "This is a cloud, the showers of which will refresh and gladden the garden of our expectations." And the blessed verse, they said, "This is a traversing cloud, which brings us rain." In confirmation of this assertion, Elionel also says, "Nay, it is what you demanded to be hastened, and the wind wherein is a severe vengeance." This is because when Hud called the people of Ad and threatened them with divine punishment, they diverted and challenged him to fulfill his threats. It is said that the first person amongst the Adites who became aware of this dreadful catastrophe was a woman by the name of Mahad, who shouted for fright when she beheld the cloud, and then she fainted. When she recovered herself, she was asked for which cause that made her lose her senses, and she said, "I beheld something which shines like fire, and I perceived a fearful troop drawing it towards us. The terror of this spectacle had overwhelmed me." When Hud had cast a glance upon the dark cloud, he knew it to be the beginning of the chastisement. By divine command, he left the people of Ad and proceeded with the 4,000 individuals to Yanbu, and drawing a line with his blessed finger on the ground to encompass his followers in the similitude of a stronghold, he ordered that no one should overstep it or withdraw his head from the line in obedience until the calamity had passed. Hud went with his followers into Mesopotamia. There they enjoyed pleasant breezes. When the people of Ad had become aware of the motion of the air and the greatness of the calamity, they assembled in a circular encampment, holding fast to each other and binding even their garments together, saying, "Let the wind of Hud do its worst, no ill will befall us." The storm commenced, however, by raising their animals and cattle with their women and children from the ground and sent them flying into the air. When they fell back again, they were dashed into pieces. When the Adites saw this, they endeavored to flee to their houses, but the wind overtook them utterly and destroyed them under the ruins. Some remained outside and trusted in the strength of their bodies. They dug their legs into the ground as far as the knee and tried to stand up, but they feared no better than the others. The storm continued to rage during 7 days and shadow hours until it extirpated the whole tribe. This time period is called Ajaz because the great hurricane overtook the place. An old woman of the tribe of Ad concealed herself in the house underground. On the 3rd day, however, the wind reached her also and joined her, Mimiat by name, to her former friends. And after Kill and all the envoys of the Adites had terminated their prayers and were staying near the sanctuary, they beheld a man riding on a camel in great haste. He informed them that he, Uthman by name, was one of the followers of Hud, travelling from the country of the Adites to Tamaray, Egypt, and their whole tribe had perished in the hurricane of annihilation. Kill and his companions were distressed at this news and said, "O all-powerful nourisher, cause us to taste of the same cup which you have made our tribe drink of, because without them our life is of no value." Their request was granted, and Elionel ordered the wind to convey them into the fire of hell. Lugman, the son of Ad, who is also named of the companions of light, besought the arbiter of life and death to grant him the lifetime of 7 eagles. His prayer was heard. He successfully caught young eagles and brought them up. Each of them lived 80 years and then died. Lukman, son of Ad, called the 7th eagle Labad, Ad, having the meaning of 1,000 years. When the eagle had become larger, it used to fly out. One day, however, when the eagles flew away from the top of the mountains, Lukman did not see it among them. He became uneasy and called Labad to ascertain the reason he is not flying out. He also cajoled him to do so, but after making a frightful effort to get up, Labad again fell to the ground and his soul took flight. At that very moment, the born of Lukman's soul was liberated from the cage of his body, and he hastened to the mansion of eternity, Malakut. When the people of Ad had been overtaken by the vengeance of Eli and Elianel, Hud invited the followers to immigrate. They accordingly went to Becca. The sepulchres of Hud, which was moved from the Red Hill and situated between the houses of assembly and the great seal of the newsbearers of Eli and Elianel, has inscribed on it, "I hear and obey in the name of Eli and Elianel. I am Hud, the apostle of the creator of the heavens and the earth, sent to the people of Ad, whom I invited to accept the faith and to abandon idols, but they refused, and the storm destroyed them." So Ebba, Hud was also his name. Ebba. His manners were extremely affable and jovial. His body was very hairy. He was also called Abud, and had no teeth in old age, and was very thin, and the colour of a cloudy day, very dark with pale white eyes, short arms and big feet. He was very pious, abstinent, liberal, amiable, and great almsgiver. His miracles were so many, one of which was when the people of Ad were in trouble about the pastures for their sheep and cattle, they requested Hud and said they would accept his religion. He accordingly uttered a prayer, whereon the gravel was changed into mud, which soon produced abundant grass and springs of water. But despite the miracle, those hard-hearted wretches would not have faith. On another occasion, when he happened to be travelling with several other persons, all were so distressed by the rain and lightning that it seemed to them impossible either to stop it or to move. Then his Rab began to pray, and the wind brought so many blocks of earth that they were enabled to build a shelter which they abandoned after the weather had again cleared up. The length of his mission and his life was 464, and 500 years after the destruction of the tribe of Ad, and of Shadid and Shaddad. Shadid and Shaddad were twin brothers of the children of Ad. They grew to govern almost the whole inhabited world, and dwelt in Syria. Though Shadid was an idolater, the sheep and the wolf became friends on account of his great justice. The hawk dared not to attack the partridge on account of his perfect government. It is recorded that he appointed a Cadi in his country named Iqbal and laid down rules for his guidance, but after the expiration of a whole year he had not a single case to judge. The Cadi Iqbal then informed the ruler that he did not consider himself entitled to the salary of his office because no one had logged any complaint during the just mentioned period of time. Shadid replied that he must nevertheless continue in his appointment and draw his pay. Sometime afterwards, two individuals made their appearance in the court of justice. One complained that he purchased a piece of ground from the other in which a treasure had been discovered, and though he had invited him to take possession of the treasure, he refused, replying that he had sold the land to the buyer with everything it contained. The Cadi, Iqbal, made inquiries and found that one of these men had a son and the other had a daughter. Therefore he ordered them to marry the other and the treasure to be given to them. It is related that Ebba, Hud, often visited Shadid and invited him to accept his religion, but he always demurred and died an infidel. When Shaddad ascended to the throne of royalty after his brother's death by the arrow of an assassin at a hunt, Shaddad, the new ruler, was ordered by Hud to have faith in the unity of Eli and Elianel and to worship him. But Shaddad, like his twin Shadid, also refused and said, "If I receive your religion and worship and magnify your creator Eli and Elianel only, what will he give me in return?" Hud replied, "Eternal life in paradise." Then Shaddad continued, "This is easy, and I shall even in this world make a paradise." Accordingly, he set about it and dispatched ambassadors to Zuhak, who was his sister's son, and who reigned at the time over the empire of Jamshid, requesting him to send all the silver, gold and jewels that he could spare. Zuhak complied with the demand and had treasures of untold value conveyed to Syria. After having collected the means, he selected a locality for the building and found it in one of the districts of Syria, the atmosphere whereof breathed the air of paradise and the running of brooks which recalled to the mind the rivers of the Garden of Eden, flowing with milk and honey. He quickly assembled architects endowed with skill and taste, who built an enclosure for the park, the extent whereof surpassed the aspirations of the poor. It spread Shaddad was greater than the intentions of the benevolent, and its height almost reached the vault of heaven. In the garden, they built a castle the likes of which had not been seen since the creation of the world. Its walls were raised with alternate courses of brick, gold and silver. Its roof consisted of sheets of gold, inlaid with rubies and all sorts of precious stones, and its columns were of crystal. Instead of gravel, they poured precious stones into its rivulets. They constructed trees of pure gold and stuffed them with amber and ambergris, so that when the wind blew, perfume emanated from the trees. Instead of earth, the ground consisted of saffron and amber. It is said that 12,000 turrets constructed of pure silver and gold, adorned with sapphires and rubies, emeralds and the like, decorated the circuit of the castle. There were 500 guards, each of whom had a separate house. Moon-faced women and sun-like maidens were collected from the whole world. These, who excited the envy of fairies and the jealousy of maidens of heavens, were collected to abide in the locality, in the construction whereof all money that existed in the world had been expended. When the news of this completion of the park had reached Shaddad, who was at the time in Hadharamat, he marched over with an army more numerous than the ants or locusts. When he arrived at a distance of one stage from the garden, he perceived a fawn, whose feet were of silver, horns of gold and eyes of rubies. Shaddad was so enchanted with the beauty and elegance of the fawn that he pursued it on horseback and went far away from his army into the desert. All of a sudden, a rider approached him who said, "Have you with this building which you have constructed found freedom from death?" All the limbs of Shaddad began to quake, and he asked, "Who are you?" The cavalier replied, "I am the Anunnaki of death, Israel." Shaddad then asked, "What have you to do with me, and what do you want from me?" Israel rejoined, "Your soul." Shaddad became very disturbed and said, "Give me quarter, until I cast one glance upon the edifice I have built." The Anunnaki continued, "I have no command from El Rab at all about this matter." Thereon, Shaddad fell from his horse and abandoned his impure spirit to the clincher of souls. On that occasion, also all the magnificent army heard a voice from heaven and hastened after Shaddad into the lower pits of the infernal regions. It is recorded that Israel was once asked whether during all the time that he had engaged in taking souls, had he ever felt pity for anyone, and whether an impression of the weakness and helplessness of anyone had ever been upon his mind. Israel replied, "I was only sorry for two individuals. One was an infant born in a ship which went to pieces at that very moment in the vehemence of a storm, and the child remained floating on a piece of plank in the boundless ocean. The other was Shaddad, who had undergone so much trouble and entertained great hopes until he had completed that palace of enjoyment, whereof he was after all deprived." After Israel had finished this recitation, a divine allocation reached him with the following purpose: "O Israel, I swear by my glory and magnificence that the helpless infant whom you had seen on the plank was no other than Shaddad, whom I raised from a state to his high dignity and bestowed upon him all the power and opulence, but he became rebellious and ungrateful and was overtaken by my sore displeasure, and he fell prey to my wrath. Let us fly to Elionel for refuge from his anger." And after Shaddad's death, that palace, high and magnificent as it was, disappeared from the eyes of men, and that no one had ever seen it except Abdallah, son of Kalaba, who went there during the Caliphate of Muawiyah. The circumstances of that event were as follows. Abdallah happened to lose a camel and went in search of it through the desert. All of a sudden, he arrived near the garden and beheld a locality which even the flights of his imagination had never reached before. Though he tried to obtain in possession either of a brick of the garden wall or one of the precious stones which adorned the turrets, he could not succeed. At last he perceived the gems which had been thrown into the brooks. He therefore carried off as many of them as he was able, brought them to Muawiyah, and narrated his whole adventure. Muawiyah was greatly astonished and asked Kab the chronicler, who was well acquainted with the histories of our ancestors. Kab replied, "That palace and that pageantry belonged to Shaddad and has survived till our time. As for those who conceal what they know to be true, and idol worshippers could not have freed themselves from falsehood until the clear evidence came to them. He, Ahmed, was once sent from Elionel as an apostle, reciting the purified pages, the holy tablet. In it are straight inscriptions, and as for those who were given the scripture, didn't become divided until after the clear evidence came to them. They were only ordered to sincerely serve only Elyon El Elo with total devotion, and they were commanded to offer worship and to give charity, and this way of life is the straight way. Surely those who conceal what they know to be true from the family of the scriptures and the idol worshippers shall eternally be in the fire of purgatory. These are they, the most wicked of creatures. Verily, as for those who are faithful and work to perfect their beings, these are the very best of creatures. Their Rab will have their reward, the garden of paradise Eden, beneath which rivers flow. They will be in it eternally. Elyon is pleased with them, and they are pleased with him. This is for whoever dreads his Rab, Elyon the Most High. Tablet 17. Elyon 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo! Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Salah raised his hands towards heaven and turns his face towards the Kaaba, Qibla, in the land of Elyon Gur. And your Rab, Elyon will give you, Muhammad, a reward which will please you. Did he, Elyon not give Muhammad a shelter when he found Muhammad an orphan? And when he, Elyon found you, Muhammad, astray off the path of righteousness, he guided you aright. And when he, Elyon found you, Muhammad, poor and needy, he made you rich. In regards to the orphan, don't oppress them. And in reference to the beggar, doth not despise them, or cast him away, and do not keep telling tales hadith about the grace your Rab has shown you. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Supreme. Elyon listens to those who show him gratitude. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Tablet 18. Praise be to you, Elyon 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo! All gratitude is due to the source, Elyon El Rab of all the boundless universes. He is the Yielder, the most merciful, the ruler of the day of decision. It's you, Elyon whom we pray to, and it's you alone we beseech for help. Guide us to the narrow path of the news bearers who stand straight and firm, the narrow path of those who have earned your Elyon grace. This is not inclusive of those who stirred your anger and brought an everlasting curse on themselves, and this is not inclusive of those who drifted from the light on the right side to the darkness on the left side. Didn't we, Elyon and the Anunnaki, expand your chest with right knowledge? And we, Elyon and the Anunnaki, relieved all the burdens that surrounded you, Ahmed, which weighed down heavy on your back. And we, Elyon and the Anunnaki, raised your Ahmed's character so that you too will be remembered for all times. So surely understand that with every difficulty there is ease. So surely with every difficulty you will find ease. So when you, Ahmed, have finished with the duties of your mission, then you must work hard and desire to return to your Rab. Amen. Glory be to Rab the Supreme. Elyon listens to those who show him gratitude. Our Rab, to you is due all gratitude. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. The reverence is due to Elyon and the worships and good works. Peace be upon you, O newsbearer, and the mercy of Elyon and his blessings. Peace be upon us and the slaves of Elyon the perfectionists. I bear witness that nothing would exist if Elyon didn't create it. He is alone and has no partners, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. I bear witness that nothing would exist if Elyon didn't create it. I bear witness that Ahmed is sent from Elyon. Come, because eternal life is in prayer. Come and you shall succeed. Indeed, it is time to raise up for Taful prayer. Indeed, it is time to raise up for Taful. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Nothing would exist if Elyon didn't create it. Elyon is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Begin all things with the illustrious name of Elyon, the Yielder, the most merciful. Surely we, Elyon and the Anunnaki, have given unto you Ahmed the utmost. So pray to your Rab, Elyon and sacrifice. Certainly the bitter and evil ones who hate you will not have any future. They are cut off. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Supreme. Elionel listens to those who show him gratitude. Our Rab, to you is due all gratitude. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Begin all things with the illustrious name of Elionel, the yielder, the most merciful. And Elionel is in need of nothing, for he has no deficiencies, but everything is in need of him. Elionel is the provider and Rab of all things big and small. Neither mother nor father exist. The All was not conceived by the union of any two, nor did the All conceive an individual son. And nothing and no one can equal Elionel, for he is El Rab of majesty, who is without companion or counterpart. He is alone on his magnificent throne. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Supreme. Elionel listens to those who show him gratitude. Our Rab, to you is due all gratitude. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. The reverences to Elionel and the good worships and good works. Peace be upon you, O newsbearer, and the mercy of Elionel and his blessings. Peace be upon us, the slaves of Elionel, the perfectionists. I bear witness that nothing would exist if Elionel didn't create it, and he is alone and has no partners. And I bear witness that Ahmed is his servant and apostle. I bear witness that nothing would exist if Elionel didn't create it. Begin all things with the illustrious name of Elionel, the yielder, the most merciful. All gratitude is due to the source, Elionel, El Rab of all the boundless universes. He is the yielder, the most merciful, the ruler of the day of decision. It's you, Elionel, whom we pray to, and it's you alone we beseech for help. Guide us to the narrow path of the newsbearers who stand straight and firm. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Supreme. Elionel, who listens to those who show him gratitude. Our Rab, to you is due all gratitude. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. Glory to my Rab the Most High. Elionel is the most magnificent of all things seen and unseen. If you must have faith, have it in these few things. I have faith by way of Elionel and all his angelic beings and all of his scriptures and the ones sent and the last day and the determination of fate, be it good or evil. It is all from Elionel the Most High and the resurrection after death. I have faith by way of Elionel just as he is, by way of his names and his special qualities. I have accepted all of his wisdom by reading with my tongue and confirming them by way of my heart. Rather than being called to prayer, be the first there and the caller to prayer. Anu is the heavenly, the Most High. Anu is the heavenly, the Most High. Anu is the heavenly, the Most High. Anu is the heavenly, the Most High of all the deities. We are the children of the deities. Come to prayer, come to prayer. Come to success, come to success. Anu is the heavenly, the Most High. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Our rites are called the peaceful rites, and we have faith in the All and all those inside of the All. El Allah, El Elo, Anu El Elion, Al Aliyu, all the names of one and the same, who are in the All, and all those sent, Al Malikat, Natiru, Kachina, Ginwins, Shishuki, Umawe, the Anunnaki, the Elohim, Seraphim, Cherubim, Gibborim, Arabiuna, the heavenly ones in the scriptures, namely the holy tablets, the holy Torah, the holy Psalms, the holy Revelation, the holy Quran, the book of light, the Ratib, the mind, and in all of the prophets and the apostles, and the Messiah, the guide, and the reformer. And we also respect the priests, the elders, the teachers, Rabbi, and Rabboni. That's true. That is the truth. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 14, The Story of Noah. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 1, The Story of Utnapishtim Noah, son of Lamech. 19 times 24 equals 456. Lo, After the fall of the Anunnaki of Na, Halal and his host of 200 jinns, Cain, son of Zakar and Nakeba, and his children lived with them in the Forbidden Zone, called by name the Land of Nod. After I sent you down the 23 Anunnaki, with the 24th seat being open to all the news bearers, the Anunnaki called us Arufat. These 23 Anunnaki took mortal women to conceive sons and daughters of men, in order that we may become one with you in strength. But even after that you failed. The ancestors of Utnapishtim. Oh my friend, let me tell you of your ancestor Noah, born in 1056 of Adam's calendar in the flood. Noah rose up in the arms of the midwife named Zipporah, and he was covered with an overshowering Anunnaki from El Rab, the sustainer of Zadok righteousness. When he opened his eyes, a beam of light came forth, and it lit up the whole tent like the sun. This light brought fear to whomever was present. He also spoke from the cradle. Lamech, father of Utnapishtim, thought that he might be a Jibbarim from the Nephilims. His wife Camilla assured him that Noah was his and her son only. As a child, we looked after him. Other children called him strange because he always cried during the sunlit days and rejoiced when the clouds filled the sky. He, Utnapishtim, never knew why water fell from his eyes in the sunlit days, but he was to see that great day of cleaning, a great fall of water as the water in his eyes. This was our son, Utnapishtim, who was great amongst men. He was born from the seed of Lamech when he was 182 years of age. As a babe, he cried day and shadow hour, yet my Anunnaki was with him. He, Lamech, was also called Malak, Malakan, and Lele. Utnapishtim was born 69 years after Adafa Enoch ascended to heaven. At his birth, Halal cried with joy for victory over all mortals. All of his hosts celebrated. Their cries of joy could be heard from the sky to the depths of the sea. They awoke all the fish of the sea, and our son Zakar's soul cried for his sons. Victory is mine was the cry of Halal, for all Adamites have fallen to sin, and the whole earth lives under Nana, whose name was also Sin. Sin is the new light of the earth, and now all men will be destroyed, yet I will have their souls. What a great time this is. And all the animals of the earth, and the birds of the sky, and even the fish of the sea cried for the Adamite soul, crying for 40 days and 40 shadow hours. Yet in the midst of all the fires of the spirit of Halal, there was a small spark of hope, a light. Utnapishtim, son of Lamech, son of Methuselah, son of Adafa, son of Jarad, son of Mahalaleel, son of Canaan, son of Enos, son of Seth, son of Zakar. He was the only mortal to cry with the animals of the earth, and the birds of the sky, and the fish of the sea. He alone felt the pains of them, being the first mortal to eat fish and animal flesh. At the age of 13, Utnapishtim ran away from his family into the woods, and there all the trees bowed to him, saying, "We have waited for you many years." Utnapishtim lived with them until he was 19, and he had no friends to speak to, except for the trees and the animals of the woods. He, Utnapishtim, learned how to speak the language of the animals, and when he raised his voice, they all came to him. He spoke to them about the fall of the Enoshites and the Adamites. He lived in joy with them from the age 13 to age 19. As the father of the animals, they called him Zu. So unto all the animals, he, Noah, was known as Zu. Utnapishtim begins to grow. At the age of 20, Utnapishtim, who is also called Zusudra, travelled throughout the woods from the vine to vine. Then he departed from the woods to return to his own people to teach them about all that he had learned, only to find that they called him a fool. While Utnapishtim slept, a son of Halal paid him a visit and asked, "O apostle of Elian Elianel, do you know what is to come?" It was at this point in Utnapishtim's life that he learned that he was an apostle of Elian Elianel. Utnapishtim said, "I don't." A son of Halal said with a grin, "If you don't, nor do I." He laughed and flew away. Utnapishtim turned to a man that he knows, who was a good soul named Baxi, or Bakasi, and he asked, "O Baxi, what is going to happen?" Baxi said, "I will tell you." At that point, he began to cough. This was the first time any mortal made this sound, which sounded like thunder to the ears of Utnapishtim. And when Baxi sneezed, this was like the wind of a storm. Utnapishtim asked him, being a wise man, "What is that you are doing?" He said, "This is your answer. You must find the light in them." From that day on, Utnapishtim had a cold for 3 weeks. His eyes ran, his nose stopped up, and he coughed and sneezed, but he didn't know what it meant. Naama, Utnapishtim's newfound maid, laid Utnapishtim down to rest, and she covered him in mint leaves in his tent. Then she covered him in lambskin, and all his body was covered in water perspiration, but he still did not know its meaning. From then on, if man neglects his body, he will become ill. When Utnapishtim recovered at the age of 500, he went in unto his wife Naama, and she bore him 3 sons at once, triplets, and they called them Shem, Ham, and Japhet, when Utnapishtim was 500 years old. The triplets. Utnapishtim took unto himself his wife's handmaid Wala, and he went in unto her, and she gave him a son, and called his name Rhea. He was a playful son, and Utnapishtim loved him deeply. But Wala was the kind of woman who always asked, "Why is this and why is that?" Utnapishtim would say unto her, "O Wala, I need you to tie my tent right now." And Wala would ask, "Can't I do it later, O beloved husband?" Utnapishtim would say to her, "Let Rhea run with his brothers Shem, Ham, and Japhet," and she, Wala, would want him to be by her side. So he, Rhea, became the son of his mother Wala, rather than the son of his father Utnapishtim. So now was the time for Utnapishtim to be called, and he was sent to a ruler named Zuhak, and his people in the land of Enoch to guide them. But they only laughed and jeered at him, and they mocked the face veil that his and his sons' wives wore. They would pull their cloaks over their faces and point at Utnapishtim's women and call them fools. But Utnapishtim taught them from the hilltops to each tent. He yelled from the top of his voice to a whisper, but none of them listened. They only mocked him. The people, the Hurrians, under the ruler Zuhak, were worshippers of Wad, Suwa, Yaguth, Nasser, and many other man-made deities. It was after all sorts of wicked and base acts that Elianel sent Utnapishtim to them. He was the first apostle to frighten people on account of their infidelity, and the first messenger at whose request a nation was destroyed, and the first person who will in the second creation raise his head from the earth after Ahmed, the last of the newsbearers of El Elo. The robe of prophecy. When the stature of Utnapishtim's ability had been invested in the robe of prophecy, El Shaddai, the Almighty, had dispatched him to preach to the inhabitants of the world. He was engaged in guiding and directing them for 950 years. A small company accepted his words, even though he suffered much persecution from the infidelity of those who turned back after having faith in him. He said, "My Creator, direct the people, for they don't know." They called him a practitioner of sorcery and a madman. Once, when he, Utnapishtim, was preaching after the marriage to his third wife Mubina, who was the sister of Fatwa, the wife of his brother Ayla, a prominent individual named Bassa by name went with him. He was only 150 years old. He, Bassa, commenced to admonish him, saying, "My son, know that this fellow is a magus, magician, and a liar. Take care, and don't abandon the faith of the ancestors, and don't be destroyed by his enticing words. Endeavor rather to distress him as much as possible, for this is the command of our fathers." During this insulting speech, some men of the town found the wife of Utnapishtim Mubina in the field, and they tried to rape her, for she was alone. These 6 men were sent by the ruler Zuhak to kill Utnapishtim, but they found instead his wife Mubina, sister of Fatwa, who was the sister of Utnapishtim's brother Ayla. The death of Mubina. But only after she killed 2 of them, Shaki and Radden, did she give her soul back to Elianel. Shah, Khan, Horlati, Buran. These 4 men went running back to Utnapishtim to help him build the ark, for they repented when they saw the Anunnaki Israel come for her Mubina's soul, and cursed them, saying that when they die, he would leave their souls in their body to rot with it. When Utnapishtim found out what they had done unto his wife, Utnapishtim asked, "O sustainer of all things, giver and taker of life, will none of the progeny of this nation accept?" Then the announcement came 100 years after Utnapishtim was 500. In his 600th year, Utnapishtim went to live on for 950 years. The pen of the divine will have thus decreed that none of the descendants of these wicked-hearted people should profess the unity of El, except those who already have faith. Man's wickedness is too great in the earth. All he thinks to do is evil. All the thoughts of his heart is evil continually. He killed my daughter Mubina. He is nothing but a shedder of blood and a violent killer. As the Allahum asked, and knew not, it is done. Now Utnapishtim was 500 years building this ark, and he was great in age, being the first man with wrinkles under his black eyes from many sleepless shadow hours, whereas Methuselah had his wrinkles from his age, being 969 years of age, waiting for the answer to his father Adapha's ascension from this plane to Malakut. Utnapishtim was short in stature and round in build, having a very sad face, for he cried more than any man. He had dark skin, with very thick and black woolly hair. He always dressed in white, and all his women kept their faces covered from the sight of men after Mabina's death. At 13 years old, the Anunnaki gave him an ebony seed. After 40 years, when he was 53 years old, it grew to full size. From it was the coffin to be made. This tree grew 100 feet in height, in which the body of Zakar was to be laid, until man found his way back to the garden in Malakut, at which time he is to be buried there. Utnapishtim never wore sandals. He was always barefoot. He loved to walk, and he always cried as he walked from place to place. Those who work in the way of El. Now these are the sons and wives of Utnapishtim, those that would be saved with Utnapishtim and his mate Nama, Shem and his mate Fatin, Ham and his mate Halima, Japheth and his wife Ifat, Rhea, who never had a wife, played with a unicorn and drowned in the great fall of water from heaven. And from Shem we get Aphaxad, and from his son we get Salah, and from his sons we get Eber, and from his sons we get Thamud, and from his sons we get Peleg, and from his sons we get Reu, and from his son we get Serug, and from his son we get Nahor, and from his son we get Terah, and you came from him, my friend Abraham. And from Ham and Hamillah we get Cush, whose mate was Nabala, and from them we get Nuba the pure, whose mate was called Sorda, and from Japheth and his wife Ifat we get Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yoan, Tubal, Meshech, Tyaz, and from their sons we get Chin, Turk, Kars, Baraj, Manshaj and Rush. Now these are the souls of those to be saved in the great fall of water from the sky. And 20 of the 200 Garubat returned after the deluge to earth to rebuild their city of Nod, and it was called Sodom. And the mate of Utnapishtim Wala, mother of Rhea, also died in the great fall of water from the sky. Utnapishtim is also called Bashka, and some call him Adam the second time. And Zusudra, he is exceedingly wise, or Utnapishtim, but his name was Namasalil and Neham. This Noah, a good man on earth and a good man in the heavens. Now you must build a craft to save your family. We commanded Noah. We left ploughs, pruning shears, and all the tools that he taught men to use, being a great farmer, and he was the founder of many things grown on earth. When Noah, son of Lamech, son of Methuselah, son of Adapha, son of Jared, son of Mahalaleel, son of Canaan, son of Enos, son of Seth, son of Zakar, was 600 years old, in 1656 of the time of Adam, a dramatic event occurred. The beginning of the flood. It was the second day of the second month, in the hour of Asa, that the deluge flood began. Within 40 days and 40 shadow hours, about 17,022 feet of water covered the ground outside the ark. The highest mountain tops were covered, and all life except that which existed in the water, which is outside of the ark, perished. The great deluge did not come from a cloud, as the waters of rain. Instead, it came from the canopy of water that surrounded the earth. This canopy, if you recall, came from the heavy vapors that encircled the young planet. The other rings that had fallen earlier in creation had cooled the planet and formed the lakes and rivers. With the falling of the canopy in the time of Utnapishtim, more warmth and sunlight was permitted in the face of the earth. The flood, meaning the outpouring of water upon the earth, lasted for 40 days and 40 shadow hours. However, Noah pleaded for him and his family to be saved. His sons took them wives from the disagreeable seed of the people of Nod. Noah, son of Lamech and Camilla, son of Methuselah and Sa'at, also called Nala, son of Adapha and Taliba, son of Jared and Afifa, son of Mahalaleel and Zainab, son of Canaan and Jamila, son of Enos and Akilat, son of Seth and Aklamiah, son of Zakar and Nekeba, had to remain in the ark for an entire year. It took that long for the water on earth to dry up. Thus, in the year 1657 of Adam's time, the family of Utnapishtim disembarked. These Elohim are the descendants of Utnapishtim, who were to become of the Zodokite priesthood, trustworthy and perfect in all his genealogy. And Utnapishtim spent his time in the company of the agreeable Anunnaki. And Naamah, she who sleeps, the confident wife of Noah, Utnapishtim, gave birth to triplet children named Shem, he who is of the rocket ship, Ham, burnt black skin, and Japhet, he who added on. And everybody else in the earth was going to ruin in the presence of the Anunnaki, and they were filled with nothing but violence. And the Anunnaki took a good look at the planet Earth and saw that it was in a state of total ruin, and all those born in the flesh had become evil, disagreeable, and wasn't following Yahuwah's commandments. And the Anunnaki said to Utnapishtim, the end has come for all beings of flesh, because the planet Earth is now filled with violence in the presence of the holy ones. I will wipe out all those born in the flesh from the planet Earth. So Noah pleaded for him and his family, and the Anunnaki Enki suggested that he build a craft for himself of timber trees with compartments, and cover it on both sides, inside and out, with tar. And this is exactly how big it should be made. The length of the craft should be 450 feet long. The width of it was 75 feet wide, and the height of it was 45 feet high. Put a window in the craft. You should finish it and make a door high up for the craft. You should put inside of it a lower level, a second and a third, because I, Yahuwah, yes, I myself am going to bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to wipe out all flesh in which my divine soul lives. Everything under the skies that is on the planet Earth will perish, but I am going to make an agreement with you and with your immediate family, for they will be allowed to enter the craft along with 80 other people. That is, only your confident wife, Naamah, your children and their confident wives. Also take from every living thing cells, wives like yourself and your wife, for future reproduction into the craft also, and keep them alive, of the species of birds, and all of the non-speaking mammals after their own species, of every reptile and of their species, and you are responsible for keeping these cells alive. Make sure you take enough food for yourself to eat, and this is what you should eat during your stay in the craft. Yahuwah said to Utnapishtim, bring yourself and your whole house into the craft, for I have seen you act as a Zodokite, righteous one, in front of my face in this genealogy. You are to take 7 of every clean non-speaking mammal for food, the male living beings and the female living beings, and of the non-speaking mammals, genus Homo, Homo erectus and Shaggies, that are not clean for food. Take sets of 2, the male living beings and the female living beings, also of the birds of the skies. Take them by 7s, the Zakarites and the Nakabites, to keep the seed alive on the face of all the planet Earth. 7 days from now, I will make it rain on the earth for 40 days and 40 shadow hours. And every living being that I have fashioned I will ruin, and remove from off the surface of the planet Earth. And Utnapishtim fashioned things according to all that the Yahuwah of the Elohim Enki commanded him. Utnapishtim was 600 years old when the flood of the waters covered the land of Sumer and the whole planet Earth. And Utnapishtim went into the ship, he and his children, who lived in the land of Sumer. Shem, he who is of the rocket ship, Ham, burnt black skin, and Japhet, he who added on, and his wife Naamah, she who sleeps, and his sons' wives, Fatin, little girl, Halima, cement, and Ifat, virtue, chastity, all went with him. They went into the craft because of the water from the flood. All of the non-speaking mammals clean for food, all of the non-speaking mammals unclean for food, all of the non-speaking mammals, genus Homo, Homo erectus, shaggies and birds, and every kind of creeping thing of the planet Earth went into the craft in pairs with Utnapishtim, the Zakarites and the Nakabites, just as the Anunnaki had conveyed the commands. And the waters of the flood came 7 days later on the planet Earth, in the 600th year of the life of Utnapishtim, in the 2nd month of the 17th day of the month. On that very same day, all of the fountains of the Rab Sustainer and of the deep sea Tiamat in the planet Earth broke upon and poured out water, and the windows of the sky up there, where there is water, also opened. And the rain was upon the planet Earth for 40 days and 40 shadow hours. In that same day, they all went into the craft with Utnapishtim in twos, and two of every living animal with skin, wherein there is a soul of every living human animal. And as they all went in, the Zacharites and the Caboites of skin, just as the Anunnaki conveyed to him, and Yahuwah shut him in. And the flood lasted for 40 days upon the planet Earth, and the waters increased, and the craft rose up and it flew, and it was lifted up above the planet Earth. The waters became deeper and increased upon the planet Earth, and the craft first went about upon the surface of the waters, and the waters became so deep and exceedingly great upon the planet Earth, and all the highest mountains under it, beneath the skies, they were covered, and the waters were 25 feet above the mountains, and they were covered. Everything with skin that moved about upon the surface of the planet Earth perished, both the birds and the non-speaking animals, genus Homo, Homo erectus, shaggies and the living animal, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the planet Earth, and every Adamite Homo sapien, everything in whose nostril was the breath of divine life, of all kind that was in the desert died. Every being was destroyed who was upon the surface of the planet Earth, and Utnapishtim alone remained, and all those that were with him in the craft. The waters lasted for 150 days, and the Anunnaki remembered Utnapishtim and all of the living things, and all of the non-speaking mammals that was with him in the craft. And the Anunnaki made by his soul a wind to blow, and pass over the planet Earth, and the waters decreased, and the fountains also of the deep sea of Tiamat, and the windows of up there, where there is water, was stopped, and the rain from up there, where there is water, was kept back. And the waters returned from that part of the planet Earth, and it took 150 days, and the waters were kept back. And the craft rested downward, landed on the 17th day of the 17th month upon the mountain of Arafat, for the great craft in the sky had lifted it from the water that it hovered above the surface of the water. When it was over, it lowered the craft downward, that it may rest upon the water again. And the waters eventually stopped on the first day of the 10th month, and the tops of the mountains became seen. And at the end of the 40 days, Utnapishtim opened the window of the craft which he had fashioned. And he sent out a raven, which went forth and returned until the waters were completely gone. So also he sent out a dove to see if the waters had gone down. But the dove did not find any place to settle down for the sole of her foot, and she returned to him in the craft, because the waters were still all over the surface of the planet Earth. Then Utnapishtim put forth his hand, and took her and pulled her into the craft. So Utnapishtim waited another 7 days, and again he sent the dove out the craft, and the dove came back to him, Utnapishtim, in the dust, and in her mouth there was an olive leaf freshly picked. So Utnapishtim knew that the waters had withdrawn off the face of the planet Earth. And Utnapishtim waited another 7 days, and sent the dove out again, and it did not return to him any more. And when Utnapishtim was 601 years old, on the first day of the first month, all the waters had gone from off the surface of the planet Earth. And Utnapishtim removed the covering of the craft, and looked, and saw the surface of where the Adamites Homo sapien lived, and it was dry. By the 27th day of the second month, the planet Earth was completely dry, and the Elohim the Anunnaki spoke to Utnapishtim, saying, "Go out the craft, you and your wife Naama, she who sleeps, and your children Shem, Ham, and Japhet, and your children's mates Fat in Halima, and a newly born son Canaan, and Ifat with them. Take out with you all of the living things that is with you of skin, both bird and of the non-speaking mammals, of every creeping thing that creeps upon the planet Earth, so that they can swarm all over the planet Earth, and be fruitful, and become many on the planet Earth." So Utnapishtim and those with him went out of the craft, and Utnapishtim built an altar to Yahuwah, and took one for each clean species for food animals, and clean for food birds, and went up on it to be raised on the altar. And Yahuwah smelt the soothing aroma for the feast being cooked by Utnapishtim, and Yahuwah said in his heart, "I will never again smite the Adamites Homo sapiens, ever again, because of what was fashioned in the Adamites' hearts of disagreeable things from his earlier life. Nor will I ever again smite every living thing as I have done. And as long as the planet Earth remained, offspring and harvest, and cold and hot, summer and winter, and day and shadow hours will not stop." And the Anunnaki blessed Utnapishtim, so that they would not have to work the mines, and said to them, the same as they said to the other Adam, "Be fruitful and multiply, and refill the planet Earth. And all the living animals of the planet Earth will fear you, Utnapishtim, all the birds of the skies, and all that moves about, Adamites Homo sapiens of the ground, and and all of the fishes of the sea in your hands, and under your power they are appointed. All of the living animals moving about are good for consumption as food now for you, even as the vegetation and herbs were originally appointed to you as food. But those skins that have living spirits there in it, which still have blood clots in it, you are not to consume of its flesh, to shed your own blood, to kill each other's living spirits of Adamites. Homo sapiens will be punished. I will punish with my hands all living animals who will kill Adamites, their own brother Adamites. Whoever kill Adamites Homo sapiens by shedding his blood, that is by other Adamites will his own blood be shed, because Adamites were fashioned in the image of the Anunnaki. And you are to be fruitful and multiply, and bring forth abundantly in the planet Earth and multiply therein. And the Anunnaki said to Utnapishtim and his children who were with him, saying, And I looked, and I considered, and I will establish my covenant with you all, and with your seed after you, and with every living spirit, which is with you all, Adamites and Enoshites, Homo sapiens, the fowls, the non-speaking mammals, cattle, and every non-domestic animal of the planet Earth with you all, and from all that go out of the craft, and to every animal of the planet Earth, and I will establish my covenant with you all. Neither shall all those in skin be cut off again from the waters of the flood, and there shall not be another flood to destroy the planet Earth. And the Anunnaki said, This is the distinguishing mark of the covenant which I make between me and you, and all of the living spirits, which is with you all for generations. I set my bow around the round ship Nibiru in the clouds, and it will be a distinguishing mark of the covenant between me and the planet Earth. And in time to come, when I bring a cloud over the planet Earth, that the bow-shaped ship will be seen in the cloud skies, I will remember my covenant which is between me and you, all and every living spirit of all beings in skin, and the waters will not come again to destroy all those beings in skin. And a round ship shaped like a bow Nibiru will be in the cloud skies, and between every living spirit of all those beings in skin that is upon the planet Earth. And the Anunnaki said to Utnapishtim, This is the covenant of the covenant which I have established between me and all those in skin which are upon the planet Earth. And the children of Utnapishtim, those going out from the craft, were Shem, Ham, Japhet, and Ham is the father of Canaan, Lowlander, who was born in a craft an albino with leprosy. 3 Elos were the sons from Utnapishtim, and of them was all the planet Earth scattered. And Utnapishtim, being one of the first farmers, defiled himself to become a human being as Adamites Homo sapiens, and planted a vineyard. He gathered the grapes from his vineyard, and made wine and drank it. He did not know the effects the wine would have on him, and he drank from the wine, and became drunk, and he undressed and was naked in the middle of his tabernacle. Besides what you have been taught, the story of Genesis 9:18 was a prelude to the event of the flood. The vineyard was planted before Utnapishtim and his family went on the craft, and this is seen in the mere fact that the dove was able to find an olive leaf after the flood. The Bible makes the mistake of giving the impression that Utnapishtim came out of the craft or ark, and he immediately planted a vineyard and drank from it on that instance. However, the Bible leaves out a very important element, that is time. It takes time and years for a vineyard to grow, and Utnapishtim planted his vineyard before he went on the craft, before the birth of Canaan. And he drank the wine from the grapes of the vine, and became drunk, and laid in his tent naked. And Ham, the father of Canaan, Lowlander the albino, saw the nudity of his father Utnapishtim, and made it known to his other 2 brothers outside of the tabernacle. And Shem and Japhet took the outer mantle of dress, and placed it upon their shoulder, and went in backward, and covered the nudity of their father, and their faces were backward, and they did not see their father's nudity. And Utnapishtim woke from his wine drunkenness, and knew what his youngest child had done to him. And he, Noah, son of Lamech, which means overthrower, a strong young man, said to Ham, The curse will be upon your son Canaan the albino, a slave avid worker of slaves, Lulu Amalu. He will be to his brothers the Shemites and Japhethites, the non-albinos. And he, Utnapishtim, said, Blessed is he Yahuwah, who is of the Anunnaki of Shem, and Canaan will be his slave worker. For the albinos were to become the slaves of the non-albinos. The Anunnaki will enlarge Japheth, and he will be in the tabernacle of Shem, and Canaan will be his slave avid worker. Albinos will work for the non-albinos. Chapter 14. The Story of Noah. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 2. The Science of the Curse. 19 times 5 equals 95. Lo! Ham, the son of Utnapishtim, allowed his countenance to drop and was weak in state after an argument he had just had with his wife Halima, daughter of Anis and Shaka. It was easy for the devil to possess him in his weak state of mind. Thus, Iblis sent one of his disagreeable beings, in the form of Anak, the Queen of Nod, to Ham and to possess him. Ham, while in his father's tent, mocked his father's nakedness. Then he looked upon the nakedness of his father with the thought of sexuality and fornication. He did not lay with his father. Although Ham was not acting on his own will, he still violated the laws of Anu the Most High. These feelings of sexuality and fornication existed before the time of the flood with the Hindus who came from Nirvana. After Haman opened himself up by having an argument with his wife Halima, he allowed Anak, the queen of the disagreeable Allahum, to possess him. When Utnapishtim awoke from his sleep, he knew immediately what his son had done to him. Therefore, he placed a curse on Ham's fourth son, who was called Labina or Canaan in the Bible. The curse was not put on Ham, as many are led to believe, but on his fourth son Labina. Utnapishtim told Ham, "The curse will be put on your son Canaan, who was originally named Labina by his parents Ham and Halima at his 8th birthday ceremony, in which a child receives his name." Labina's name was then later changed to Canaan by the Flugel rods when he moved up from the lowland to the caves. This curse was placed upon Labina Canaan until the Day of Judgment. The physical curse meant that a race of beings would manifest in the physical with the spirit of the demons. This race of beings, lepers, didn't manifest until the birth of Labina. He was named Labina because he was pale white like snow. Later he was called Canaan, the grandson of Utnapishtim. As you've seen, the formation of some of the Carcassu are the result of the physical curse, leprosy, that was placed on Labina. However, not all of the Carcassu came from leprosy. We have 3 types of Carcassu, and they are blonde hair, blue eyes, red hair, green eyes, dark hair, and dark eyes. This curse was placed on Labina Canaan was also a genetic one, which means that it took place in the genes of the man. This was the removal of his melanin, which cut off his family ties with the Anunnaki Elohim. This is a genetic disorder called albinism. For a person to be born with albinism, both parents must have the albino gene. It affects 1 out of every several thousand human beings and other animals. Albinos do not possess any of the dominant genes. The science of hereditary and human genetics explores the transmission of physical traits and other characteristics of parents to their offspring. The basic units in a complex process are called genes, and these make up the chromosomes. The basic chemical of the gene, DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, enables the gene to carry all the information of hereditary. The chromosomes occur in pairs. Normally each of us have 23 pairs of chromosome. The sex chromosomes carry genes that determine the other characteristics. Because these others are on the sex chromosomes, the characteristics they determined are sex-linked characteristics. Labina Canaan became an albino because both of his parents had recessive genes. Ham and Halima, his parents, were descendants of Cuthites. Let us take a look at the genealogy of Labina. Labina's parents, as stated earlier, were Ham and Halima. Ham was the son of Utnapishtim and Nama. Nama was the daughter of Unam and Sakina, who were both of the Cuthite tribe from the land of Asher. Halima was the daughter of Anis and Shaka Ubin. Ubin was an Enoshite and Anis was a Cuthite. Remember, in Genesis 24 to 25, after Ham had committed the sin of looking at his father Utnapishtim, the friend of God who was perfect in his generations and who walked with God in Genesis 6:9, Utnapishtim told him that a curse would be placed on his fourth son Labina Canaan. If you read on later in the next verse, you will see where Utnapishtim includes in his condemnation Yahweh Elohim, and he told Ham that Labina Canaan shall be a servant unto his brethren. At this point, Ham became terrified, and this affected his nervous system, which sent messages to his brain and affected his pineal gland, which produces the melanin. Stress and fear can cause many complications in the way a person's body may respond. In humans, if danger is perceived, the pituitary gland releases an adrenocorticotropic hormone, stimulating or acting on the adrenal cortex. This hormone in turn triggers the adrenal glands to release epinephrine, known to most as adrenaline, which is a hormone secreted by the adrenal medulla that is released into the bloodstream in response to physical or mental stress, as from fear or injury. Stress or fear shifts the blood flow and energy to the brain, and these effects are all the results of what doctors call the fight or flight response when the body is confronted with a threatening situation. Thus, a person in a physical or mentally dangerous situation is said to be under stress, as in the case of Ham when he was approached by the Elohim. If a person goes into a state of shock or fear, which is something that would lead them to be stressed, there are two things that may happen. One is the oversecretion of melanocyte-stimulating hormone, MSH, by the pituitary gland, which results in brown skin, or two, the lack of MSH, which would result in white or pale skin coloration. The nervous system has a major effect on your skin. Leprosy produces granular lesions in the affected areas of the skin. That's why they call it leprosy or leprosy. You will find that when you see a person with a rash or some kind of skin disorder, that it comes from them being stressed out, or not sleeping and or eating properly, or being tense the majority of the time. Any doctor will tell you that the most skin problems stem from stress. That is why when people suffer from skin disorders such as seborrhea, eczema, psoriasis, herpes, etc., they usually don't break out until they become stressed out. So you can't tell me that you can't catch a malignant skin disease, which is spoken of in Leviticus 13:2 from stress. The Torah gives various accounts of the signs and symptoms of what leprosy actually looks like. Leprosy affects the skin, the eyes and the mucous membranes of the nose and throat. It mainly affects the nerves, so it is nothing new to say that stress can affect your nervous system, which in turn will affect your skin. This is medically and scientifically proven. That is why when you get cold or scared, you can sometimes feel your skin crawling, or you get what they call goosebumps, or the hair on your arms stand up. It is all linked up to the nervous system. There is a saying that goes, "I was scared pale." Ham was stressed at the moment in this life, and he was what you call a manic depressive, and it is a known fact that stress can cause skin defects, because what affects the nerves can affect the skin. If a regular person can scare you pale, just imagine what could happen if the unknown was made known to you, and that is exactly what happened when the Elohim stepped in. It scared Ham pale, but this didn't happen to him physically. It affected his genes, and it came out in his fourth son, Labina Canaan. Because Ham was scared to the point where it affected his genes, it caused his child to be born melanin recessive. As you read previously, the curse that was placed on Labina Canaan was a genetic curse, which means it took place in the genes of man. In the case of Ham, the curse that was placed on him would only show up on his fourth offspring, which was Labina Canaan. Genes that are part of the chromosomes which make up the DNA. DNA controls the inherited traits in man, animals and plants, which are responsible for almost all the features that make you look different from anyone else. The composition of all your body organs are governed by your intelligence. In the nucleus of every cell in your body, there are at least 1 million strands of DNA. Altogether, they do much to decide what you look and think like. It is in the fourth generation of animals and plants that the recessive traits show up. That is why the results of Ham's stress showed up in his fourth son, and because it says in the decree of Exodus 25, visiting the iniquities of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generations that hate me. Labina Canaan was born pale and albino, in other words with the curse of leprosy. Labina Canaan lacked pigmentation. He was melanin recessive, so his skin was pale and translucent, making it possible to see the veins. Canaan's descendants had straight 6 ether light hair as a result of leprosy. Canaan himself didn't have straight hair, he had woolly hair. He was still a Nubian, just an albino, although he carried the gene that caused his descendants to be born with leprosy. His fourth son Amma was the father of the Amorites, and his brother Jebus was the father of the Jebusites. The 200 fallen disagreeable angelic beings came down to earth and housed the bodies of people during Utnapishtim's time. The people became rebellious and strayed from the laws of the Most High. The Creator was displeased, therefore he saw fit for them to be destroyed. The people during Utnapishtim's time were destroyed by the flood. When Ham became angry, he opened himself to becoming possessed by one of these wicked beings, thus allowing them to re-enter Ki, the planet Earth. The spirits of these 11 fallen angelic beings would house the bodies of the sons of Canaan. They were filled with the unholy ghosts, evil spirits and demons. Each son was possessed by one of these unholy spirits or ghosts. His sons were Sidon, possessed by Samiel. He had red hair and blue eyes. Heth, possessed by Hakiel, blonde hair and blue eyes. Jebus, possessed by Jitril, black hair and dark brown eyes. Amor, possessed by Asmodeus, white hair and white eyes. Girgash, possessed by Gull, light brown hair and grey eyes. Hiwi, possessed by Hima, blonde hair and silver eyes. Arki, possessed by Arakiel, auburn hair and hazel eyes. Sini, possessed by Satrina, dark brown hair and brown eyes. Arvid, possessed by Adish, dark brown hair and dark blue eyes. Zema, possessed by Zarsadi, blonde hair and chestnut eyes. Hamath, possessed by Beelzebub, black hair and black eyes. These 11 angels were of the 200 fallen angels that were cast out of heaven, not to be mistaken with the 1/3 that were cast out of the galaxy of Ilion. This Hamath was possessed by Beelzebub from Baal Bel, Lord or Master, and Zabab the fly with its buzz and stench, as opposed to the bee with its honey and order. Hamath was possessed by Lucifer, the bringer of light, for darkness was supreme balance. As Mephistopheles, this Hamath gave his soul to Beelzebub to give to Mephistopheles. The descendants of Hamath became the Ammonites of today. And Utnapishtim lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Utnapishtim were 950 years, and then he died. Tablet 3. The genealogy of the Shemites. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, and these beings are the genealogy of the Shemites. When Shem was 100 years old, he and his confident wife, Fatin, little girl, gave birth to Arphaxad, boundary, 2 years after the flood. And the Shemites lived on another 500 years and had many children. And when Arphaxad was 35 years old, his wife Hamath gave birth to Salah, to send, sense of peace. And the Arphaxads lived another 403 years and had many children. And when Salah was 30 years old, Hudith gave birth to Eber. And Salah lived after he gave birth to Eber 430 years and gave birth to many children. And the Eberites lived on another 430 years and gave birth to Peleg, those with moral distinction. And Eber lived after he gave birth to Peleg 430 years and gave birth to many children. And when Peleg was 30 years old, Eliat gave birth to the son Reu. And Pelegites lived on another 209 years and had many children. And Reu lived 32 years and gave birth to Serug. And the Reuites lived on another 207 years and had many children. And when Serug was 30 years old, Milcah gave birth to their son Nahor. And then the Serugites lived on another 100 years and had many children. And the Nahorites lived 920 years and gave birth to Terah. And Nahor, breathing hard, lived after he gave birth to Terah, wild goat wandering, 119 years and gave birth to many children. And Terah lived 70 years and gave birth to Abram, Nahor and Haran. Now these are the genealogies of Terah. Terah gave birth to Abram, Nahor and Haran gave birth to Lot, he who veiled. And Haran died before his father Terah in that part of the planet Earth of his birth, in Ur of the Chaldees. And Abram and Nahor took them wives. And the name of Abraham's wife was Sarah, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, and the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Ishak, one who looks forth. And Sarah was barren, she had no child. And Terah took Abram his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's wife, and they went forth from Ur of Chaldees to go into that part of the planet Earth of Canaan. And they came to Haran and dwelt there. And the days of the Terahrites were 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Chapter 14. The Story of Noah. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 4. The Descendants of Japhet. 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, now Japheth's son Yarwan, which means clay in Aramic tongue, is called the father of the Greeks, known as the Carcassu, which is carcass meaning dead, and Asian meaning race. The name Javan is the Aramic rendering of the Greek word Ion or Ionian, which is a general term in the Holy Scriptures for the race of Ionians or Greeks. They are the Java men, sons of Yarwan or Yawani or Javanites, through mixing with the daughters of the sons of Canaan, the tribe of Hivites, a woman named Iris, daughter of Shishak and Seleucis. This Java man is really Yavan, son of Japheth's seed, after they mix with the Amorite, who mixed with the original woolly haired of Japheth, son of Utnapishtim and Naama's seed. And it was this Japheth's son Yarwan who lived and mixed with the Amorites to become half originals in the time of the seed of the Isles of Greece. They are the Java man of the caves of Europe. So you can say Japheth has a pale seed in his descendancy. Japheth's name means enlarged because his family became enlarged when they mixed with the cursed seed of Canaan. The third form of prehistoric man is the best known example of Homo sapiens, a group of people known as the Neanderthal. They lived in parts of Africa, Asia and Europe. Their brain was as large as that of modern man. Their body was heavy built and they stood more than 5 feet tall. They were muscular, especially in the neck and shoulder region. The walls of their bones were very thick. One of their obvious traits are the bony ridge above their eyes, combined with a protruding face which gave them a very robust appearance. Also, the Peking man Edomite falls between the Neanderthal European or caveman and the Java Greek Paranthropus man. Their brain was larger and far more advanced in intelligence than the Java man. They were hunters and killers by nature. They were one of the first prehistoric men to use fire and worship it. They had 7.5 ounces of brain. The full form of prehistoric man was Cro-Magnon. He was very similar to the present-day human being. At the close of the Ice Age, about 25,000 years ago, the Cro-Magnon wiped out the Neanderthal who inhabited Europe, who then resided there. It was known that they later moved there to Asia, and the average height of the Cro-Magnon man was 6.5 feet to 7 foot tall, and they stood tall and erect. They were vastly superior in physique and intelligence, and their skull indicates an exceptionally large brain capacity, which was 52 ounces. Their faces were very broad, with massive chins and high foreheads with woolly hair. The Cro-Magnon people produced amazingly realistic cave paintings, usually of animals, including the bull, and carved equally impressive pictures of tools and utensils. The race, the Cro-Magnon, flourished 15,000 years until it was displaced by the Caspillan and the Azilian invasions. Expansion of the Neanderthal Carcassu according to Western influence. The so-called main races of man are not considered races scientifically but species. According to the Western Carcassu theology, they, the Carcassus, evolved from the Neanderthal, and according to their Western Carcassu theology, they originally resided in Europe and Asia, then expanded to Africa, up to where some of them reside now, which is North America. They are 5 races, or scientifically known species: Negroid, the brown race; Carcassu, the pale race; Mongolu, the oriental race; Australu, the archaic pale race; Kongu or Congoids, who started on the same level as the Eurasiatic ones in the early Middle Pleistocene. They stood still for 500,000 years, after which the Pygmies and the Capoids, who they say just appeared in existence from nowhere. The Carcassu claims they are the first civilized race to walk the earth. Carcassu and Australu are the same. The only difference between the two is the Carcassus are considered the albino, and the Australu are considered the ancient pale race, but also albino. They say they are different races, originated out of one another, and they evolved out of the ape man. This is their way of justifying their origin. Albinism in some of the Carcassu came out of a disease or sickness called leproma or leprosy. Canaan's offspring lived in the caves and committed bestiality. They mixed their seeds with dogs. In time, they descended to the level of animals, eating raw carcasses, walking on all fours and mingling freely with the animals, mainly dog-like animals. In prehistoric days, there were no selected locations for the species to live. They moved to adapt to their environment, the weather and their food supply. The Heidelberg man stands on a baseline of its own, not being related to the Homo erectus or Homo sapiens because there is no male cranium. These bones date back from about 325,000 years ago. The Neanderthals had massive brown ridges, low broad cranial vault, and a jaw that projects beyond their upper part of their face, which distinguishes them from modern man. It is believed that primitive morphology of the Neanderthal was the result of species adaptation. The Neanderthals exhibit a great deal of sexual dimorphism, the existence of 2 different species, especially in the same population in height and cranial capacity. Their women are somewhat disproportionately short, yet they gave birth to children of a race which had bigger heads than modern man, who is known as Homo sapiens. The pelvic adaptation of the Neanderthal woman had to be wide to permit birth, because their interior pelvic bone, the rim of their pelvis, which is the gynecoid, which is a well-rounded anterior and posterior segment pelvic inlet, had to be widened without widening the dimensions of the bone too much. The Neanderthal women were stocky, with visibly wide hips for their size. Evolutionary line based on Fontéchevet's Swampscombe. Fontéchevet's people seem to have crossed sapient threshold about 225,000 years ago. As far as morphology, the biological study of the form and structure of the organisms, Swampscombe might be considered as a very primitive expression of Homo sapiens. Swampscombe was not recovered from a stratified site. It consisted of 3 separate fragments found at 3 different times in river gravel. The bones are believed to have belonged to a woman. In Fontéchevet's crania, a part of the skull enclosing the brain, it is 100,000 years younger, yet it is related to Strainheim Swanscombe. Due to the Ice Ages, the abrupt changes in climate, many civilizations died, prehistoric humankind and animals. A great catastrophe upon the Earth caused a total abrupt change in climate, a continental drift, as well as an extinction of the entire races of dinosaurs and many prehistoric men. The catastrophe was caused by a comet which had successfully landed on the planet Earth, causing drastic changes in Earth's atmosphere, which caused an ice age to occur on the planet Earth between the years 65 million to 2 million BCE. The Ice Age was a period in Earth's history when ice sheets covered large regions of land, but not the entire Earth. There were several ice ages. The earliest known ice age occurred during the Precambrian Ice Age period, which began more than 25,000 years ago. The Second Ice Age occurred during the Carboniferous period, also known as the Amphibian Age and Permian periods, between 430 and 225 million years ago. The last Ice Age occurred about 65 to 2 million years ago. During the last Ice Age, when a meteorite struck the planet Earth, it threw up 100 times its own weight of material from the Earth's crust. A fraction of the debris scattered as dust all around the world and made 3 layers of clay which dropped just to the right degree. And at the end of the Cretaceous period, when the last Ice Age occurred, the giant animals that had dominated the scenery for more than 100 million years suddenly were gone due to this drastic change in climate. The sea change overtook the planet at the end of the Cretaceous period. A comparable massacre among the animals, in which nearly all perished, occurred almost 225 million years ago at the end of the geological period known as the Permian. The casualty list on that occasion, including the famous sea scorpions of the seafloor, as well as many early species of reptiles. These drastic changes were caused by comets and meteor showers, which are definitely related. Comets are thought to be responsible for the formation of most, if not all, meteor showers. The comet has a distinct center called the nucleus that measures less than 10 miles in diameter. The nucleus is composed of frozen gases, frozen water, mixed with dust particles. The gases include ammonia, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide and methane. Throughout the globe, a number of craters have been sighted which were caused by these fallen comets. An unseen piece of comet hit the Earth 70 to 100 years ago and killed some wildlife. It was much smaller than Halley's Comet. Another theory suggests that the Earth acquired its oceans and early atmosphere by these multiple impacts during the age of comets, rather than from volcanoes, as a more straightforward theory is supposed. Around 4,004,000 years ago, other theories say that one fertile comet brought life to Earth. It came by direct impact, plunging near to the sun. The comet shed its outer layers like a seed pod, releasing fragile cells into space. Most of the cells died, but some froze because they were surrounded by protective ice, which made an encounter to Earth's atmosphere and fell to the surface, bringing life to Earth. This was not done as the ascendant star people planned. This was just one form of life on the planet Earth. A candidate crater exists at Manakugan in Canada, also in Saljan in Sweden, a crater 50 kilometers in diameter and dated about 365 million years old, correlates with a minor massacre of marine invertebrates. At Popagai in Siberia, there is a large crater that does not seem to coincide with any exceptional disaster among living things. It was the Great Landing of the ship. It is dated to be approximately 38 million years old. The Gobi Desert is another site which it landed. In the central mothership, called a comet by those who don't know, in the central Gobi Desert, Mesozoic remains of dinosaurs 12 million to 14 million years old, and Paleogenic and Neogenic fossils of mammals have been found. They also found remnants of prehistoric man in Paleolithic and Neolithic sites, those that walked in that day and time. When the planet Earth was struck by an asteroid, it caused its poles to tilt, throwing the planet into an ice age, and as a result, a continental drift occurred. Before this incident occurred, all humans on Earth were ambidextrous or balanced-handed. However, as the planet Earth tilted, most human beings became right-handed. A thick dust cloud was raised into the stratosphere by the impact, and the layer of clay, found in numerous places around the globe, has given weight to the idea that a 6-mile asteroid slammed into the Earth at 65,000 miles an hour, causing the sudden extinction of the dinosaurs and 2/3 the vast majority of prehistoric humankind. As a result of this suppression of sunlight, the good supply of animals was cut off, thereby causing living creatures to starve to death. The only animals that survived were amphibious animals that were capable of living on land as well as in the water. Also, the only prehistoric man that remained were the intelligent ones who went into their underground shelters, which contained underground spring water and food. They resided in these underground caves until the temperatures became warm enough to return to the surface again. They had to swim to survive, thus man's hands became web-like, and to this day he has webs on each finger. Before the continental drift, which was also caused by the landing of comets, all the continent was formed in a single landmass called Pangaea. About 2 million years ago, Pangaea began to break up into continents, which then began the drift towards their present locations. The largest impact of meteorites that hit the Earth was Sudbury, Canada, 184 million years ago, which made a crater 140 kilometers wide. Verdfort, South Africa, 197 million years ago, which made a crater 140 kilometers wide. Poplagay, Russia, 38 million years ago, which made a crater 100 kilometers wide. Potek Kachunki, Russia, 183 million years ago, which made a crater 80 kilometers wide. Manukugan, Canada, 210 million years ago, which made a crater 70 kilometers wide. Salgen, Sweden, 365 million years ago, which made a crater 52 kilometers wide. Kala, Russia, 57 million years ago, which made a crater 50 kilometers wide. Charlevoix, Canada, 360 million years ago, which made a crater 46 kilometers wide. Araguaia Dome, Brazil, 250 million years ago, which made a crater 42 kilometers wide. And Carswell, Canada, 485 years ago, which made a crater 37 kilometers wide. In this day and time, you're looking at a planet that has shifted to a 23-degree axis. In finding the real location of 4 rivers that parted out of Eden, there were 2 problems that theologians had: the continental drift and the 23-degree axis. The present situation of the world being at a 23-degree axis can confuse you, and the children of Samael, or the devil, will try to make you think that it flows out of Turkey. If you put the continent that drifted away, like the western part of Africa, back up against the eastern part of South America and the northwestern part of Africa up into the eastern sea borders of what is called the United States, and seal that back up into one continent like it was originally before, and the Red Sea was there where it is now, the Sinai Peninsula, that land area above the Red Sea was the most important part of the landmass. It was named Gadash, the holy place. It was also called Gan or Jannah, which means garden. Once you close up the Red Sea and put the continents together, tilt the planet back from 23-degree axis straight up, you will get one landmass. This is how it was recorded, and this is how it will be. Chapter 15, The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 1, The Story of Thamud. 19 times 15 equals 285. Lo, Thamud, whose confident wife was named Yadisha, was the son of Eber and Hudith. Eber, which means to cross to the other side, from where the word Hebrew or Ibri comes from, meaning crossed over. Thus, this is the real father of the Hebrews, from Abraham to Jesus. Eber, who is called in tones Aber and in rhythm Hud, born in the year 1723, who was the son of Selah and his confident wife Hudith, born in the year 1639, who was the son of Aphaxad and his confident wife Hamath, born in the year 1658, who was the son of Shem and his confident wife Fatin, born in the year 1556, who was the son of Utnapishtim and his confident wife Naamah, born in the year 1056, who was the son of Lamech and his confident wife Camilla, born in the year 874, who was the son of Methuselah and his confident wife Nahlah, born in the year 687, who was the son of Adapha Enoch and his confident wife Talibah, also called Tilmizah, born in the year 622, who was the son of Jared and his confident wife Silham, born in the year 460, He was the son of Mahalaleel and his confident wife Hannah, born in the year 395. He was the son of Canaan and his confident wife Leah, born in the year 323. He was the son of Enos and his confident wife Bashira, born in the year 235. He was the son of Seth and his confident wife Aklamia, born in the year 120. He was the son of Cadmon, born in the year 1, and his confident wife Nekeba. He was the son of Autumn and his confident wife Lilith. The people of Thamud dwelt in a northeastern country called El-Hijjah, which is situated between Hejaz and Syria. This took place before the destruction of the people of Ad. The newsbearer Selah, son of Aphaxad, was sent to reform the people of Thamud. So El-Elo the Alahum sent Selah, a son of the people of Thamud, who was in his prime of youth, being only 19 years of age. He was dispatched to be the guardian of the tribe only after the commencement of the 40th year of his age. Acting comfortably with the instructions involving the disordered nation, he followed the great path. His threatening was a consequence of obstinacy, and after he preached 7 years, only a few heard his words, while the majority persisted in their evils. Selah's uninterrupted efforts excited the adversary to such a degree that they desired to kill him. So at last, they decided that on a certain holiday they would kill him. Selah was asked to proceed with his followers to a place of festivity. From there, both parties should engage in prayer to ascertain on both sides as to who had the truth, and then they would all adopt the truth of that party. So when the day of the feast arrived, they all left the town and proceeded to that place. The infidels which they employed wanted to frustrate the cause of Selah and not to allow the great idol to grant him prayers. When the people of Thamud had finished their devotions, the prime minister and chief mind of the tribe, Thamud Gender ben Umar by name, then addressed Selah with the consent of his people. O Selah, if your pretensions be true and you desire us to have faith in your mission and assert the unity of the one deity, namely Elyon El, I challenge you to produce from the hard stone, which is opposite in the direction of Hejjah, a she-camel with an abundance of hair, also in the 10th month of pregnancy. At the same time, produce from a womb of the pregnant camel a young one, perfectly resembling his mother, he feeling that the act could never be done. After Selah had prayed and besought El Shaddai, the Almighty granter of requests, the divine response arrived, to the effect that a long time ago, a she-camel adorned with the above-mentioned properties had been created in these stones for the purpose of answering Selah's prayer, in order to enable an entering into a covenant, and in order to make contact with the people of Thamud. And if the miracle should take place, Gender ben Umar with all his tribe Thamud would have faith in that one deity Elyon El. After the infidels had agreed to this proposal, there on the stone it commenced to increase in bulk, hour by hour, until it adopted the shape of a pregnant camel, whose time of deliverance was at hand. Selah and the people of Thamud were looking when the stone hill began suddenly to move, and wail like those of a woman in travail. They heard the proceeding from the mute rocks, the hill burst, and a camel with the previously mentioned properties emerged. The issue from it measured 100 cubits from one side to the other. This camel at the same time delivered a young one resembling its mother in strength, body and stature. Gender ben Umar, who beheld this, trembled in fear, and all of the tribe of Thamud after this wished to follow Selah. The devils in human shape manifested before the idol worshippers, and the leaders of the people hindered him and accused Selah of witchcraft. They did not allow the nation to obey the precepts of their emotional sovereignty. After the she-camel was delivered of a young one, she began to graze in the field. Selah admonished the people to cherish and not to injure her, but for her watering, they asked Selah for permission. They met at the well, and he spoke to the people at the deep well about the watering of their cattle. They decided that on alternate days the she-camel could drink from their well. After that, the people of Thamud milked her. They obtained great quantities of milk from the camel, and they also used her wool. The she-camel shall have her drink, and you, your drink on certain days, is what Selah said to them. When the she-camel's turn came, it went to the edge of the well. The water likewise ascended to the brim, and the she-camel drank it up. After that, the people of Thamud milked her, and obtained a great quantity of milk, equal to the water consumed by the camel. They were also able to utilize the wool of the camel for themselves. The she-camel drank on alternate days, and when the turn of the camel arrived, the people drew a double quantity of liquid, so that their cattle might not suffer on the she-camel's days. The she-camel remained with her young one for 30 years, The she-camel had a wonderful form and had a strange countenance, being the circumstance of a dreadful aspect. The length of her body was 100 cubits, and the breadth likewise 100 cubits, for she was only assigned to the people of Eli and Elianel, and each of her hairs were 120 feet high. When the she-camel grazed in the summer on top of the Wadi Valley in Kura, all of the people of Thamud were frightened at its extraordinary stature, and they took refuge at the bottom of the Wadi Valley, where the intensity of the heat injured them. During the winter, the she-camel went abroad aside the Wadi, and the cattle went on top of it, where they became lean and weak on account of the cold, and some even died. These trials and temptations continued for a while, but after the people were extremely harassed by them, they were determined to hamstring, cripple and suffocate the camel. When the she-camel made its appearance at the request of the people, Selah was informed by divine inspiration that the request had been granted for his sake, and he was to admonish to them not to injure, kill or remove the she-camel by any means, because the destruction of the she-camel will bring on their own destruction. As predestination can neither be resisted or delayed, Selah informed them of this message, and they assured him that they would never attempt such an act, whereupon he gave them notice that according to the divine revelations received by him, the person who was to destroy the she-camel was to be born that very month. Accordingly, the people of Thamud agreed to kill every male infant born during that period of time, in order to preserve the she-camel from injury. During the month, however, 9 boys happened to be born, and they were slain in conformity with the resolution. When the 10th child entered this world, his father, whose name was Salaf, was sad and did not kill him because he never had any children before. He therefore preserved him and named him Qadr, who became a very skilled archer when he obtained maturity. He surpassed his contemporaries in all material accomplishments. Every time Qadr met any of the 9 men who had killed their sons, he reproached them with the deed of reminding them of killing their sons for a madman's sake, and when they beheld his attainments, their sorrowless repentance increased until at last they began to consider Selah to be the cause of the loss of their offspring, and were inclined to murder him. They left their tribe under the pretense of a journey, concealed themselves in a cave, and intended to issue from it at midnight in order to assassinate Selah in his sleep. The cave, however, suddenly collapsed over their heads, and they were buried under the debris. When the people became aware of this event, they immediately decided to damage the hamstrings of the she-camel. Their intentions were seconded by 2 women, Barbara and Hanama by name, who had all their lives harbored intentions to kill the she-camel. In short, in that nation, there was an old woman of the family of Thamud, whose name was Anisa. She was very rich and had 13 beautiful and pleasant daughters and numerous cattle. She bore great enmity towards Selah on account of the injury which the she-camel occasionally did, because she shared pasture with her own cattle. There was also another woman in a tribe named Sadaf, who was extremely prominent and beautiful. Her husband Badri had become a follower of Selah and had spent some of his wife's fortune to promote his way of life. When Sadaf, wife of Badri, became aware of this fact, she separated from her husband Badri and spent the remainder of her property on hatred towards Selah. Rooted in her impure mind was to kill him. These 2 women, Anisa and Sadaf, associated with some of the leaders of the infidels in the matter of the she-camel. They threw lots as to who was to execute the project, and selected Qadr, son of Salaf, with Asda, the son of Marug, who they met accordingly, and asked for one of her daughter's hand in marriage. When Sadaf opened her mind to the last name of the individual, she stated that the dowry required by her would be the death of Salah's she-camel. Anisa, on her part, also promised to let him have the most handsome of her daughters in marriage if he would hamstring the camel to kill it. Meanwhile, the women presented these 2 individuals with a sum of ready cash and various goods as an honor. The accused ones accordingly picked up 7 more men: Safan, Kadria, Almatas, Attis, Fusan, Fasha, Afandi, from amongst the worst of the tribe, and proceeded to ambush the she-camel when it was going to drink. Asda first shot an arrow and wounded her. Thereupon Qadr, who was a short-bodied hazel-eyed dwarf, attacked and overtook the camel, then hamstrung and crippled her. When the other 7 men arrived, they slaughtered the camel, and the people of Thamud fought with each other to get the pieces of the meat, as they did on other occasions when she-camels were being slain for sacrifice. But on this occasion, which was a wicked event, none of the children of the descendants of Thamud would eat the flesh of a camel. This was a reminder until the coming of the grace of Elionel, the seal of the news-bearers Ahmed by name. The young male camel was so frightened at this dreadful event that it fled to the top of the mountain. When Selah had been informed of this abominable crime, he made his appearance amongst the people, who begged his forgiveness, assuring him that they had no knowledge of this act, and that it had been committed by those men entirely without their advice. On that occasion, the faithful ones amongst them besought Selah to pray that the people of Thamud might be spared the misery of the threatened chastisement. He advised them to abstain from possessing the young male camel, hoping that by the blessings, Elionel would perhaps not punish them. The people of Thamud hastened towards the mountain after the young male camel, but its summit rose by the command of Elionel so high up to the firmament that even the birds could not ascend it. Selah followed the people to the mountain, and when the young male camel had perceived him from the top thereof, it exclaimed twice, "O Selah, weep for my mother," and then disappeared. Selah now assured the people that on account of the voice that they had heard, they would be respited one day, but that on the fourth day, the punishment of Elionel will overtake them, and they would obtain the reward for their works according to the verse. And this is no mendacious promise. They nevertheless asked, by way of direction, what would be the sign of judgment. Selah then informed them thus: "Tomorrow your faces will be yellow, and after tomorrow red, and on the third day burnt. But on the fourth day, the chastisement of the Omnipotent will avenge you and overtake you in the form of destruction, in a violent motion." After Selah had uttered these words, the 9 men that had girdled their loins to destroy the she-camel and had slain it, determined to assassinate Selah. They entered when he slept on the same day, and they laid wait for him. But a legion of Anunnaki decapitated the heads of those men with stone, casting stones from Sajil, and thus put an end to their evil doings. When the tribe heard of this event, they accused Selah of the murder of the clansmen and agreed to put him away by death. They hastened to his abode. His followers and adherents reminded them, however, saying, "We all know that Selah is indeed sent from our Rab." They said, "The evil of them, we don't have faith in him or his revelations. Never was his revelations collected in a text, so there is no scroll of Selah." Selah had forewarned them of the affliction that would befall them after the 3 days, and if this prediction turned out to be true, there would be no use in molesting it. On the contrary, they would only augment the wrath of Elionel. But in case Selah should, after the expiration of the appointed time, prove to be a liar, they might do to him whatever they thought fit. These words brought the people to their senses. They returned to their homes, left Selah alone, and spent the night in great unease and expectation. When the daylight hour broke, they perceived that their ill fate was to begin. Their countenance was yellow, as if they had been dying and suffering. As in later times, the people of Thamud sought Selah in the height of their fear. However, they had intentions of idolatry, so they took refuge in the house of one of the leaders of the people of Thamud. He was Naphil, but he was told that Abu Hadab the infidel had heard of his whereabouts, and they followed him there also. But when they saw Naphil, in spite of his unbelief and doubt, granted protection to Selah, they returned disappointed and sad. On the second day, which was a Friday called Araba, amongst the people of Thamud, their faces became red like blood. They were now certain of the approaching disaster, and their slaughter with lamentations and wailing. 2 days of the appointed time passed. On Saturday, their rosy cheeks became burnt, as if they had been smeared with pitch and tar. When the shadow hour had set in, Selah made his appearance amongst the people secretly, and migrated with the faithful of the country towards El Ghor Arabia, a small town outside Syria. On Sunday daylight hour, which was the eve of the end of the prosperous life of the infidels, the people of Thamud got ready. They gathered their shrouds and their necessities for a dying people. They threw themselves upon the ground, looking autumnally towards the heavens and the earth, until at last a tribal voice coming from the upper regions began to sound in the air, so that their hearts were smitten, their livers burst, and all of them expired, as Elionel said. Whereupon a violent noise and motion from the heavens descended upon them, and in the daylight hours they were found in their dwellings prostrating on their breasts dead, and the whole of the city sunk beneath the sand. It is related that after the people of Thamud had been overtaken by sudden destruction and consequences of predestined decree of irrefutable fate, and Selah immigrated and fell after some time, yearning to revisit his native country, and after returning he wept so much and implored to the countrymen about the case of their ruin. He also had spiritual conversations with the souls of the departed, and thereupon again travelled back north to Syria. Sometime afterwards, however, he went back to the noble country of Elionel in Becca and made it his home. In that place, he also departed from this perishable abode and mansions of documents. He died there. But before his death, a voice from heaven spoke to him, saying, "Also know you that I am a servant to him whose existence is responsible for the order of the world, which is bound upon and connected to his command. If they were not obedient to me, I would not have cast a single eye upon those rebellions." After this, Selah returned to his native country and to his people, and he met his fate with his creed. He died. Much is to be said about Selah, but in all, he was just a man, and gave himself for the way of Eli and Elionel. Thus was the fate of the people of Thamud. The description of Selah. He was a very handsome man with a caramel brown complexion. His hair was very nappy and black. He had a full stature and a very broad breast. He had a long thick black beard and moustache and very dark crossed eyes. His speech was eloquent and pleasant. He never wore shoes and always walked about barefoot. He never lived in a shelter under a roof, and he taught very much like Utnapishtim. The duration of his life according to some was 258 years, but according to most correct traditions and chronicles, he was 280. His tomb is situated in the noble city of Becca, near the central of the house. And this Selah gave birth to Eber, the root seed of the Hebrew, from Abraham to Jesus. Let us speak the right knowledge of this Ilamuta Chasida, or avatar, known to many as Jesus, called in tones Yeshua, and in rhythm Isa. He incarnated into human form on this planet Earth at the very place called Bethlehem, which is located 6 miles south of Jerusalem, to a mortal mother of the seed of David and his cursed Canaanite wife of the Hittite tribe, namely Bathsheba, daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And this Bathsheba brought him Shammua, Shobab and Nathan and Solomon to David. Before David, she was the wife of Uriah, whom David sent to the front of the line to be killed, not to be mistaken with her father, who was also a Hittite. Yet it was by Haggith that David fathered Adonijah, and Adonijah's wife's name was Abishag the Shunammite, who nursed David to health after his crucifixion, for David had a homosexual love affair with Jonathan, as the prophetic scriptures of Israel records in 1 Samuel, the 20th degree, the 41st verse, where it says, "They cried together and they kissed one another until David Godal went beyond the limits," magnified the incident. Chapter 15. The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 2. The Crucifixion of David, son of Jesse in Hilma. 19 times 13 equals 247. Lo. Death by crucifixion was considered to be the most demeaning and frightening method of execution, which they had taken from the Egyptians. It was carried out in such a way as to extend the pain and misery of the guilty, usually over a period of days, until they expired or gave up the ghost. Once the official death sentence was passed, care was taken to see that the execution was completed before the Sabbath. The crucifixion of David, the son of Jesse, took place on the day before the Sabbath, called the Day of Preparation. Therefore, the crucifixion had to be before the sun appeared to set, which brought in the Sabbath day, the day of desisting. On the 6th hour, which was 12 noon of the day of preparation, David was nailed to the cross. The nails were put to his wrists and feet, as so as not to damage any bones or major blood vessels. His full body weight was suspended solely at the wrists, and a small wooden crosspiece called the Sepedinium was fixed to the vertical post of the cross, on which to prop himself up for as long as his strength allowed. With the last breath that was left in his body, David bar Jesse said, "I thirst." Upon hearing this, David was offered soma, a sacred drink of India, which enabled the death-like state for several days, and to awaken afterward into an exhilarated state that lasted a few days more. Given to him on a hissos, a short spear that was linguistically mistaken for hyssopus, a plant with a weak stem, hardly suitable for holding anything up. When David received this sacred drink, he said, "It is finished," and bowed his head. One of the soldiers knew so, pierced David's side with a hasta, a thin, tapering blade 20 to 40 centimeters long, broadening just before the shaft to see if he was dead. There were 2 other men who were also found guilty. Jonathan died on the cross, and another son was given his name from one of the concubines of Saul, and none knew that Jonathan had died. And Ahimelech, a priest of Nob, A Hittite of the house of Canaan had also died, of whom the executioner was ordered by Saul. His name was Doeg the Edomite. After the trial ordered by Saul, who called in the prophet Samuel to pass judgment for David's intimate involvement with his homosexual son Jonathan, but moreover for David undressing himself in public and in the presence of the prophet Samuel, and dancing exposed down the streets in the presence of Mitchell, who watched him out of her window and saw David dancing and jumping around in a sacred dance, and she was disgusted with him. This, as the record is kept in the second scroll of Samuel, the 6th degree, the 20th verse. Then David returned to bless his household, and Mitchell the son of Saul came out to meet David and said how glorious was the ruler of Israel today, who uncovered himself today in the eyes of the handmaidens of his servants, as one of the vain followers shamelessly uncovering himself. For she, Mitchell his wife, observed this shameful act from her window, and David only turned and answered the daughter of King Saul in this manner: It was before the Yahuwah, which chose me before thy father, and before all his house, to appoint me ruler over the people of Yahuwah over Israel. Therefore I will play before the Yahuwah, and I will yet be more vile than thus, and will be base in my own sight. And of the maidservants which you have spoken of them I shall be had in honour. Therefore Mitchell the daughter of Saul had no child unto the day of her death. Thus David gave the king's daughter to another man, Phaltiel. This was a great insult to the ruler Saul. This unsightly act also angered the priests, and when David knew of it, he took to hiding in the house of Ahimelech. It was Doeg the Edomite which convicted David by saying, I saw the son of Jesse coming to Nob to Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub. And the ruler Saul said to Doeg, Turn thou and fall upon the priests. And Doeg the Edomite turned, and he fell upon the priests and slew on that day 75 persons that did wear the linen ephod. And David's answer in trial was unto Abiathar, I knew it, that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that he would surely tell Saul, and I have occasioned the death of all the persons of your father's house. Doeg clearly condemns David to death by these words: You love evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak righteousness. Selah, pray. You love all devouring words, O you deceitful tongue. El shall likewise destroy you forever. He shall take you away, and pluck you out of your dwelling place, and root you out of the land of the living. Selah, pray. When his hiding place was discovered, a private trial was held because of the nobility of these three great men, and they were crucified. But the Magi's who protected the house of Israel had this plan to revive David, and he lived, while the other two men who were also being crucified at the same time as David died. That was the custom of that day. Yet David was taken down in a coma state and revived. The soldiers broke the legs of these two other men so that they could no longer take the weight on their legs and straighten up, so they painfully suffocated to death within a few hours. Death by this means occurred within 5 to 6 hours through gradual suffocation, because the way that they were affixed on the cross. But when they came to David, they thought that he was dead already, because of the effects of the sacred drink soma had rendered him in a death-like state. So therefore the soldiers did not break his legs. Now David had to get down off the cross early enough so that it would be possible to keep him alive. There was no intention of burying David. Instead, he was to be brought to a safe place where he could rest in peace while he healed. A large quantity of healing herbs, aloe vera and myrrh, were also used to heal him. Both substances, aloes and myrrh, were commonly used in the treatment of large areas of injured tissue because they could easily be compounded as ointments and small mixtures. In reality, there were efforts by the Essenes to bring David back to life in the privacy of that place. To treat David, the therapeutes, one who ministers, as they were called in Egypt, evidently packed him around with a sweat-producing poultice. In Palestine, these therapeutes were called Essenes and Magi. Poultice was a soft medicated mass applied to sores, used for an overall healing effect, after which they wrapped him in linen. This was not meant as a mere covering or wrapping, but an actual bandaging in strips that went around the whole body, tightly encasing it. It was intended solely as a practical precaution to avoid having to move the seriously wounded David. The fact that the crucifixion took place on the day of preparation was, if anything, an advantage, because it meant that they could greatly speed up the burials without arousing suspicion. They moved David to a sacred place in Bashan, which is a district stretching from the upper Jordan Valley to the Arabian desert, where the Essenes did dwell. From the moment David was set to hang unconscious from the cross, haste was made to secure the release of the body as soon as it was humanly possible. possible. In the seclusion of the tomb cavern in the sacred department of the palace, preparations for the healing of David got underway on the ledge in the middle of the floor. The opium drink helped him to sleep deeply out of pain. The medical herbs were packed around his body to make his wounds heal faster because he could not be in the tomb for long. When David recovered, all the men that were involved had already been put to death, and those that knew kept a secret within their heart, and life went on as normal. Now the days of David drew nigh that he should die, and he charged Solomon his son, saying, I go the way of all the earth, be you strong therefore, and show yourself a man, and keep the charge of Yahuwah your Elohim, to walk in the way to keep his statutes and commandments, and his judgments and his testimonies, as it is written in the laws of Moses, that you may prosper in all that you do, and whithersoever you turn yourself, that Yahuwah may continue his words, which he spake of concerning me, saying, if your children take heed to your way, to walk before me in truth, with all their hearts and with all their soul, there shall not fail you, said he, a man on the throne of Israel. So David slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David. And the days that David reigned over Israel were 40 years. 7 years reigned he in Hebron, and 33 years reigned he in Jerusalem. Then sat Solomon upon the throne of David his father, and his kingdom was established greatly. You must digest the whole of the 20th degree of 1 Samuel's to get a complete understanding of their intimate relationship and the reason for David's crucifixion. This Adonijah, whom Solomon had murdered, and his wife Abishag, begot children down to Dinah, who became the wife of Yonakir, who was the mother of Elizabeth, who was called in tones Elisheba, and in rhythm Elisabat, the wife of Zechariah, parents of Johanna al-Mikwa, also called John the Baptist. They also gave birth to Hannah, who was the wife of Imram, who parented Mary, called in tones Miriam, and in rhythm Miriam. Mary herself was a native of Bethlehem, as well as her husband Joseph, son of Hadbith and Jacob. He, Jesus, was thus a Bethlehemite, who later moved to Nazareth, that the prophecy may be fulfilled, that he be called a Nazarite, in the 7th year, during the reign of the Edomite ruler Herod. This Herod was the son of Antipater the Idumean. Herod was the brother of Phasael, the tetrarch of Judah. Herod was the ruler of Judah by the consent of Rome from 37 BC to 4 AD. He had 4 wives, Miriam the first, who gave birth to Aristobulus, and his second wife was Miriam the second. She gave birth to a son also called Herod, whose wife was Herodias. She gave birth to Salome, who married Philip, the tetrarch son of Herod, and this Salome is the one who took the head of Johanna al-Mikwa. His third wife was Cleopatra of Jerusalem, who gave birth to Philip, tetrarch of Iturea and Trachonitis, and his fourth wife was Malthus, a Samaritan, and she gave birth to Archelaus, the ethnoth of Judea, Samaria, and Idumea. This Malthus also gave birth to Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Persia, from 4th BC to 39 BC. It was Herod the Great that made the atmosphere for a birth of a Hebraic saviour unsafe, for there once lived in Palestine a man named Imran ibn Affan, who had attained a great age without being blessed with posterity. Shortly before his death, his wife Hannah prayed to Eli and Elianel that he might not suffer her to die childless. Her prayer was heard, and when she was with child, contrary to her expectations, she gave birth to a daughter, whom she named Mary, who is called in tones Miriam and in rhythm Miriam, and was naturally in doubt if her child would be accepted as a servant in the temple, until the Anunnaki Elohim Gabriel cried to her, "The Most High Eli and Elianel has accepted your vow." Although he knew beforehand that you should not give birth to a son, he has moreover sanctified your daughter, as well as the man-child that shall be born of her, and will preserve him from the touch of Nakash, who renders every other child susceptible to sin from its birth. These words comforted Hannah, whose husband had died during her pregnancies. Joachim, who is called in tones Amram and in rhythm Imran, and his wife Hannah were grateful to Eli and Elianel for blessing them with a child at a time when they thought they would never have one. As a result, they vowed that the child would be given unto the service of Eli and Elianel. Now the words of the Elohim comforted Anna, mother of Miriam, who was really worried. As soon as she had recovered from her childbirth, she carried her infant daughter to the temple in Jerusalem and presented her to the priest priest as a child dedicated to the Heavenly Father. Zechariah was the brother of Hannah and was also a high priest of Zadok the temple. Zechariah was desirous of taking the child home with him, but the other priests, who were all eager for this privilege, protested against it and forced Zechariah to cast lots with him for the guardianship of Miriam. They proceeded, therefore, 29 in number, to the Jordan River, where the Magi's, who are the Essenes, did gather to record and preserve the scriptures of old in canisters. The site of the Essenes was called Zion, or simply the Little Jerusalem away from Jerusalem, and they flung them arrows into the river, on the overstanding that whose arrows should rise again and remain on the water should bring her up. By the will of Eli and Elianel, the lot decided in favour of Zechariah, who built a small sukkot for Miriam in the temple, to which no one had access but himself. When Miriam reached the age of 4 years, 4 months and 4 days, she was taken by Zechariah to the temple for consecration to the Heavenly Father. No one had access to Miriam except Zechariah. When her monthly menses rendered her unclean, it was during this time that she returned to her home until she was pure again. Miriam was taught to be many things by Zechariah while in the temple. When Zechariah would bring Miriam some food, she was already supplied, and though it was winter, the choicest summer fruits were standing before her. So her, Hannah's Rab, accepted her, Mary, mother of Jesus, with the best acceptance, and made her, Mary, grow up with the best manner, and Zechariah took care of her. And whenever Zechariah would enter her, Mary's private place of worship, he would find everything had been provided for her. So he, Zechariah, said, "O Mary, where is all this coming from?" And she, Mary, would say, "It is all from the source, and El Elo provides for whom he pleases without any limits." After Zechariah saw the miracles from Miriam, Zechariah prayed to the Most High to perform a miracle on his behalf. Then Gabriel called to him, "Eli and Elianel will give you a son, who shall be called John, and bear testimony to the word of Theos." Zechariah went down to his house, filled with joy, and related to his wife what the Anunnaki Elohim had announced to him. This is a reminder and a yielding mercy of your Rab, who is sustainer, to his El Elo's slave Zechariah. When he called his Rab in a low voice, he said, "My sustainer and master, surely my bones have become weak, and the head of my hair does glisten, and never was I denied in my prayer to you, and surely I, Zechariah, am afraid of the ones after me to succeed my kindred, because my woman wife Elizabeth is barren, childless. So give me a gift of yourself, a near friend successor, one which shall inherit that which is mine, and inherit from the family of Jacob, and my sustainer Rab, make him one with whom you will be pleased." O Zechariah, surely we Elohim Anunnaki have good news of a child. His name is to be Johanna. We Anunnaki have not made anyone his equal before him. Zechariah said, "O my Rab, how shall I have a child, and my woman Elizabeth is barren, and I have certainly reached far too much of an old age." He said, "Just like that, your Rab who is sustainer just has to say it, and it is easy for me, and certainly I procreated Kalak you before, and you were not a thing." He, Zechariah, said, "My sustainer, make a sign for me." He said, "Your sign is that you won't be able to talk to the Nars Enoshites for 3 periods successively." So he, Zechariah, came out to his nation of Enoshites from his sanctuary, and revealed to them that they should glorify early in the daytime hour and the evening. O John, who is called in tone Johanna, and in rhythm Yahweh, or simply El Mikwa the Baptist, take the scripture with power, and we, the Elohim Anunnaki, gave him the wisdom as a savvy boy. The reason why Muslims claim in the Quran that Yeshua spoke from the cradle is to say that he was the youngest prophet to defend the Most High and his mother's honor. But as she, Elizabeth, was already 98 years of age and her husband 120, she laughed at him. So at length he himself began to doubt the fulfillment of the promise, and asked for a sign from Eli and Elianel. "As a punishment of your unbelief," cried the messenger Gabriel unto him, "you shall be speechless for 3 days. Let this serve you as the sign you have required." On the following daylight hour, Zechariah as usual desired to lead in prayer, but was unable to utter a single sound until the 4th day, when his tongue was loose, and he besought Eli and Elianel to pardon him and his wife. Then there came a voice from heaven which said, "Your sin is forgiven, and Eli and Elianel will give you a son, who shall surpass in purity and holiness all the Enoshites of his time. Blessed be he in the days of his birth, as well as in those of his death and resurrection." Within a year's time, Zechariah became the father of a child, which even at its birth had a holy and venerable appearance. This special child was Johanna, the herald of Yeshua. He now divided his time between him and Miriam, and Johanna in the house of his father, and Miriam in the temple. They grew up like two fair flowers, to the joy of all believers, daily increasing in wisdom and piety. When Johanna reached the age of 13, he was taken to the temple for his bar mitzvah, and when in the company of the Essenes, Johanna the harbinger found himself wanting to be amongst them. So he ran away from his family to live in the wilderness and then to Egypt to study. It came to pass, when Johanna the son of Zechariah and Elizabeth had finished all his studies in the Egyptian schools, he returned to Hebron, where he abode for certain days. And then he sought the wilderness and made his home in David's cave, where many years before he was instructed by the Egyptian sages. Some people call him the hermit of Engedi, and others said that he is the wild man of the hills. He clothed himself with skins of beasts. His food was carob, honey, nuts and fruits. When Johanna was 30 years of age, he went into Jerusalem, and in the marketplace he sat in silence 7 days. The common people and the priests and the scribes and the Pharisees came out in multitudes to see the silent hermit of the hills, but none were bold enough to ask him who he was. But when his silent past was done, he stood forth in the midst of all and said, Behold, the ruler has come. The prophets told of him. The wise men long have looked for him. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your ruler. And that was all he said, and then he disappeared, and no one knew where he had gone. And there was great unrest through all Jerusalem. The rulers heard the story of the hermit of the hills, and they set couriers forth to talk with him, that they might know about the coming ruler, but they could not find him. And after certain days he came again into the marketplace, and all the city came to hear him speak. He said, Be not disturbed, you rulers of the state. The coming ruler is no antagonist. He seeks no place on earthly thrones. The eyes of men shall not see it, and none can enter but the pure in heart. Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your ruler. Again, the hermit disappeared. The people strove to follow him, but he drew a veil about his form, and men could not see him. The Jewish feast day came. Jerusalem was filled with Judahites and proselytes from every part of Palestine, and Johanna stood in the temple court and said, Prepare, O Israel, prepare to meet your ruler. So you have lived in sin. The poor cry in your streets, and you regard them not. Your neighbors, who are they? You have defrauded friends and foes alike. You worship Elionel with voice and lip. Your hearts are far away and set on gold. Your priests are bound upon the people, burdens far too great to bear. They live in ease upon the hard-earned wages of the poor. Your lawyers, doctors, scribes are useless cumbers of the ground. They are but tumors on the body of the state. They toil not, neither do they spin, yet they consume the profits, not the rights of Enoshites. Robbers ply their calling in the sacred hills. The holy temple you have sold to thieves. Their dens are in the sacred places set apart for prayer. Hear, hear, you people of Jerusalem, reform. Turn from your evil ways, or Elionel will turn from you. Heathen from far off will come, and what is left of your honor and your fame will pass in one short hour. Prepare, Jerusalem, prepare to meet your ruler. He said no more. He left the court, and no one saw him go. The priests, the doctors, and the scribes were all in rage. They sought for Johanna, intent to do him harm. They didn't find him. Chapter 15, The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El-Kalum the All. Tablet 3, The Journey of the Wise Men. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, our personal record keepers came to log the birth of this Elohim into flesh, for we would watch the skies for many years to this day, when the great Tammuz would return in flesh for the salvation of all flesh. Our loggers, namely Balthasar who headed 4, and Melchior who headed 4, and Jasper who headed 4, all followed the craft that delivered this spark into this world. They called them simply Magus. The Magi were a group of mystics known by many different names. They lived in communities set up all around the world. These Magi or wise men were linked together as one through the order of the Essenes. The Essenes were very strict, observing daily prayers, foretelling the future and being well learnt in the scriptures, logging the motion and movement of the stars. The Essenes followed the Levitical purity laws strictly and avoided contamination by the outside world. They saw the Jerusalem of their day governed by the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Sanhedrin, and the false Kohen priests as the children of wickedness. Thus, they removed themselves to the mountains of Jordan to form the New Jerusalem, Mount Zion. They received their laws from Leviticus, one of the scrolls received by Moses. They kept themselves isolated and lived for, of, and by each other. No one had individual property, and they all shared in the ownership rights. If one member visited another community, he or she was treated with the utmost concern. Their livelihood was sowing and planting. Some were herdsmen, beekeepers, writers and healers. Some worked as handicraft writers and healers, using roots and herbs. They raised the locust plant, which was a part of their diet. This is the same locust which Johanna the Baptist ate in the wilderness with wild honey. The Essenes were ascetic and advocated a vegetarian diet. Some of the Essenes were astrologers. Their system of astrology has passed on from the ancient mystic order of Melchizedek, of which they were a branch. They were to log the birth of an individual. This was called solar biology, for you would not only be what sign you were born under, but because your father was one sign and your mother another sign, the 33 and a third chromosome that came through your father put his sign into you, and the 33 and a third chromosome that came from your mother put her sign into you, and then 33 and a third that makes up the sign that you were born under means that each person is born with 3 signs equally manifesting in their character. The Essenes believed in selective birth for selected characters, so the Essenes were holders of great mysteries within their order, and much symbolism was used within their community. Balthasar, meaning save the life of the ruler, was a Cushite from the tribe of Noah. This tribe was situated in Ethiopia. Balthasar travelled with 4 of his students from Ethiopia. The next group was headed by Gaspar, meaning treasure. Gaspar was from Persia. He was of a mixed seed. He brought 4 of his students as well. The third of the leaders of the wise men was Melchior, meaning ruler of light. Melchior was from the city of Midian. He was a student that sat under Melchizedek, of which Yeshua was a part of as well, all belonging to the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek, who was after the order of Eli and Elianel the Most High. This Melchior was also accompanied by 4 of his students. When the wise men were preparing for the birth of Yeshua, they brought along gifts for him, which accorded the stature of his station. Balthasar brought gold, Gaspar brought frankincense, and Melchior brought myrrh. And she gave birth to him, upon sighting the heavenly sign of Hut, the astrological house of Hebrews. Balthasar, his students and some travellers, as well as Gaspar with his students, made their way to the city of Midian. They were made aware that once they reached this city Midian, another sign would be given to them to guide them to Yeshua. Now the journey from Ethiopia to Midian was 600 miles, and the journey from Persia to Midian was 650 miles, a journey indeed. They picked up a number of stragglers along the way, a number of soldiers, warriors and visitors who were eager to meet the Anointed One, so they accompanied the caravan to Midian. The majority of people in the caravan travelled by camel because most of the journey took place across the desert. Let me teach you a little about camels. Camels are large, strong desert animals. They are able to travel great distances across the arid deserts with small amounts of food and water. Camels carry their own food supply on their back in the form of a hump of fat. This hump provides energy for the camel if food becomes scarce. There are 2 chief kinds of camels, the Arabian camel and the Bactrian camel, which has 2 humps. A special kind of Arabian camel called a dromedary is raised for riding and racing. The dromedary is a swift, slightly built camel used for traveling in parts of India, Arabia and Africa. It sometimes grows up to 7 foot, 2 meters tall. The dromedary only has 1 hump. It can live on small amounts of food and water and requires only short periods of rest. The dromedary has a swinging trot and travels at a rate of about 9 miles, 1,000 kilometers in a day. The camel has always been of great importance to the desert traveler because of its ability to walk on the sand without sinking and can carry heavy loads as much as 1,000 pounds or 450 kilograms. Camels stand from 6 to 7 foot tall and can weigh from 1,000 to 1,600 pounds. Upon the caravan's arrival in Midian, they met Melchior, who was watching the skies for the next sign. He was rewarded 1 shadow hour when, after the 3rd planetary conjunction, all the heavenly hosts met together in one single point, creating what appeared to be a bright star. This was the sign that Yeshua had been born. This star signaled the birth of an Ilamut Chesed. This was the star that appeared on Tuesday, June the 26th, in the year 1945 AD at my birth. It also looked this way. It was at this sighting that the wise men knew to make their way to Jerusalem, which was approximately 525 miles away. Before I give you the details concerning the birth of Yeshua or Messiah, I must provide you with a little background on the events which surrounded this point in time. Herod the Great was the familiar name of a dynasty of princes who ruled from 55 BC to 93 AD, beginning with the patriarch Herod Antipa. This lineage of Idumeans, classified as Edomites, were forced to accept Judaism, and they ruled principally in Judea. They were not readily accepted by the Judahites, and there were many uprisings against them. Herod the Great was given total rulership of Palestine, which included Jerusalem, given to him by Julius Caesar, sole ruler of the Roman Empire. Herod was an ambitious, paranoid power seeker who would stop at nothing to attain status and authority. He was informed of his future glory during his childhood by an Essenic seer or wise man named Mannheim. At the time, he found it hard to believe he would be ruling such a vast empire since he was the second son of Antipa. Mannheim also slapped Herod on the back and told him from that moment on his future would change and that his life would be one of much happiness, but his characteristics would cause him much misery. When political fortune did favor Herod the Great and he finally did become ruler, Herod the Great remembered the Essene seer and extended every consideration towards the order and its members. At this time, the Judahites were forced to take loyalty oaths to the Romans in order for the freedom to exercise their own religious practices. The Essenes were excused from taking the loyalty oath due to the outcome of the accuracy of the Essenic seer, which was strengthened and manifested at a later date when he consulted so-called astrologers as to the birth of a child who would be ruler. Herod had 10 wives and 46 children. Herod held no qualms about murdering anyone who threatened his position. In fact, when Herod conquered Jerusalem, he had 46 noblemen murdered who supported their leaders. During his reign, he also had some of his relatives murdered because of rumors of treason and attempts against his life. His own children were included in a list of potential usurpers of his throne. So it was no great surprise that when Herod learned of the birth of this Messiah, he became obsessed with finding this threat to his throne. The way Herod learned of his birth was when a caravan reached the city during the time of taxation. Included in this caravan were wise men who proceeded to inquire as to the whereabouts of the child. The wise men were surprised that there were none to aid them because no one knew what ruler they were referring. The residents directed them to Herod, who was in the midst of directing a great census taken during this time. All the residents of the territory of Palestine were ordered to return to the land of their birth so that they could be easily counted at the time of taxation. This included Mary, the mother of Yeshua, and her husband Joseph and their children, James, also called Jacob, Simon, Jude, Joseph, who is Barnabas, Martha, Esther and Salome, Joseph's children by Hausa, who were on their way back to the town of Bethlehem. Tablet 4, the Starship. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, the wise men inquired of Herod as to the whereabouts of the boy ruler, at which point he contacted the Essenic seers to find out more. Herod was informed that the Messiah could be found in Bethlehem. It was at this point that Herod sent the wise men to find the Messiah and said, "Seek diligently for the youth, and when you have found him, come and show me that I too can show obedience to him." Herod offered homage by way of his mouth, though deceit was hidden in his heart. Herod was anxious to know the whereabouts of the child because he wanted to eliminate him and keep his station secure. This was why he pretended that he was interested in the child. The same star which had been their guide on the road appeared to them again. The wise man was exceedingly happy because the star moved on before them until they reached a cave. Remember, this was not a star at all. Rather, it was a gathering of all the heavenly host. It was a craft with Elohim, traveling as a pillar of light, shining against the black sky as a star. Stars are too large to move across the sky, and shooting stars are without point of direction, let alone a navigator. Yes, this was indeed a craft, for this child was from above. Chapter 15, The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 5, Joseph and Mary meet. 19 times 8 equals 152. Lo, Zachariah was 120 years of age at the time of the birth of Johanna the Baptist. His wife Elizabeth was 98 years of age. It was not Zachariah who impregnated Elizabeth, it was the Elohim Gabriel. Elizabeth was barren, and Elionel opened up her womb so that she could bear this special child. Nazareth, a little town in the hill country of Galilee in northern Palestine, was where Mary and Joseph, both of the house of David, met, courted and finally married. Joseph was a carpenter by trade. He lived by himself near Mary's family. He was living by himself, for his wife Hausa had died from malaria in her last childbirth, and her parents took the children. So he, Joseph, left his family to go make a living on his own. Mary and her family lived up on a hill, and Joseph lived at the bottom of the hill. He would see Mary almost every day as she passed his house on her way to the well. He greeted her, and her eyes would smile in return. Later on, he would sometimes help her carry water up the hill, and they would engage in small talk. This was the seed planted for the later blossoming of a beautiful courtship. On her learning that he lived alone, Mary began to bring him dates and other food. Eventually, this became a daily chore that they both enjoyed. Now Joseph had a friend named Simon Barabbas Yeshua, son of Barabbas, son of buying and selling ecclesiastical or preaching advancements. Barabbas is from Bera, meaning gift. Yeshua means savior. Barabbas was a rebel who chose violence as a means to overthrow the establishment. He had tried to persuade Joseph to become a rebel, a zealot, because of his lineage. Since Joseph was of the house of David, he would impress the popular and elevate the group in the sight of the Sanhedrin, for they would not listen to Barabbas because he was considered a common criminal. One day, Barabbas came to see Joseph, and Mary had visited Joseph that day and brought him some dates. Mary had her veil off, and Barabbas had seen her face. Barabbas was amused at her beauty, for she had dark brown olive-toned skin with black eyes, and as a result of Barabbas seeing her face, he had one day told Joseph that if he did not marry her soon, he, Barabbas, would. This made Joseph realize how much he loved Mary. He rushed back to see her father Imran for a hand in marriage. When Joseph came to Mary's house, she had to leave the room, for this was the manner of all Muslim women. Her mother, however, could remain in the room with the men because she was past the age of childbearing. Houses in that time were made with one large room. The sleeping quarters were like a loft placed near the top of the room, so Mary could still hear what was going on. As they talk, she, possessing a beautiful voice, would laugh with a soft cooing sound. The marriage of Mary and Joseph was announced in the next Sabbath and was to take place at a later date. This was the betrothal of ancient law. They were considered married, although the ceremony had not yet taken place. Elionel found it favorable to send the Elohim Gabriel to tell her that she was chosen above all other women to bear a Messiah, a savior to his own people, the tribe of Judah, the lost sheep of the house of Israel only, before having children by an earthborn father. When Miriam had grown to womanhood, there appeared to her one day, while she was alone, the Anunnaki Elohim Gabriel in full human form. Miriam hastily covered herself with her veil and cried, "Most merciful, assist me against this man." But Gabriel said, "Fear nothing from me. I am Nusku, the messenger of Elionel, who has exalted you above all the women of the earth, and I have come to make you known his will. You shall bear a son, and call him Yeshua. Some will think him to be Emmanuel, son of Isaiah, the Blessed One. He shall be honored, both in this world and in the world to come." "How shall I bear a child, and have had no sex, still being a virgin?" replied Mary, affrighted. "It is even so," replied Gabriel. "Your son shall be a sign of his omnipotence, and as his prophet, restore the backsliding sons of Israel to the path of righteousness." When Gabriel had thus spoke, he raised with his fingers Mary's robe from her bosom, and laid upon her, and went in unto her, and she became pregnant with his holy child by the Holy One Gabriel. When Miriam conceived, she went to live with Zachariah again, for she feared that her family would not overstand, and call her a harlot. They were an upright people, and in all probability would not overstand the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy. Most of all, Joseph would suffer, because until this time he had not known her sexually. Elizabeth was in her 6th month of pregnancy when Miriam went to stay with her. She overstood the burdens of Miriam's pregnancy and welcomed her. When Joseph learned of it, he wanted to hide Miriam for the same reasons that she left her parents' house. He thought that she might have been unfaithful to him, and he wondered if it was Barabbas, who always wanted her for his wife, that made her pregnant. He was still willing to consummate their marriage, although sometimes he doubted it. However, the Anunnaki Allahumad appeared and told him the truth of the matter. Miriam, the mother of Yeshua, and her betrothed husband Joseph were on their way to Bethlehem when she gave birth to Yeshua. Mary and Joseph had to go to Bethlehem for the census taking. At the start of their journey to Bethlehem, Mary was 6 months pregnant, and the journey from Nazareth, the home of their grandparents, to Bethlehem is 70 miles, but the trip was a long and hard one across mountains and desert land. Don't forget that one travelled by arse in those days if they weren't rich enough to afford a camel. Besides, there were many others who were on their way to Jerusalem, and they travelled in a caravan, so the trip took a long while. As a matter of fact, by the same time they reached the outskirts of Bethlehem, Mary was well into her labour pains of birth. She informed Joseph that she was unable to go any further, and while he was busy lighting a campfire, Mary withdrew from the mainstream of the caravan. Some people might question Mary's actions, asking why, if she had been specially prepared for his birth, she suddenly wished to have never been born. But you must remember that Mary was 13 years of age at the time of the birth of Yeshua. Although she was prepared physically to give birth to this special child, being mentally she was still a little girl. When Mary reached a palm tree, the Anunnaki Gabriel manifested in the shape of a well-made man. At the conception, Elionel gave Gabriel his permission for Gabriel to be present to aid Mary during her travail. It was at this point that Yeshua performed his first miracle, which was speaking from birth. Gabriel then stamped his foot and made a fountain of fresh water that gushed forth from the earth, just as he did with Hagar, the mother of Ishmael. The palm trunk Mary was leaning on then burst forth with blooming flowers and fresh ripe dates to refresh her. Then Gabriel said to her, "Eat of the ripe dates and drink of the cool water, cool your eyes and compose your spirit, and should you see anyone who might question you about your child or censor you on account, then say, I have vowed the most merciful Elionel a fast and vow of silence." And Miriam plucked a few dates which tasted like fresh fruit from the fountains whose water was like milk. Joseph set off to get firewood and made a kind of fence around Miriam since she was cold. He kindled a fire for her so that she might warm herself, and he broke 7 coconuts which he had in his sandal bag and gave them to her to eat. So when the 9 months were near complete for her to give birth, she received her birth pains without grace. So then after that, thereupon she ran into the field, and she scarcely had time to support herself on the withering trunk of a date tree, which upon her touch transformed into a ripe date tree. So she said, "I wish I would have died before I encountered this labour pain," and it had been a thing already forgotten. And the baby, while still within her womb, called out from beneath her, saying, "Do not grieve, verily your sustainer El Elo made a running stream beneath you, and shake towards yourself, Mary, the trunk of the palm tree. It will drop ripe dates for you, so eat the dates, and drink the water, and refresh your eyes, and if you see any mortal, tell them, surely I have made a vow to fast to the yielder El Elo, so that I won't speak to any Enoshites today." And she gave birth to him. Mary came to her nation of Enoshites carrying him, and they said, "O Mary, indeed you have come with a thing unheard of. O sister of Aaron, also called Haran, your father Amram was not a wicked commander, nor was your mother Hannah a harlot or an unchaste woman." So she, Mary, pointed to him Yeshua. They, her Enoshites, said, "How can we speak to one who is still a child in a cradle?" He, the Messiah Jesus, said, "Surely I am a slave of El Elo. He has given me the scripture by Johanna son of Zebedee, and he, the source El Elo, made me a prophet, and he made me Yeshua blessed wherever I may be, and he, El Elo, has enjoined on me to worship Taful and charity Zakat for as long as I live. He, the source, made me righteous to my mother, and he didn't make me a Jabbar Gibor, insolent mighty one, and unblessed and miserable. And peace be upon me, the very day I was born, and the day I will die, and the day I will be raised back to life." That is Yeshua son of Mary, speaking the facts beyond any doubt, about which they dispute. But notwithstanding these wonders, the children of Israel will not believe the voice of an infant baby speaking directly to them. He was derided and despised because he called himself the Word and the Spirit of Elionel, and was challenged to perform new miracles in the sight of the people. They raised their voices and called them foul things. So for the safety of Mary, Joseph took Mary and the baby to a cave where he made them stay until she rose from confinement. Then he brought her back to the tavern where they had rented a room, and Mary carried the infant Yeshua in her arms. Then cried she, "Oh, that I had died and been forgotten long before this, rather than the suspicion of having sinned fall upon me." To Mary, it must have been some wonderful news to learn that she was chosen above other women to be so blessed, but there was doubt in her mind. Joseph and she were virtuous people and did not engage in sexual intercourse before the ceremony, even though they were betrothed. Miriam was in a predicament, but upon asking the Anunnaki Gabriel, he explained to her how the conception would come about. Many would have you believe that Yeshua was conceived by Eli the Most High himself, and there was no physical contact. But let these facts enter your mind. It takes one X and one Y chromosome to produce a male, and it takes one X and X to produce a female. If indeed Mary was a female, and we know this to be true, then she only had within a capacity for reproduction X plus X chromosomes. In order for a male child to be born through her, at the fertilization stage there must have been a Y chromosome to produce a son. Thus, some male counterpart had to have ejaculated semen carrying a Y chromosome to mix with her ovum with an X chromosome to produce an XY, namely Yeshua, a male child. Others will say, but cannot God do any and all things? The answer is simply no. God cannot become less than God and still be God, and God creates in perfection. If he intended to use miraculous powers, then the baby and the pregnancy and the travelling in childbirth and pain would not have happened or been necessary at all. If Yeshua was divine from the moment he was born, then Herod would not have been able to threaten his life, and the many lives of the children of that town would not have been lost. This Yeshua, as a child, grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom, and the grace of Eli was upon him. It has now been forgotten that by being called the Word of Eli and Elionel meant he had no words of his own, and being called the Spirit of Eli and Elionel, he had no spirit of his own. He was prophesied to come, yet when he came to whom he was sent, they rejected him. He himself declared, "A prophet is without honor in his own home." Tablet 6, the gifts. 19 times 3 equals 57. Lo, the caravan of the wise men followed the star until they reached the cave where Joseph and Mary were staying. Because the baby was a newborn, they moved him to a house to protect him from the elements. The house which Joseph and Mary and the baby Yeshua stayed in was that of the shepherdess. Here, they were shown every hospitality until it was time for the child to be presented to the priest for consecration. During this time, the wise men assisted and supplied the family with necessary items. The wise men thought they would see a royal person upon their arrival, the ruler of Israel. In that time, when a ruler was born, there were feasts, festivals, and great rejoicing. They expected a royal palace, coats of gold and elaborate costumes, delicacies placed upon strategically arranged cushions and platters, the son and his father arrayed in royal apparel, soldiers and companions, slaves in attendance, gifts and the rarest of entertainment. Yet, what they found was Joseph and Mary sealed in a cave with an astonished look on their faces. The child was speaking, giving confirmation of this personage. And although all they saw was a humble state of poverty, they were left with no doubt that this was indeed a Messiah, Yeshua. The Magi sat with Joseph and Mary and told them stories of the signs of Yeshua, their child, and what to expect. They foretold of the strange events that were now to begin taking place in their lives, and the gifts which they had carried for so long were presented to him. They told Mary of the significance of the gifts. Along with the frankincense, myrrh and gold, the wise men brought 30 pieces of silver and told them how it would be very significant in his life in the future. They also brought the staff. These things were given to Joseph to hold until Yeshua came of age. At this time, Yeshua would be instructed to seek out the Magi and learn his duties. According to the Hebraic traditions, manhood or the coming of age began at the age 13 or immediately following the bar mitzvah. Yeshua would have to go to Midian because the Magi were going to leave their students behind to set up schools. From Midian, the wise men would meet Yeshua when he came of age and show him all of his ancestry, their tombs, the scriptures, and all the things which they had written and said, so that he would have the knowledge of the key to be ruler over the Israelites. The Magi had the original book of wisdom, but they couldn't leave it with Joseph. Yeshua would have to receive it later in his life. Because Yeshua was born of a woman, Mary, and fathered by an Elohim, Gabriel, the Elohim were coming down from heaven to him. The Magi rose and paid homage to Yeshua. And this is how this event of the birth of Yeshua should be commemorated. Children's Day. December the 25th is known as Children's Day, most commonly known as Christmas. The eve before is the night of gifts, and while the mothers are preparing the children for bed, the fathers step outside the house and ring bells for a period of 15 minutes. There are special angelic beings who have been assigned by Michael in heaven who go through the lists of all the children on the planet Earth. They have done so for 19 days and shadow hours before the end of Children's Day. They read the lists in order to find out which children have been good, those whose names are written in green, and the children who have been bad, those whose names are written in red, and they get together a final list of the children's names. 19 days before Children's Day, all the children on Earth are told by their parents to write a list of toys which they want to receive on Children's Day. A special box is put in the house of the sustainer, and the child puts the list of what they want in the box. Those who are so young that they do not know how to write, their mother or father writes it for them. However, they put it in the box themselves. These lists are then received by the angelic beings. There is a workshop in Malakut, home of the Elohim, set aside just for making toys. When the angelic beings make all the children's toys and finish their toys on time, you hear bells ringing. As soon as each of the 4 angelic beings who are assigned to the 4 corners of the world finish their toys for the specific part of the world, they get their wings. Upon receiving their wings, all the elder angelic beings with wings sing out Allahumma while standing in a circle around the one getting winged. Then, the elder angelic beings tell stories of things they've encountered on Earth during the previous Children's Day. There is a star for every angelic being's accomplishments. Only the angelic beings who are obedient get to make the journey to Earth for Children's Day. Since evening time, the stars have been twinkling brightly in the sky. On Earth, the children are told the significance of the twinkling stars, and they celebrate the angelic beings being winged by going from house to house singing praises and songs. At shadow time hour, the children look out of their windows in order to sight the stars again. The stars, which twinkle in the heavens, are the angelic beings waiting for the children to fall asleep so that they can bring them gifts. This is also symbolic of the star which shone brightly in the shadow hour sky and led the wise men to the newborn baby Yeshua. During this special occasion, all the angelic beings meet together in one single point in the heavens, creating what appeared to be a bright star, signaling the birth of Yeshua. The recently winged angelic beings are given a list of houses to visit. They are to visit the homes of the good children and give them all the toys that they ask for. If the children were not very good, but just okay, then they are given gifts, but not all the gifts that they asked for. If they are very bad, then the devil fools them by putting red gifts under the tree with nothing in it, but unseen jinns. If the red gifts are open, the unseen jinns will scare the children until the whole year up until the next Children's Day. Thus, the heavens open up with El Ruah the soul and the Sarafat descending with gifts wrapped in green packaging. El Ruah and the Sarafat also descended to earth in the time of Muhammad to show him the Quran in its entirety. This shadow hour is called Laylatul Qadri, the shadow hour of power. The reason they descended in the eve to deliver gifts is so that Satan will not see which houses they are bringing gifts to. When angelic beings fly to earth, they look for houses that have a beautiful tree, lights around the windows, and a green 6-pointed star wreath on the outside of the door of their houses. The children can hear the bells ringing as the angelic beings are flying through the air. The bells ringing let them know that the angelic beings are on their way down to deliver toys. The angelic beings can't come until the children retire, and they make cards and angelic cookies for the angelic beings in appreciation for the toys that they are about to receive. If children listen closely, they can hear the angelic beings singing in the heavens. As children are asleep, the parents play special songs for this eve, pretending to be the voices of the angelic beings. The Children's Day tree inside the home is an artificial pine tree which is decorated by the whole family with different coloured bright lights, little angelic beings and angelic hair. Each colour has its own symbolism. The green light is symbolic of the Sarafat, blue lights are symbolic of the Prophet Adam's seed, yellow lights are symbolic of the sun, the source of life, and red lights are symbolic of the tree of agreeable and disagreeable that was in the enclosed garden eastward of Eden. There is a tree for your home and a community tree which is decorated with the help of each family in the community. The central community tree is located outside for all to see. Satan knows the meaning of these colours also. That is why the colours red and green represent the Christmas season. Children can make or purchase gifts for their parents, siblings, relatives and acquaintances. Adults may do the same. These presents are wrapped in green paper and placed under the tree, along with a few boxes which have been wrapped in red paper, which is symbolic of the apple in the garden. The children do not touch the red boxes that are discarded in the early daylight hours. Also on this day, flowers which are symbolic of the enclosed Garden of Eden may be sent to loved ones, such as parents and grandparents. Greeting cards are sent to those who are near or far, wishing them joyous celebration, which is symbolic of man's remembrance of the commandments which the Elohim commanded man to follow. The interior of the homes will be decorated with different items with different symbolic meanings: starlights, outlines of angelic beings, symbolic of heaven. Frankincense is burned and myrrh oil is put on anyone who enters your home. The myrrh oil is placed in the middle of the forehead, slightly above the eyebrows where the third eye is located. Gold bulbs, not real gold, are hung on the tree. This is symbolic of the gifts the wise men brought to Yeshua when he was a newborn. Balthasar brought gold, a gift given to kings, and is promised as a reward for those who shall abide in paradise, and is symbolic of knowledge. Gasper brought frankincense, known as the gift of the deities. The smoke of frankincense enters the very heavens, and is symbolic of wisdom. Melchior brought myrrh, which is an essential oil, whose mystic meaning is, by myrrh, cuts and wounds are cured, and likewise by Yeshua, El Elo will heal every diseased and sick person. Myrrh is symbolic of overstanding. The menorah, a 7-candled holder, which represents the opening of the 7th seal that occurred in 1970 AD, is placed in the windows of homes. This is symbolic of the year when the truth was revealed by the reformer to Nubians throughout the world, and the binding spell that Zuen cast upon man is to be lifted. During this day, stories of angelic beings and their reenactment in the forms of plays will be performed by members of the family. The dust period concludes with a generous turkey dinner, inclusive of a wide variety of baked fruit pies, with the exception of apple, for example, peach, cherry and blueberry. This is symbolic of when the Elohim commanded man to eat of all the fruits in the garden, and forewarned him not to eat of the tree of knowledge of agreeable and disagreeable. After the Magi paid their visit to the newborn child, they were warned in a dream by Eli and Elionel that they should not return to Herod the Great, but should take another route back to their country. Having prepared food for their journey, they each returned to their own country by way of the desert. When Herod the Great realized that he had been made a fool of by the Magi, he became furious. He sent his soldiers out with order to kill every male child that was 2 years and under. Herod the Great gathered all the priests and scribes to locate the child Yeshua, but Eli and Elionel sent an Elohim to Joseph, informing him of what Herod the Great was resolved upon, and told him to flee with the child and his mother to Egypt. They set forth for Egypt in the year 7 AD. Mary rode a donkey, which was led by Joseph while she held the infant in her arms. Their journey lasted 7 years. They stopped and settled in many small villages along the way. Joseph, Mary and Yeshua were safely away in Egypt, while Herod the Great was playing the role of the Nakash. Joseph gathered up his new family together and prepared to flee to Egypt to escape from Herod the Great. Joseph brought his daughter Salome on his journey, who was a child from his previous marriage to a woman named Hausa, who had died from malaria before his marriage to Mary. Hausa also bore Joseph 7 children, one of whom was Joseph, who wrote the apocryphal Book of Barnabas. Before they departed from Bethlehem, they stopped over in a cave or cavern known as Magarat as-Saida, where Mary nursed the baby Yeshua for 2 years. Joseph purchased and asked for Mary and Salome to sit on, while he led the beast to their destination. Their first stop was the seaport of Ashkelon, where Samson the Nazarene had slew 30 Philistines. They spent time there and departed from that village 1 year later. Herod the Great was the authority over the territory, and he built fantastically designed buildings, complete with beautiful columns and fountains with lush greenery. The family then proceeded to Hebron, where they stayed for 1.5 years, one of the oldest towns in the world. Taking the route which ran parallel to the shore of the Mediterranean Sea, the family crossed the Wadi Gaza, where they spent half of the year. After journeying for 24 hours, they reached the township of Genesos, which today is a part of the Gaza Strip known as Khan Yunis, where they stayed for 6 months. Continuing on past Rafah, the frontier town. After 2 days, they crossed the river Egypt, Wadi al-Alish, which formed the natural boundary between Egypt and Palestine. They passed quickly through the towns of Rhino Collar and Ostiakini, crossing the Isthmus business at Alcantara, the bridge which separates Lake Menzala from Lake Bala. Following the footsteps of their patriarchs, the Holy Family entered the province of Goshen. Bashtar is the first town of the Delta which the Holy Family visited. They were not well received, on which account the baby Yahshua invoked blessings on a spring nearby, making it a healing source for all except the inhabitants of Bashtar. They offered the gifts given to the baby by the wise men. Disappointed in the people of Bashtar, the Holy Family continued on until they finally reached Dan al-Mahanek and stayed their return, for Herod the Great was not dead. When Yahshua entered Egypt, all the idols therein were swept from their places. They were broken to fulfill what was written. During that period of time the family had travelled to Egypt, Herod the Great couldn't go searching for the baby himself because he was busy collecting the tax that Caesar had demanded of him. It took him approximately 551 days to accomplish this. He then sent his men out to the land to find the priest who consecrated the child. Chapter 15. The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 7. The Travels of Jesus. 19 times 14 equals 266. Lo, as a baby, Yahshua was taken by his parents into Egypt, weaned until age 2 under the close watch of his mother. At age 3, he started to study alphabets and their meanings under an Egyptian teacher. At age 4 years, 4 months and 4 days, he was given over to Joseph, who taught him the rudiments of carpentry up until age 5. At the 6th year, they returned back to Jerusalem, for they heard of the death of Herod. By age 7, studying with the Essenes, of which Joseph was a member, he memorized all the Hebraic texts and returned to Nazareth because it was now safe for him and his family to return there. At age 11, Yahshua was brought into the council of the Sanhedrin. Hillel, who was also one of Mary's teachers, was so interested with the youngster that he personally educated Yahshua for the next year. Their mutual admiration for one another grew quite quickly, and they were almost inseparable companions. Many of the noticed points of the law which would perplex the Sanhedrin, the child would clearly explain to Hillel through the logic of love and justice. At age 12, he returned to Jerusalem from Egypt for the feast of the Passover. When the Passover feast was over and Yahshua's family were on their way back to Galilee, they realized that Yahshua was not in their company. Thus they returned to Jerusalem, and finding him in the temple with the elders learning and teaching, discussing many things which surprised the elders. He was asked about his behavior, and he rejected them as his parents, with the statement, "I must be about my father's work." Hillel delayed his return for another day in order to show him off to the elders, who had come from the outlying reaches of the Holy Land for the celebration in Jerusalem. But after much tears from Mary, Yahshua decided to return with her home. At age 13, this is the age Yahshua, Messiah, received his bar mitzvah. This is the age all boys reach manhood. At age 14, Yahshua journeyed to India, being a man after age 13. Between ages 15 and 19, Yahshua studied amongst the Brahma masters and common people. They referred to him as Har Krishna. This title was carried back to Jerusalem and became Helios Christos, meaning the Anointed Son. In time, this simply became Christ. Between the ages of 20 and 25, Yahshua journeyed up to the Tigris-Euphrates River, going through Afghanistan and Chaldea. First he went to India amongst the Hindu. Benares is the sacred city of the Brahms and the Benares Yahshua taught. Adraka was his host. Adraka made a feast in honor of his guests, and many highborn Hindu priests and scribes were there. And Yahshua said to them with much delight, "I speak to you concerning life, the brotherhood of life. The universal Elyon is one, yet he is more than one. All things are one. By the sweet breath of Elyon, all life is bound is one. If you so touch the fibre of a living thing, you send the thrill from the centre to the outer bounds of life. And when you crush beneath your heel the meanest worm, you shake the throne of Elyon and cause the sword of life to tremble in its sheath." The bird sings out its song for Enoshites, and Enoshites vibrate in unison to help it sing. The ant constructs its home, the bee its sheltering comb, the spider weaves her web, flowers breathe to them a spirit in their sweet perfume that gives them strength to toil. Now Enoshites and birds and beasts and creeping things are deities made flesh, and how dare you kill anything? It is cruelty that makes the world awry. When Enoshites have learned that when they harm a living thing they harm themselves, they surely will not kill, nor cause a thing that Elyon Eliel has made to suffer pain. A lawyer said, I pray Yeshua, tell who is this alien Eliel you speak about? Where are his priests, his temples and his shrines? And Yeshua said, the Most High that I speak about is everywhere. He cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. All people worship the Most High, the One, but all people do not see him alike. The universal alien Eliel is wisdom, will and love. All Enoshites see not the true and Most High. One sees him as the Most High of might, another as the Most High of thought, another as the Most High of love. An Enoshite's ideal is his alien Eliel, and so, as Enoshites unfold, his alien Eliel unfolds. An Enoshite's alien Eliel today, tomorrow is not the Most High. The nations of the earth see alien Eliel from different points of view, and so he does not seem the same to everyone. Enoshites name the part of alien Eliel he sees, and this to him is all of the Most High, and every nation has a name for alien Eliel. You Brahmins call him Parabrahm, and Zeus is his name in Greece. Yahweh is his name in Hebrew, but everywhere his is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. When Enoshites are afraid of alien Eliel and take him for a foe, they dress up other Enoshites in fancy garbs and call them priests, and charge them to restrain the wrath of alien Eliel by prayer, and when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, they buy him off with sacrifice of animals or birds. When Enoshite sees alien Eliel as one with him, as Father alien Eliel, he needs no middle Enoshites, no priests to intercede. He goes straight up to him and says, my Father alien Eliel, and then he lays his hand in alien Eliel's own hand, and all is well. And this is alien Eliel. You are each one a priest, just for yourself, and sacrifice of blood alien Eliel does not want. Just give your life in sacrificial service to the all of life, and alien Eliel is pleased. When Yeshua had said thus, he stood aside, and the people were amazed, but strove amongst themselves. Some said he is inspired by Holy Brahm, and others said he is insane, and others said he is possessed. He speaks as devils speak. But Yeshua tarried not. Among the guests was one a tiller of the soil, a generous soul, a seeker after truth. He loved the words that Yeshua spoke, and Yeshua went with him and in his home abode. Then he travelled on into Tibet amongst the Buddhists. Among the Buddhist priests was one who saw the lofty wisdom in the words that Yeshua spoke. It was Bharato or Rabbo. Together Yeshua and Bharato read the Psalms and the Prophets and the Vedas and the Avesta and the wisdom of Gautama. And as they read and talked about the possibilities of man, Bharato said, Man is the marvel of the universe. He is part of everything, for he has been a living thing on every plane of life. There was a time when man was not, and he was a bit of formless substance in the moods of time, and then a protoplast. By universal law, all things tend upwards to a state of perfection, and the protoplast evolved, becoming a worm, then reptile, bird and beast, and at last it reached the form of man. Now man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience, and mind is often manifest in fleshly form, and in a form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as a worm or a bird or a beast or man. The time will come when everything of life will be evolved into the state of perfect man, and after man is perfected, he will evolve into higher forms of life. And Yeshua said, Bharato or Rabbo, who told you this? That mind which is man may manifest in flesh of beast or bird or creeping thing. Bharato said, from time which is man remembers, not our priests have told us so, and we know. And Yeshua said, enlighten a Rabbo, you are our mastermind, and do not know that man knows naught by being told. Man may believe what others say, but he never knows. If man would know, he must himself be what he knows. Do you remember, Rabbo, when you were an ape or a bird or a worm? Now, if you have no better proving of you than that the priest have told you so, you do not know, you simply guess. Regard not then what man has said. Let us forget the flesh and go with the mind into the land of fleshless things. Mind never does forget. And backward through the ages, masterminds can trace themselves, and thus they know. Time never was when man was not. That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the time will come when he will not exist. From alien Eliel's own record book we read, the true and alien Eliel breathed forth and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrew calls these 7 spirits Elohim, and these are they who in their boundless power created everything that is or was. These spirits are the true and alien Eliel, moved on the face of the boundless space, and 7 others were, and every other had its this form of life. These forms of life were but a thought of alien Elionel, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplast, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel and Garubat. These planes, with all their teeming thought of alien Elionel, are never seen by the eyes of man in flesh. They are composed of substance far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. And with the eyes of soul, all creatures see these ether planes and all the forms of life. Because all forms of life, on every plane are thoughts of alien Elionel, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and in its measure has the power to choose. And in their native planes, all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. And so it was with every living thing, until the will become a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplast, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, begin to vibrate very slow. The ethers become more dense, and all the creatures of the planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which men call physical, appeared. And this is what is called the fall of man. But man fell not alone, for protoplast and earth and planet and beast were all included in the fall. The angels in the Garubat fell not, for their will was strong, and so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with alien Elionel. Now when the ether reached the rate of atmosphere, and all the creatures of these planes must get their food from the atmosphere, the conflict came, and then that which the finite man called survival of the best became law. The stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifest, and here is where the carnal of evolution had its rise. In yonder kingdom of the soul, this carnal evolution is not known, and the great word of master minds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he had lost, when he again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. The thoughts of alien Elionel change not. The manifests of life on every plane unfolds into perfection of their kind, as the thought of alien Elionel can never die. There is no death of any being of the seven ethers of the seven spirits of the true and alien Elionel. And so, earth is never plant, a beast or a bird or a creeping thing is never man, and man is not and cannot be a beast or bird or creeping thing. The time will come when all these manifests will be absorbed, and man and beast and plant and earth and protoplast are revelation unto him. Now, Vidyapati, wisest of the Indian sages, chief for the temple of Kapivastu, heard Bharata speak to Jesus of the origin of man, and heard the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he said, "You priest of Kapivastu, hear me speak. We stand today upon the crest of time. 6 time ago a master soul was born, who gave a glorious light to man. Now a master sage stands in the temple of Kapivastu. The Hebrew prophet is the rising star of wisdom. Defied, he brings us a knowledge of the secret things of alien Elionel, and all the world will hear his words and glorify his name. You priests of the temple of Kapivastu, stay. Be still and listen when he speaks. He is the living oracle of alien Elionel." And all the priests gave thanks and praised the Buddha of enlightenment. And he travelled into Persia amongst the Zoroastrians, then to Assyria amongst the Magi, and then to Egypt. Yeshua, with Elihu and Salome in Egypt, tells the story of his journeys. Elihu and Salome praise alien Elionel. Yeshua goes to the temple in Heliopolis and is received as a pupil. Yeshua came to the land of Egypt, and all is well. He tarried not upon the coast, and he went once to Zoan, home of Elihu and Salome, who 25 years before had taught his mother in their sacred school, and there was joy when he met them. When last the son of Mary had seen these sacred groves, he was a babe, and now a man, grown strong by buffeting of every kind, a teacher who had stirred the multitudes in many lands. And Yeshua told the aged teachers all about his life, about his journey, signs in foreign lands, about the meetings with the masters, and his kind receptions by the multitudes. Elihu and Salome heard his story with delight. They lifted up their eyes to heaven and said, "Our Father the Most High, let now your servants go in peace, for we have seen the glory of alien Elionel. And we have talked with him, the messenger of love, and of the covenant of peace on earth, goodwill towards men. Through him shall all the nations of the earth be blessed." Emmanuel, another name that Yeshua was called, a son of Isaiah. And Jesus stayed in Zoan many days, and there went forth into the city of the sun, that men call Heliopolis, and sought admission into the temple of the sacred, the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek. The council of the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek convened, and Yeshua stood before the Hierophant and exclaimed, "Rabboni of the Rabbinate, I seek for wisdom. In the hall of learning I would sit. The heights that any man has gained, these I would gain. The disappointments and the sore temptations of what any man has suffered I would meet, that I may know my brother man, that I may know just how to help those in need. I pray you, brothers, let me go into the dismal crypts, and I would pass the hardest of your tests." The Master said, "Then take now the vow of the secret brotherhood." And Yeshua took the vow of the secret to the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek. Again the Master spoke and said, "The highest heights are gained by those who reach the greatest depths, and you shall read the greatest depths." The guide then led the way, and in the fountain Yeshua bathed, and when he had been clothed in the proper garb, he stood again before the Hierophant. Then he moved on into Persepolis, Iran, then stopped at the great spiritual center. He headed towards Assyria, into Damascus, on into Galilee, where he went to visit his mother Mary. In each of these places he spent his time studying, covering the period of about 5 years, healing and teaching and also learning. At age 26, he involved himself with radical groups who spoke out against the Pharisees, calling them vipers and the likes. At age 27, Mary his mother feared for his involvement. At age 28, he married and impregnated his wife Mary of Magdalene. At age 29, he and his wife left to go to study at the mystical schools in the Jordan amongst the Essenes, also to visit his cousin Johanna, spending time there, teaching and learning and presenting his new wife Mary of Magdalene, whom he married in the year 28 AD in Cana. The Essenes considered him to be too opinionated, and he was temporarily outcast from the order. At age 29, while in the Jordan, he got his mikvah or baptism, his shahada. This is the good news about Yeshua HaMashiach, the Ibn Eli and Elionel. It began as the prophet Isaiah. Eli and Elionel said, "I will send my messenger ahead of you to clear the way for you." Someone is shouting in the desert. He is the noble son of the desert, and he is drunk from the well. Get the road ready for the Rabboni, make a straight path for him to travel. So you, Johanna, appeared in the desert, giving shahadas and tablik, that is giving dawah to the masses. Turn away from your sins and get your shahadas, he told the people, and Eli and Elionel will forgive your sins. Many people from the province of Judah and the city of Jerusalem went out to hear Johanna. They confessed their sins, and he baptized them in the Jordan River. Johanna's clothes were made of camel's hair with a leather belt around his waist, and his food was locust and wild honey. He announced to the people, "The man who will come after me is much more greater than I am. I am not good enough to even bend down and untie his sandals. I baptized you with water, but he will baptize you with the Holy Soul." Not long after, Yeshua came from Nazareth in the province of Galilee and was baptized by Johanna in the Jordan. As soon as Yeshua came out of the water, he saw the skies open and a craft coming down on him flying like a dove, and a voice came from the sky and said, "You are my Waled son, I am pleased with you." At once, the spiritual craft ordered him to go into the desert, where he stayed 40 days being tempted by Nakash. During that period, John was arrested and imprisoned. While John the Baptist was in prison, he was visited by an agent of the Judahites who worked for the Romans. The secret agent's name was Judas Iscariot, son of Simon. He asked John to give him a complete profile on this stranger. John's reply was, "Who asked?" Judas said, "I seek to follow him." John then replied, "Follow who?" He said, "The real Messiah." John knew that there was a deception in his voice and in his eyes. So he answered, "I'm not sure if this one before us is the real Messiah. I will send an inquirer," because John had heard while in prison the works of Yeshua. Judas was pretending that he did not know that Yeshua and John were first cousins, so as a means of a warning, John sent 2 of his disciples, Jonas and Elias, both relatives by birth, and they were to ask Yeshua this question, "Art you he that should come, or do we look for another?" Yeshua answered and said unto them, "Go and show John again those things which you do hear and see. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walked, and the lepers are cleaned, and the deaf hear, and the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. And blessed is he, whoever shall not be offended in me." And as the 2 turned to walk away, Yeshua began to say unto the multitudes concerning John, "What went ye out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken in the wind? But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft white raiment? Behold, they that wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. But what went ye out for to see? A prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and more than a prophet. For this is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before your face, which shall prepare the way before you. Verily I say unto you, amongst them that are born of women, there has not risen a greater than John the Baptist, notwithstanding that he is least in the kingdom of heaven, is greater than he. And from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven has suffered violence, and the violence took it by force. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John, and if you will receive it, this is Elijah which was to come. He that has an ear to hear, let him hear. And Jonas and Elias knew what Yeshua meant and returned to John with the message, and John knew that this was indeed a Messiah, and Yeshua knew that his life from this point on would be in danger, and Judas knew that he must betray Yeshua from this point on. The priest at the time was Zechariah, the husband of Elizabeth. Herod the Great sent for Zechariah to appear before his throne to be questioned as to the whereabouts of this child. Herod the Great was under the impression that Zechariah's son, Johanna al-Mikwa, was the child the wise men were looking for. Herod the Great slew Zechariah because he refused to reveal the whereabouts of his son. Because he did not know, he was struck dead on the spot. Members of the Essene Brotherhood rescued Johanna al-Mikwa and his mother Elizabeth and brought them to Zoan. Elizabeth and Johanna al-Mikwa resided with a relative in the Engedi Hills. When Johanna al-Mikwa was 9 years old, his education was undertaken by Metheno, an Egyptian Israelite who was a master from the temple of Saqqara under the instruction of Zosa, the master healer. Elizabeth died when Johanna al-Mikwa was 12 years old, so Metheno took him to Zoan, where he remained until he was 30 years old. Johanna al-Mikwa spent half of his life with the Essenes and the other half by himself in the wilderness. Johanna al-Mikwa remained in the Bedouin lifestyle because all his life he believed the Romans were out to kill him. He was known as a very powerful and spiritual man who foreran and prepared the way for Yeshua. He spoke of one who would come after him. Johanna al-Mikwa would have been an Israelite doing his job if he had not been a threat to Herod and his people. He baptized Yeshua and passed everything over to him. Johanna al-Mikwa met his death at the request of Herodias, Herod Antipas's wife. She instructed her daughter to request the head of Johanna al-Mikwa at the birthday of Herod Antipas. Herod Antipas was the son of Herod the Great. He married his half-brother's wife Herodias, an act which was condemned by Johanna al-Mikwa. Herod Antipas didn't have Johanna al-Mikwa killed because he had attracted a very large following, and his death would have stirred the anger of the people. However, when it was Herod's birthday, his daughter Salome, the daughter of Herodias, danced for him. The style of dance she performed was very seductive, and it pleased Herod, and he promised her anything she wished for. Herodias saw this as a chance to seek revenge on Johanna al-Mikwa for publicly condemning her marriage, and instructed her daughter Salome to ask for the head of Johanna al-Mikwa on a charger, a platter. Yeshua returned for the Jordan River, full of the Holy Soul, and was led by the spiritual crafts into the desert, being a son of the desert, where he was tempted of the devil for 40 days. And in all that time he ate nothing, so that he was hungry when it was all over. And the devil said unto him, If you are Walid, Elian Elianel, you would have the power to do all things. So Nakash took him up and showed him the Essene village, the second of all the kingdoms of the world, and said, I will give you all this power and all this wealth. This is what Nakash told him. It has all been handed over to me, and I can give it to anyone I choose. All this could be yours if you worship me. Yeshua said, the scriptures said, worship Yahuwah of the Elohim and serve him only. Tablet 15, the Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 8, the three tests. 19 times 1 equals 19. Lo, the herald or harbinger had paved the way. The Calumet had been introduced to Enoshites as love made manifest, and he must now begin his divine ministry. And he went forth into the wilderness to be alone with Elian Elianel, that he might look into his inner heart, and not its strength and worthiness. And with himself he talked. He said, My lower self is strong. By many ties am I bound to carnal life. Have I the strength to overcome and give my life as a willing sacrifice for Enoshites? When I shall stand before the face of the Enoshites, and they demand proof of my messiahship, what will I say? And then he, the tempter, came and said, If you be the Walid of Elian Elianel, command these stones to turn to bread. And Yeshua said, Who is it that demands a test? It is no sign that one is an Ibn of Elian Elianel, because he does a miracle. The devils can do mighty signs. Did not the Goy, Gentile magicians, do great things before the Pharaoh? My words and deeds, and all the walks of my life shall be the proof of my messiahship. And then the tempter said, If you will go into Jerusalem, and from the temple pinnacle cast yourself down to the earth, the people will have faith that you are the Messiah sent from the Most High, Elian Elianel. This you can surely do. For did not David son of Jesse say, He gives his Elohim charge concerning you, and with their hands they will uphold lest you fall. And Yeshua said, I will not tempt the Yahuwah of the Elohim. And then the tempter said, Look forth upon the world, behold its honor and its fame, behold its pleasure and its wealth. If you will give your life to these, they shall be yours. But Yeshua said, Away from me all tempting thoughts, my heart is fixed. I spurn this carnal self with all its vain ambition and its pride. For 40 days Yeshua did wrestle with his carnal self. His higher self prevailed. Then he was hungry, but his best friends had found him and they ministered to him. Then Yeshua left the wilderness, and in the consciousness of the holy breath, he came into the camps of Johanna and taught. Tablet 9. Jesus travels to Sudan with his wife. 19 times 2 equals 38. Lo, Jesus' marriage was on this wise. When he reached the age of 27, his mother sought for him a wife, having mentioned to him it is time to marry and have a family, fearing that his radical opinions would cause him harm. Unbeknown to him, Mary his mother had already picked for him a wife named Mary of Magdalene. She lived in Bethany, in the east on the Jordan River. For she was one of the ones who witnessed his baptism and listened to his teachings, and along with his disciples longed for his return home. After his shahadat and his break from the restrictions of the Essenes, he took to teaching the message with his wife and his son at his side. At age 30, after much persecution for that year, he decided to go traveling again. At age 31, he traveled from Jerusalem to Arabia to visit the Kaaba with his wife and son Simon, who was 1 and some odd months at the time. He crossed the Reed Sea to Port Sudan to travel to a place called Omdurman today, to sit amongst the Mutasawwaf at the Eternal Fire. He stayed there in Sudan studying and teaching for 2 years, returning again to Jerusalem at the beginning of age 33. He was met with much love by the people who looked for a Messiah. But the hearts of the leaders of the people turned against him for fear that he may dethrone them. So he sent his wife and his son away to live in the house of her sister and brother Martha and Lazarus, and he went to visit them from time to time to see his family and to play with his son. In one such visit, upon leaving early the next day light hour hungry, the fig tree yielded no figs, and in anger he cursed the fig tree. He returned from his journey, and upon arriving was met by his disciples, and he did many great things, and they had a welcome party. And when they all had slept the next day, he went out to see Johanna. And Johanna saw Jesus coming to him and said, There is the Lamb of Eli and Elionel, who takes away the sins of the world. This was the one I was talking to you about. For John did teach much about Yeshua in his absence. I said a man was coming after me, but he is greater than I am, because he existed before I was. I did not know who he would be, but I came baptizing with water in order to make him known to the people of Israel. And the next day, Johanna was standing again with 2 of his disciples when he saw Yeshua walking by. There is the Lamb of El Elo, he said. The 2 disciples heard him say this and went to meet Yeshua. Yeshua turned and saw them following him and asked, What are you looking for? They answered, Where do you live, Rabbi? He said, Come and see. It was then about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so they went with him and saw where he lived, and met his wife Mary of Magdalene there, and her brother Lazarus, and Jesus' son Simon bar Jesus and Martha. And there they kept the Shabbat, because it was too late to go home, so they stayed, and spent the rest of the day with him and his family. One of them was Andrew, Simon Peter's brother, and once he found his brother Simon, he told him, We have found the Messiah, which is being interpreted the Christ. Then he took Simon to Yeshua. Yeshua looked at him and said, Your name is Simon, son of John, but you will be called Cephas. The next day, Yeshua decided to go to Galilee. He found Philip and said to him, Come with me. For this Philip was from Bethsaida, the town where Andrew and Peter lived. Philip found Nathanael and told him, We have found the one whom Moses wrote about in the scripture of the law, and whom the prophets also wrote about. He is Yeshua, adopted son of Joseph of Nazareth. Can anything good come out of Nazareth? Nathanael asked. Come and see, answered Philip. When Yeshua saw Nathanael coming up with him, he said about him, Here is a real Israelite, there is nothing false in him. Nathanael asked him, How do you know me? Yeshua answered, I saw you when you were under the fig tree before Philip called you. Nathanael answered, Rabboni, you are the Ibn Eli and Elionel, you are the ruler of all Israel. Yeshua said, Do you have faith? Just because I told you I saw you when you were under a fig tree, you will see much greater things than this. And he said to them, I'm telling you the truth. You will see heaven open up, and the Elohim Anunnaki going up and coming down on a Walid, son of a human being, and that human being Mary. Thus he was called the Ibn, son of El Elo, and the Walid, son of a human being. Tablet 10. Lazarus raised. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo. Lazarus' real name was Eliza, meaning Ella's helped. There is symbolic meaning in the change of the names. He was a student priest in the Essene order. He and Yeshua were in a political union, and Lazarus had been excommunicated because he sympathized and was in agreement with Yeshua, his brother-in-law's teachings. Yeshua was also a priest in the Essene order. The order consists of 3 degrees, Rab, Rabbi and Rabboni, and these 3 degrees subdivided into many others. Yeshua was his brother-in-law, being espoused to both Martha and Mary. Martha died before childbearing. Mary Magdalene's first son, Simon Bar Jesus, was crucified. They had no other children until they took residence in Egypt between his 35th year and 120th year, the year of his death. He had 2 other sons and daughters. The first daughter's name was Iglau, his second son's name was Zubir, and his second daughter's name was Sana. Their other son's name was Huday. The remaining children moved south into Nubia, and there they merged into the people and became the root seed of the Mahdi family in Sudan. Mahdi simply means Ma, and Hadi from Huda from Yehuda, simply Judah. The Mahdi are the lost tribe of Israel, Judah, called the Hendendawa, simply Huda and Dawa, being both Israelites and Ishmaelites, rendering them Islamic Hebrews. The Mahdiya tribe. The mixture of Nabata Ishmaelites and Havilavites Israelites formed a powerful tribe, which was later converted in the 6th century to Christianity from their original Hebrew doctrine, being descendants of the tribes of Dan of Israel, also called the Danakil in northern Ethiopia, the Rashada tribes, and later the Dongalawa or Dongala in northern Sudan. The Danakil are the original people of Hawila, same as the Dongawala or the Fuzzy-Wuzzy. They are the same tribe and people, your original family. The Danakil migrated south and lived amongst the tribe of Cush. Thus you have amongst the tribe of Danakil people with round faces, round eyes and round noses. They were both of the tribe of Judah and the tribe of Dan, who migrated with them and became known as the Falasha. After their entry into Ethiopia, both tribes became the Danakil. The Falasha are the original Danites and the Judahites who had mixed in with the Ethiopians when they moved into that land. You are the original Falashas. The Falashas settled in the mountains of Baganda and Simon, which border on Sudan. They spoke both Aramaic Hebrew and Syriac Arabic, and were also referred to as the Rashada tribes. All of these tribes are referred to as the Lost Tribes. These Lost Tribes can be found in Lower Egypt, Sudan, Djibouti, Somalia, Ethiopia and Kenya. The ones from Lower Egypt, Sudan and Djibouti are from Hawila, Nubia. They are also known as the Afars. Their features are long faces, also oval, woolly hair, and they have a reddish-brown skin tone. The Afars are divided into major groups, the Ado-Yamaras and the Asa-Yamaras, which are divided into several tribes and sub-tribes. The other people of Somalia, Ethiopia and Kenya are Ethiopian Cushites. They are also known as the Issas. Their features are round faces, also oval, thin hair and greenish-brown skin tone. The Issas are divided into 3 main groups, the Abgals, the Dalols and the Wadiks. They too are divided into several tribes. There is a land that exists today that is called the Forbidden Desert of the Danakil in Ethiopia, which is located at the southern end of the Red Sea. They were warriors that were never found without a weapon. The rule of this tribe was that they killed all strangers. Few survived that entered into the territory of the Danakil. Their ancestors were from Nubia. When the Italians came to invade Ethiopia, they tried to explore this new territory under the command of Benito Mussolini. They were unable to conquer the Danakil tribe. At one point in time, there existed over 1 million Danakils. Because the mentality of the Danakils, many sought to destroy them. 99% of them were eventually and finally destroyed, and 1% of them still exist today. The kingdom later fell in the year 1366 to the Mohammedans under one Muhammad Ali, born 1769 and died in 1849. He was a Pasha of Anglo-Egypt, short, pale-skinned Egyptian. He was a common soldier who rose through the ranks. In 1811, he exterminated the Mamelukes, who had ruled Egypt for 700 years. He won great victories for the Turks in Arabia and the Sudan. In 1845, a man was born in Dongala called Muhammad Ahmed al-Mahdi from the Fuzzy-Wuzzys. The name describes the original African hairstyles. They are the pure descendants of the tribe of Judah. This Mahdi was called to fight back the invasions of Sudan by the Anglo-Egyptians and their British and Turkish confederates. His success won the independence of the Sudan. The Mahdi died in the year 1885 AD, having protected the original land of Nubia and the Nubians. Another tribe that played an important part in the fight against the British rule was the Beja tribe. They were known as the Hendendawa of the Fuzzy Wuzzy tribe. The Hendendawa tribe were the nomadic tribe of Sudan. They were the backbone of the Mahdi's army. Thus, a strong, proud people called themselves the Hendendawa people, the first master people. The Hendendawa tribe was known as the Fuzzy Wuzzy because of the extreme woolly texture of their hair. The Mahdi was a noble and great guide for his people, and we should not forget what he did for the Nubian tribes in Sudan. And his day should be commemorated as Mahdi's Day, July the 4th. On al-Mahdi's Day, an early daylight sermon is read to the congregation on the life of al-Mahdi. Afterwards, the entire community gathers to raise the black, red and green flag of al-Mahdi. Then, a great parade is held with multicolored floats, which have been made by members of the community, depicting scenes from the Mahdi's time, such as children in jalabiyas, with colored patches like those worn by the followers of al-Mahdi in battle, with the Mahdi carrying the black flag, as prophesied by Muhammad. Nubian music is played, and there is dancing and eating of Sudanese food all day long. The families dress in beautiful black, red, green, gold, white and silver attire. The children march for all to see. After late afternoon tafilat, as in the Sudan, the congregation remains in the house of the sustainer to read from the Ratib, a book of enlightenment written by the Mahdi in dedication to and expression immeasurable love for the Allahum. After the appearance of the setting sun, colourful fireworks will shine brightly against the sky in the shadow hours, symbolic of the guns fired during the battles of the Mahdi in Sudan. This is what the remaining children of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene became known as. Lazarus was placed in a burial cave. This was all part of the Essene Order's sacred ritual. Martha had sent Yeshua a message. Rabboni, your dear friend is ill. When Yeshua heard it, he said, the final result of this illness will not be the death of Lazarus. This happened in order to bring glory to Eli and Elionel, and it will be the means by which the Son of the Most High will receive glory. Yeshua said, our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I will go and wake him up. The disciples answered, if he is asleep, Rabboni, he will get well. Yeshua meant that Lazarus had died, but they thought he meant natural sleep. So Yeshua told them plainly, Lazarus is dead, but for your sake, I am glad that I was not there with him, so that you will have faith. Let us go to Lazarus. Yeshua was trying to get to the tomb of Lazarus because Lazarus could only lay there for 24 hours, which is the period of total death according to the laws of Moses, when one must be entombed within 24 hours of death before rigor mortis sets in. Yeshua went to the tomb, which was a cave with a stone placed at the entrance. Take the stone away, Yeshua ordered. Martha, the dead man's sister, answered, it will be a bad smell, Rabboni. He has been buried 4 days. Yeshua said to his wife Martha, did I not tell you that you would see Eli and Elionel's glory if you have faith? And they took the stone away. Yeshua looked up and said, I thank you, Father, that you will listen to me. I know that you always listen to me, but I say this for the sake of the people here, so that they will have faith that you sent me. After he had said this, he called out in a loud voice, Lazarus, come out. He came out, and his hands and feet were wrapped in grave cloths and with a cloth around his face. Untie him, Yeshua told them, and they let him go. It was thought that Lazarus was being raised by Yeshua from the dead. However, Lazarus never died. Lazarus was resuscitated, yet thought by all resurrected from the very dead. Everyone was amazed, yet filled with fright, and instead of running to embrace him in joy, they all stood back and murmured, what is this thing that he has done? This man is dead. Dead is dead. This is violation of the law. Murmuring in whispers, the Levite priests looked on, quoting the scripture of where it says, Hashem alone gives life. This man has performed the greatest of sins, and with that, none of the people wanted any close contact with Lazarus. For Lazarus was a nickname of Eliezer, and Lazarus meant rich man, for he was well-to-do in the sale of clothes, known in the marketplace. But from this point onwards, nobody wanted him around. He became a beggar, and his greatest wish from that point on was to really die, a wish forbidden in the law, for suicide is an unforgivable sin. Yet he pleaded and begged to be returned to the dead for real this time. Abraham, who watched him from the heavens, materialized before him while he was sat in the wilderness in tears. Abraham asked, my brother, what troubles you? Lazarus replied, who art you, and whence comest you? Abraham responded, I am your father Abraham, the father of your nation. At this moment, I visit Sheol to counsel the souls that have paid their debt and prepare to ascend to the heavens. My son, this is a great wrong that you request, for it is given man once to die and then to return to us. Lazarus replied, But to this moment, O Master, my soul has never tasted the sweet nor bitter savour of death, yet my own reject me without good cause. What could be better at this point than death, that I may be amongst my eternal family? Abraham said, Reach forth your hand and touch my bosom. Lazarus stood and did as he was told. As the gates opened, so the bosom of Abraham opened, and Lazarus so entered. His body fell lifeless to the ground, withered in the absence of others, never to be seen or heard of again. At one with Abraham, resting in peace in his bosom, he became the company of Abraham on his journeys to Sheol. He advised those who committed themselves by submitting to suicide of its great sins. With all this, the Essenes created a massive plot to disrupt the leadership taking place in Jerusalem by what they called the children of darkness. They assisted from behind the scenes Yahshua in all of his undertakings. The Essenes were behind Yahshua's whole life, their order, the ancient mystical order of Melchizedek, called the Sons of the Desert, received their rituals from the Egyptian and Sumerian practices. Chapter 15, The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 11, The Wedding of Jesus. 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, those that have been fooled from amongst the mortals will laugh at the very thought and say, How could such a thing have occurred? So, let me walk you through it verse by verse, that you may attain a vivid understanding of how Yahshua did indeed marry and have a son. The story unfolds like this. The wedding of Yahshua bar Miriam took place in Cana in Galilee. The reception was in Bethany at Yahshua's own house. The reason why it was not recorded was because the Essenes vowed celibacy, and it would have been a travesty to hear that one of their own had defected and married other than with the approval of the Rab, the head of the order, for the sole purpose of reproduction. This Bethany is where he lived with Martha, Lazarus and his wife Mary Magdalene after the wedding. When he defected from the Essene village, Lazarus, a student of his, took him in, many years before he knew that he would marry his sister. Bethany, meaning House of Figs, is a village about 1 3/4 miles, 3 kilometers southeast of Jerusalem, on the Mount of Olives and close to Bethphage, where he eventually moved. It was the home of the sisters Mary and Martha. Here, Yahshua raised their brother Lazarus from the dead, a ritual symbolism performed by the Essenes. Yahshua lodged in Bethany during his last week in Jerusalem, and the palm procession set out from here. The anointing of Yahshua took place 2 days before the feast of the Passover took place at the home of Simon the leper in Bethany. Some of Yahshua's disciples were there. If the wedding was not Yahshua's own, why would he and his disciples be invited? Or who were these persons that were so important that Yahshua went to their wedding? Yahshua seemed to disagree with every other ritual in the scriptures, saying that they were exaggerated. How come he went to this wedding? The law? There's never mentioned after this of a marriage. Yet, Revelation speaks of marriage of the Lamb in symbolism. This is what it says. So let's be happy and rejoice and glorify him, because the wedding of the Lamb has indeed come, and his bride is ready. And she was given a pure white linen to wear, because white linen is the dress of the righteous. So he said to me, Right, blessed are those who are called to the feast of the dinner for the wedding of the Lamb. And he said to me, This is the word of he who is above, the heavenly one, which is facts beyond any doubt. That can be found in their mistranslations, with the same meaning in Revelation, the 19th degree, the 7th through 10th verses. They refer and they prefer to identify with the New Jerusalem coming down like a bride, prepared for her groom, where they read, And there came to me one of the 7 Elohim, which had 7 bowls full of the 7 last plagues, and spoke with me, saying, Come here, I will show you the bride, the Lamb's wife, symbolically speaking of the holy city coming down from heaven. Yet in the 19th degree it begins, and a voice came from the sea, saying, Glory is for our Creator, O all you servants, and all you that fear him, both young and old. And I heard it, as if it were the voice of many crowds, and as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of strong thundering, saying, Praise be Yahuwah the Adonai Al-Shadi, the Almighty Ruler. Then it continues. So let us be happy and rejoice, glorify him, because the wedding of the Lamb has indeed come, and his bride is ready. It is clear for those to see that this was talking about an event that had come, and that the other was talking about an incident to come. All the heavens was prepared for the wedding of Yeshua, for it was the laws of his heavenly Father that states, "Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife." This law would apply to Yeshua as well, if he claims that not one jot or tittle should not be removed from the law. If it declares the law came down by way of Moses before Yeshua, and Moses, Abraham, Noah, and Adam all married and had wives, so the law would apply to Yeshua as well. The law is the law. Yeshua said, "I did not come to change the law of Moses, but merely to fulfill it." Yes, the wedding at Cana was prepared by Mary for the Lamb to marry, Mary of Magdalene. This was Yeshua's wedding. If he was the Heavenly Father, he would impose these laws as found in the scriptures that he revealed to his prophets. Is this not so? Will you show me another incident where Yeshua and his disciples go to a wedding reception? And what was his mother Mary doing there in this remote town to her own home? Why are the names of the bride and the bridegroom removed from your Bible? Throughout the whole life of Yeshua, Mary is never mentioned as an associate of Mary Magdalene. And then, at the daylight hours of the tomb they are together, at the day of the cross they are together, but no other place are they together. But when she becomes her mother-in-law, they have pain in common. Now let's look at the scriptures 2 days later. This is after Jesus met who? Philip and Nathanael. There was a wedding in the town of Cana in Galilee. Yeshua's mother was there, and Yeshua and his disciples had also been called to the wedding, for it was a surprise to him. A surprise that his mother prepared, or there'd be no point to mention an unrelated wedding to their family, let alone to make a statement Jesus' mother was there. Now at the wedding, we have this story. When the wine had given out, Yeshua's mother said to him, "They have no wine left." Point to be made, why is Mary taking control of the catering of a wedding she is merely invited to? Why is she concerned with how much wine the guests of the bride and the groom have? Point to be made, Jesus in her eyes was merely her son, not a performer of miracles at this point. Why would she tell him when he was merely a guest? In fact, concerning Mary and whether or not she was one of his followers, he made this very statement, "Behold, my mother and my brethren, for whoever shall do the will of my Father, which is in heaven, is the same as my brother, my sister and mother." And his statement was made after one said to Yeshua, "Behold," or simply "Look, there is your mother and your brothers." He made it clear that at this point they didn't believe and were not doing the will of his Father. So Mary, his mother, would not have called on Jesus to perform the turning of the water into wine, because she at this point did not know or did not believe that he could do it according to your scriptures. However, if she was the organizer of the wedding for Jesus, then it would make sense for her to be concerned with why there is no more wine left in this house. And because the wedding was Jesus's, being the head of the house, she would inform him of this problem. And it reads, "Jesus' gune said to him, They have no more wine left. And when they wanted wine, Yeshua's gune said unto him, They have no wine. Jesus said unto her, Gune, which in Greek means a wife or a woman, what have I to do with you? My hour has not yet come." This is clearly a bitter statement, for in Greek, the word one would use to call respect to their mother is mater. So Yeshua would have never spoke bitterly to Mary, his blessed mother. He was speaking to his gune, the Greek word for wife, for Mary was at a loss at what to do at this wedding. So she confronted Mary of Magdalene and told her to go and ask Jesus. And it says, "What have I to do with you, gune?" Simply, what am I to do about it? You're the one who organized the wedding. He adds, "My hour has not come yet." Simply, my time has not yet come. Speaking of his miraculous powers, then the story continues. So Jesus' mother said to the deaconess, the Greek word for servants, "Whatever he says unto you, do it." Only the master of ceremony could tell the servants who they should listen to. And if this was not Jesus' wedding, why would Mary have the power to tell the servants in another person's house and wedding to listen to Jesus? Remember, these people were not his followers. He was merely invited, according to you, to this wedding. Yet, an honest heart and an intelligent mind can see that Mary having the power to tell the servants what to do makes her the master of ceremony. And there were 6 stone water jars, after the manner of purifying of the Judahites. And the Judahites have rules of ritual washing, and for this purpose 6 stone water jars were there, each one large enough to hold about 100 litres, or 9 gallons of water. That would be 54 gallons of water. So this was a house for a very large family, or it was prepared to receive a very large guest list. So Yeshua takes it upon himself, as you were led to believe, in another man's wedding in another man's home. Yeshua says unto them, "Fill the water pots with water." Make note in your mind, this means that all 54 gallons had to be empty and used that day, because the laws say they must wash with fresh water. There was a very large crowd there, and after Jesus ordered the servants to fill them, the servants filled these jars up to the brim, that is the top. And I ask, where are the families of the brides of the grooms, if this is not Mary and Jesus is? Why have they not stepped in and made their voices heard? Why have not the fathers stepped in and tried to solve this problem? There is no mention of anyone involved save Mary, Jesus and the servants. So after he told them to fill them to the brim, he ordered them now to draw the water out and take it to the man in charge. Take it to the governor of the feast, not the parents, but the head caterer, called an architriklinos in Greek, and means superintendent of the dining room, a table master. This is not the father of the bride or the groom. So the servants obeyed the groom, which was Jesus, and took the head caterer the water, which had now turned to wine. When the head caterer of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, he knew not whence it was. But of course the servants under the head caterer knew, because they had conversed with Mary and Jesus. So the head caterer called the Nymphios, which in Greek means the bridegroom, and asked him, everyone else serves their best wine first, and after the guests have had plenty to drink, he serves the ordinary wine. But you have kept the best wine until now. The servants knew that Jesus was responsible for this wine, and that the head caterer could not have been talking to a groom, who would not have known also where the wine had come from, without saying, I know nothing of this wine, because it was not just the wine, but it was obviously a better grade wine than he ordinarily served. The bridegroom and his family, who would have paid for the wine and the wine bibber, would have all known that this was not their wine, and there would have been a complaint. So the servants directed the head caterer to the bridegroom, which was Jesus, and the head caterer complimented Jesus for his mannerism. Yeshua performed his first miracle in Cana in Galilee. There he revealed his glory, and his disciples had faith in him. After this, Yeshua and his mother and his brothers and his disciples went to Capernaum to stay there for a few days. This act is commonly called the honeymoon, for Mary Magdalene was also one of Jesus' disciples. The place called Capernaum was the city in Galilee where Mary lived, so Jesus, his new wife and mother and disciples went to her house for a private reception and a honeymoon, a very common practice. The story does not stop there. Jesus and Mary and Magdalene had a son, whom they named Simon, and he became known as Simon Bar Jesus, simply translated from Amharic, Simon the son of Jesus. If you read the second degree of John, the whole chapter, be it in Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, Arabic or Latin, the facts will still remain the facts. The wedding of Cana was the wedding of Jesus to Mary of Magdalene. Tablet 12, the son of Jesus. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, during the very same honeymoon, when the marriage was consummated, Mary Magdalene, daughter of Mahanam and Zerula, became pregnant, and when the time came for delivery, she gave birth to a son, and they called him Simon. Simon Bar Jesus is the Bar Jesus of Acts. He's mentioned twice in there, once under the name Simon, and once under the name Bar Jesus. He was called a magician and a sorcerer. They're giving him mainly 3 attributes of his father. Simon Bar Jesus was the product of the marriage that the Christians claim never happened. He was born September the 17th in 28 AD. Yeshua had aspirations of his son becoming a great teacher, which Simon went off into in-depth study of mysticism and the Kabbalah, a book of heretics by Yeshua's own words. He warned his son again and again that these were undesirables, until his son grew up and left to go and live amongst them. Unable, like most children, to respect the wishes of the parent, he got caught up in the rituals and practices of Kabbalahism and became known as a sorcerer, a great pain to Yeshua. And once someone came to Yeshua and said, "There is a man teaching in your name." Yeshua knew immediately who that was, dropped his head sad and quickly raised it again and said, "Forbid him not, for there is no man which shall do a miracle in my name that can lightly speak evil of me." He knew that this was his own son, Simon, who was called himself Jesus. He had launched on a mission above his father, where he went out to teach his own doctrine. Simon Bar Jesus went on to preach and teach all throughout Greece, Syria and Antioch. He had many followers, of which Saul, who later became known as Paul, the self-proclaimed apostle, was one of them. So eventually Saul and them became his disciples, and they all started taking on Greek names. They travelled back into Syria, into a place called Antioch, where they first established their own church, and they were called Christians, because the people in Syria thought that they were followers of Cleophas, who was a Har Krishna. He had converted to what's called Har Krishna religion, and that's where the word Christos or Christ comes from, whom the Hindus thought Jesus was when he visited India. The people in Antioch thought that the man Simon Bar Jesus was really Cleophas. Thus, they referred to them there in Antioch as Christians for the first time. There was a conflict that broke out between the original disciples of Yeshua bar Miriam and Simon bar Yeshua, and Yeshua's own brother-in-law Barnabas, and his brother was with Paul at first, and was a student of Simon. They all came over to follow his father Yeshua son of Miriam, daughter of Imram and Hannah, for Simon was also called Yeshua son of Miriam, or Isa ibn Miriam, for his mother's name was also Mary, being the Miriam of a place called Magdala. And he, Simon bar Jesus, did as the Greek says, existemi, amazing things, astonishing things, and bewitched the people of Samaria, giving the impression that he is the Messiah. And that's what he did to the people of Samaria. And Paul recorded it in his book called Acts, and it says that to whom they all give heed. What does this mean? That the Samarians believed him, and he had a large congregation, that they gave heed from the least to the greatest, and he had his own congregation saying, this man has great power of God, this is the Son of God, he's an embodiment of God. Now unto him they all had regards, they all had lots of respect for him, because he was performing miracles. When the leaders of the people saw Simon bar Jesus performing miracles, they said this man is a sorcerer. They called him a sorcerer, but as you can see from your scriptures, he was called Elymas, a wise man. This Greek word Elymas, Elimor, in Galilean Arabic is Mulam or Mulana, meaning a learned or wise man. But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God and the name of Jesus Christ, they were baptized, both men and women. Then Simon bar Jesus himself believed also, and when he was baptized he continued with Philip, beholding the miracles and signs which was done. Now when the apostles which were at Jerusalem heard that Samaria had received the word of Theos, they sent unto them Peter and John, and when they were come down, prayed for them that they might receive the Holy Ghost, because up until then none of them had received it. Only they were baptized in the name of their Rabbi Yeshua HaMashiach. Then the disciples laid their healing hands on them at that very place, and they received the Holy Ghost. And when Simon bar Jesus saw that through the laying of one of the apostles' hands the Holy Ghost was given, he offered them money, saying, give me all this power, that whomsoever I lay hands on shall receive the Holy Ghost. A big argument breaks out between them. When therefore Paul and Barnabas had no small uprising and reasoning with them, they determined that Paul and Barnabas and certain others of them should go up to Jerusalem unto the apostles and elders about solving these differences. They're talking about going back to Jerusalem to be amongst the original disciples of Yeshua, especially now, because Simon bar Jesus listened to Philip and them. He stopped on his mission, which had a large congregation, and converted to his father's teachings. This conversion led to him to teach and preach as far as Rome, where he was thought to be his father, where he was crucified. This Simon bar Jesus is the Christ of the Christian religion, as taught by Paul through his own 14 scriptures. Romans, written in 56 AD, 1 Corinthians, written in 55 AD, 2 Corinthians, written in 55 AD, Galatians, written in 52 AD, Ephesians, written in 61 AD, Philippians, written in 61 AD, Colossians, written in 61 AD, 1 Thessalonians, written in 50 AD, 2 Thessalonians, written in 51 AD, 1 Timothy, written in 64 AD, 2 Timothy was written in 65 AD, Titus, written in 64 AD, Philemon, written in 61 AD, and Hebrews, written in 61 AD. When Paul first began his teachings, he travelled with Barnabas to Antioch as an undercover spy for the Pharisees. Paul and Barnabas then went on to Paphos, where they encountered Simon bar Jesus, whom Paul decided to make his own teacher first, then God later, in order to confuse the true followers of Yeshua HaMashiach. Paul decided to start changing the original teachings of Yeshua and incorporate the sorcery of the Kabbalah and mysticism that is found in his writings today. He made lawful these things the scriptures in Yeshua had made unlawful. He accepted the teachings and was taught by bar Jesus, the corrupted son of Yeshua HaMashiach, and this Paul's hidden motives was to form a newly found religion called Christianity. This is why Paul and Barnabas separated from the disciples at Antioch. John and Mark joined the disciples Barnabas and Paul on their missionary journey. Mark served as rabbi to Barnabas and Paul and was considered the leader of this clan by performing lowly services as handling the scrolls and after recording events. While in Perga, Asia Minor, Mark returned to Jerusalem. His departure caused dissension between Paul and Barnabas, for Paul wished to become the new leader. Paul proclaimed Mark to be a deserter, and this caused much arguments between the followers until Mark returned from Jerusalem. So when they were prepared to embark on the second missionary journey, Paul was in favor of leaving Mark behind. Barnabas insisted on his accompanying them. As a result, Paul and Barnabas went their separate ways. Paul never intended to return to Jerusalem and be judged by the disciples and the elders. Instead, Paul planned to form his own church using the name they obtained in Antioch, Christian. Barnabas took Mark with him to Cyprus. This was also a good excuse for Paul to get away from Barnabas. By this time, he was accepted by many disciples and gained good favor with those disciples who had fallen away and looked for excuses to defame the original teachings of Yeshua that Mark and Barnabas taught. Paul began to gain many dissatisfied followers, self-opinionated. Thus, Barnabas and Mark chose to go separate ways from Paul. This enabled Paul to teach what he wanted. Paul considered Mark helpful to him because he was well versed in the language of the Gentiles, being one of the original that received the miraculous Holy Spirit and transformation of one language to the languages of all who inquired the truth. This happened in this manner. The disciples, who were all of one tongue, Aramaic, wanted to speak the original teachings to the tribe of Judah that had been lost in the many lands and now did not know their own language. They were met with a problem: how to teach people who could not speak their tongue. The hearts of the apostles went out in every respect for the mission. Their desire was to spread what Yeshua had taught them of Yahuwah. They began to doubt their ability to reach out, and their faith was removed, and they had travelled partly in the company and partly alone throughout the whole of Palestine, preaching the faith of Eli and Elianel and his Messiah Yeshua, in accordance with this new revelation, where Yeshua stuck to the law and eliminated the innovations of the high priests and the Pharisees, permitting the eating of many things which had been prohibited to the sons of Israel. But when he would have sent them to teach his gospel, even in distant countries, they excused themselves with their ignorance of foreign tongues. Yeshua complained of their disobedience before Yahuwah, and behold, on the following day, while they were all gathered in one place, balls of light shot down from the crafts in the sky that hovered above, and touched down on each of them, and they were able to speak in any language spoken to them. Each of his disciples had forgotten their own language, and everyone knew only the language of the people unto which Yeshua desired to send him, so that they had no longer any reason to disobey his commands, and the mission began to spread far and wide. This, the Pharisees felt, must be stopped, so they sent their secret agent Judas in to infiltrate the organization in hopes to find Yeshua guilty of violating the law. Mark was one of the disciples that was in the upper chamber on the 15th shadow hour called Pentecost, when this great miracle did occur. So Mark served the disciples Peter in the same position as he did Paul, interpreter and attendant. Mark would translate his sermons into Greek so the Gentiles could understand. Mark has been credited with founding the Christian church in Alexandria, which is inhabited by Judahites and Greeks. After Paul and Barnabas separated, Paul chose Silas as his minister and headed towards Galatia and the city of Troas. There he was joined by Luke, where they proceeded to travel across the Aegean Sea on Paul's second ministry journey into the continent of Europe. 6 years later, Luke accompanied Paul on the third missionary journey, whose destination was Rome. From Rome, Paul and his new disciples, who taught of Simon Bar Jesus as if he was Yeshua Bar HaMashiach, gained much opposition. For remember, one other Simon Bar Jesus was crucified there. In time, after much persecution, these Christians found acceptance with the Roman Emperor Constantine, which declared all Rome Christians and established the Catholic Church, establishing Peter as the first pope unto this day. A group of men formed the Second Nicene Council, which was called by Empress Irene in 787 AD, where the Nicene Decree of 325 AD was revolt, and the principles governing the veneration of images was laid down. This was the birth of Christianity, and they decided what was to be accepted and what is to be rejected. Any teachings that made it clear that there was more than one Jesus in his time and more than one set of teachings, or the truth of the crucifixion was thrown away as fiction. Thus, many of the original books that told the true story were lost, and from Paul and Luke you have the many churches of today: Catholic, Roman, Greek Russian, Coptic, Ethiopian Coptic or Lutheran, Protestant, Episcopalian, Baptist, Unitarian, Pentecostal, Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witnesses, Quaker, Mormon, Amish, Holiest, New Age, Spiritual Baptist, Santeria, Moronites, Coloridians, Salvation Army, the Red Cross, Methodist, African Methodist Episcopalian, the Divine Order of Selassie, Worldwide Church, YMCA, YWCA, Church of God in Christ, Judaites for Jesus, Shepherd's Rods, PTL, Davidians, Rosicrucians, Astara, Jesuit, Anglicans, KKK, the Assembly of God, Puritans, Soliar Temple. You are all the followers of Simon Bar Jesus, and the books you follow are Paul's and Luke's. You have no true guidance. You are being led by the Antichrist, and it is said that Jesus said, "For many shall come in my name, and shall say that I am Christ, and shall deceive many." And he said, "For there shall arise false Christs." And he said, "Then if any man say unto you, Here is Christ, or there, believe it not." And he says that this is what he will say, "And then I will profess unto them, I never knew you, depart from me, you that work iniquities." This is a statement being made to those of you, as he said, "Many will say unto me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name? And in your name have we cast out devils? And in your name done many wonderful works?" Oh, my Christian brothers and sisters, you have been deceived by Satan. Turn away from him this very moment. It all began when Paul lied and said, "I had this vision that Jesus came to me and told me to have this calling." And then Paul took and created the doctrine of Christianity today. Simon Bar Jesus was eventually found guilty of being a sorcerer and a false prophet, and they sought to crucify him. He was crucified in Rome at age 33, and his body was taken to St. Peter Basilica in Rome, where he was buried in 61 AD, and he is entombed there to this day. There are traces of his death being up in Europe, and they made a replica of his mother Mary Magdalene and him, and it is called the Black Madonna, and that's where the Pope and them are holding their allegiance to, because he opened up the gate for Gentiles to get into Israel. Chapter 15, The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 13, Jesus' Miracles. 19 times 8 equals 152. Lo! After travelling and teaching throughout and performing great signs and wonders, the people still had little faith and asked for a sign that he was indeed the Ibn Eli and Elianel. Yeshua, reluctant, then created at the will of Eli and Elianel various kinds of birds out of clay, which he animated with his breath, so that they ate and drank and flew up and down like natural birds. He healed in one day by his prayer 50,000 blind and leprous persons, whose cure the best physicians of those times had been unable to effect. He recovered many of the dead, who after he had recalled them to life, married again and had children, and he even raised up Shem, the son of Noah, who however died again immediately. But he not only revived men, but he even isolated parts and limbs. During his wanderings, he one day found a skull near the Dead Sea, and his disciples asked him to recall it to life. Yeshua prayed to Eli and Elianel, and then turning to the skull said, "Live by the will of Yahuwah, and tell us how you have found death, the grave, and the future state." The skull then assumed the form of a living head and said, "Know you, O prophet of Eli and Elianel, that about 400 years ago, after taking a bath, I fell into a fever, which notwithstanding all the medicines which were given to me, continued 7 days. On the 8th day, I was entirely exhausted, all my limbs trembled, and my tongue cleaved to the roof of my mouth. Then there came an angel of death in a terrible shape. His head touched the sky, while his feet stood on the lowest depths of the earth. He held a sword in his right hand and a cup in his left, and there were 10 other angelic beings with him, whom I took to be his servants. I would have shrieked so loudly at their sight that the inhabitants of heaven and earth must have been petrified, but the angelic beings fell on me and held my tongue, and some of them pressed my veins so as to force out my soul. Then said I, "Exalted spirits, I will give all that I possess for my life." But one of them struck me in the face and almost shattered my jawbone, saying, "Enemy of Eli and Elianel, he accepts no ransom." The angel of death then placed his sword upon my throat and gave me a cup, which I was forced to empty to the dregs, and this was my death. My consciousness now lost, I was washed, wrapped in a shroud, and interred. But when my grave was covered with earth, my soul returned to my body, and I was sorely afraid in my solitude. But soon there came 2 angelic beings with a parchment in their hands, and they told me all the good and all the bad that I had done while living in the body, and I was compelled to write it down with my own hand, and to assist in my own signature. Upon they suspended the scroll on my neck and vanished. There they appeared 2 dark angelic beings with blue eyes, namely Manka and Naka, each with a column of fire in his hand. One single spark spark of which would have dropped on the earth would have consumed it. They called me in a voice like thunder, "Who is your Yahuwah?" Overcome with fright, I lost my senses and said shudderingly, "You are my Yahuwahs." But they cried, "You liest, enemy of Eli and Elionel," and struck a blow with the column of fire. That sent me down to the seventh earth. But as soon as I returned again to my grave, they said, "O earth, punish the man who has been rebellious against his Yahuwah." Instantly the earth crushed me, so that my bones were almost ground to powder. And she said, "Enemy of Eli and Elionel, I hated you while you did tread on my surface, but by the glory of Eli and Elionel, I will avenge me now while you liest in my bowels." The angels then opened one of the gateways of hell and cried, "Take this sinner who did not believe in Eli and Elionel, boil and burn him." Thereupon I was dragged into the center of hell by a chain which was 70 cubits in length, and as often as the flames consumed my skin, I received a fresh one, but only to suffer anew the torments of the burning. At the same time, I was so hungry that I prayed for food, but I only obtained the putrefied fruit of the tree of Sachem, which not merely increased my hunger, but even caused the most horrid pain and violent thirst. And when I asked for something to drink, nothing but boiling water was given to me. At last, they urged one end of the chain with such violence into my mouth that it came out through my back and chained me hand and foot. When Yeshua heard this, he wept with compassion, but demanded of the skull to describe hell more minutely. "Now then," continued the skull, "O prophet of Eli and Elionel, that hell consists of 7 floors, one below the other. The uppermost is for the hypocrites, the second for the liars, the third for deceivers, the fourth for the users, the fifth for those who deny the holy tablets, reject the holy scriptures, and lie on those sent. The sixth is for idolaters, and the seventh for the sinners. The last mentioned abode is least terrible, and sinners are saved from it through repentance. But in the others, the torture and agony are so great that if you, O prophet of Eli and Elionel, should just but see it, you would weep with compassion as a woman who had lost her only child. The outer part of hell is of copper, and the inner part of lead. Its floor is punishment, and the wrath of the Almighty its ceiling. The walls are of fire, not clear and luminous, but amber fire, and diffusing a close, disgusting stench, being fed with the men and idols." Yeshua wept long, and then inquired of the skull to which family he belonged during his lifetime. He replied, "I am a descendant of the prophet Elias, and what desirest you now, that Eli and Elionel would recall me to life, that I might serve him with my whole heart, so as one day to be worthy of paradise?" Yeshua prayed to Eli and Elionel, "O Yahuwah, you know us, this man and me, better than we know ourselves, and are omnipotent." Then Eli and Elionel said to him, "I had long ago resolved upon that which he desires, since indeed he had many excellences, and was especially benevolent to the poor, that he may return to the world through repentance, and if he serve me henceforth faithfully, all his sins shall be forgiven." Yeshua cried unto the skull, "Be again a perfect man, through the omnipotence of Eli and Elionel." And while the words were still on his lips, there rose up a man who looked more blooming than his former life, and cried, "I confess that there is but one El Elo, and that Abraham was his friend. Moses saw him face to face, and you, Yeshua, his soul and word. I confess, moreover, that the resurrection is certain as death, and that hell and paradise do really exist." This man lived 66 years after his resuscitation, and spent his days in fasting and his shadow hours in prayer, nor did he alienate a single moment from the service of his Rabboni until he died. But the more miracles Yeshua performed before the eyes of the people, the greater was their unbelief, for all that they were not able to comprehend they believed to be sorcery and delusion. Instead of perceiving therein a proof of his mission, even the 12 apostles, whom he had chosen to propagate the new doctrine, was not steadfast in faith, and they asked him one day that he might cause a table to be covered with all sorts of fine foods to descend from heaven. "A table shall be given to you," said a voice from heaven, "but whomsoever shall thereafter continue in unbelief shall suffer severe punishment." Thereupon there descended 2 clouds with a golden table, on which there stood a covered dish of silver. Many of the Israelites who were present exclaimed, "Behold the sorcerer, what new delusions has he wrought?" But those scoffers were instantly changed into swine, and on seeing it, Yeshua prayed, "O Yahuwah, let this table lead us to salvation and not to ruin." Then he said to the apostles, "Let him who is the greatest amongst you rise and uncover this dish." But Simon, the oldest apostle, said, "Rabboni, you are the most worthy to behold this heavenly food first." Yeshua then washed his hands and removed the cover and said, "In the name of Eli and Elionel," and behold, there became visible a large baked fish with neither bones nor scales, which diffused a fragrance around like the fruits of paradise. Around the fish there lay 5 small loaves on it, salt and pepper and other spices. "Soul of Eli and Elionel," said Simon, "are these veins from this world or from the other?" But Yeshua replied, "Are not both worlds and all that they contain the works of Yahuwah? Receive whatever he has given to you with grateful hearts, and ask not where it comes. But if the appearance of this fish be not sufficiently miraculous to you, you shall behold a still greater sign." Then turning to the fish, he said, "Live." The fish then began to stir and to move so that the apostles fled with fear. But Yeshua called them back and said, "Why do you flee from that which you have desired?" Then he called to the fish, "Be again what you was before," and immediately it lay there as it had come down from heaven. The disciples then prayed that Yeshua might eat of it first, but he replied, "I have not lusted after it. He that have lusted after it, let him eat of it now." But then the disciples refused to eat of it, because they now saw that their request had been sinful. Yeshua then called many aged men, many deaf, sick, blind, and lame, and invited them to eat of the fish. There now came 1,300, of which ate of the fish, and they were satisfied. But whenever a piece was cut off from the fish, another grew again in its place, so that it lay there in its tire, as if no one had touched it. But the guests were not only satisfied, but were even healed of all their diseases. The aged became young, and the blind saw, and the deaf heard, the dumb spake, and the lame regained their various limbs. When the apostles saw this, they regretted that they had not eaten. And whoever beheld the men that had been cured and invigorated, thereby regretted in like manner to have not shared in the repast. When therefore, at the prayer of Yeshua, a similar table descended again from heaven, the whole people, rich and poor, young and old, sick and whole, came to be refreshed by these heavenly veins. This lasted during 40 days. At the dawn of the day, the table borne on the clouds descended in the face of the sons of Israel, and before the sun appeared to set, it gradually rose up again until it vanished behind the clouds. But as notwithstanding this, many still doubted whether it really came from heaven. Yeshua prayed no longer for its return, and threatened the unbelievers with the punishment of Yahuwah. Nevertheless, in the hearts of the apostles every doubt respecting the mission of their Yahuwah was removed, and they travelled partly in the company and partly alone through the whole of Palestine, preaching the faith in Eli and Elionel and his prophet Yeshua. These miracles angered the priests and the Pharisees, and they called him a sorcerer, and said he was changing the laws, saying, "Eat what is good for you." According to this new revelation, he was permitted them to eat many things which had been prohibited to the children of Israel. Tablet 14. Jesus is betrayed. 19 times 4 equals 76. Lo, the outraged leaders of Jesus' day set out to plot his death by crucifixion, and Yeshua said, "If anyone declares publicly that he belongs to me, I will do the same for him before my Father in heaven. But if anyone rejects me publicly, I will reject him before my Father in heaven. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the world. No, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. I have come to set sons against their fathers, and daughters against their mothers, and the daughters-in-laws against their mother-in-laws." Now, it was 33 AD, and Jesus once again told his disciples about the betrayal. It was on a Tuesday, 2 days before the Passover. Then one of the 12 disciples, the one named Judas Iscariot, went to the Kohen priests and asked, "What will you give me if I betray Yeshua to you?" They counted out 30 silver coins, equivalent to $52.80, and gave them to him. From then on, Judas was looking for a chance to hand Jesus over to them, so he went and visited John in jail to see what information he could attain. The weight of the silver pieces, according to the weight of the sanctuary, was equal to 600 pieces. They called them dirhams, which is 100 centines. Jesus sent Peter and John ahead to prepare. But an unbelieving Judas had stolen into the house to watch Yeshua, that he might by no means escape. The Passover supper was the time when he announced that one of his disciples was to become possessed by the devil and to betray him. His disciples pleaded with him to disclose who the traitor was so they could kill him, but he wouldn't. And in quietness, Peter asked John to ask Jesus who it was that should betray him. One of the disciples, the one whom Jesus loved, was sitting next to Jesus. Simon Peter motioned to him and said, "Ask him who he is talking about." So the disciple moved closer to Jesus' side and asked, "Who is it, Rabboni?" Jesus answered, "I will dip some bread in the sauce and give it to him. He is the man." So he took a piece of bread, dipped it, and gave it to Judas, the son of Simon Iscariot. Jesus then told Judas, who was the 12th chosen disciple, to go do his devilishment. But no one in the upper room knew what Jesus meant by these words except John and Peter. As far as everyone else was concerned, Judas was going out to buy those things needed for the feast. After Judas left, Jesus spoke to his disciples and told them that they should sell their garments for swords if they had none, which meant that his initial plan was to fight, not to simply surrender. Remember, he said, "I came not with peace but with a sword." The sword was not the sword of his mouth, it was a weapon for defense and was used for such. For when they came to seize Jesus by shadow hour, one of his disciples took out his sword and cut the ear of the servant of the high priest. An image never portrayed on any of the pictures presented to you that they carried swords with them. Judas opposed Jesus strongly. Being of the tribe of Judah, he believed he was protecting the covenant of Jacob by betraying Jesus. Because Jesus did not fall in line of the Levitical priests, Judas neglected him. Judas was expecting a political figure, and Jesus came as a religious figure instead. Thus he hated the Romans and the leaders of the children of Israel, whom he worked for and longed for a warrior-type Messiah to liberate all of his people. Jesus did not meet Judas's expectations, and because of this, Judas did not trust him. Eventually, the Pharisees and enemies of Jesus started spreading rumors that Jesus was possessed of an evil spirit in Nazareth. This added to the negative feeling that Judas already had, making him doubt Jesus even more. The disciples did not understand that Jesus was a man of many parables. Often when he spoke, the disciples did not understand and were more afraid to ask him questions. So they questioned each other concerning what Jesus said, and as a result, they remained in ignorance. Not only was there doubt and confusion in the minds of the disciples, but there was also jealousy and envy of the relationship Jesus had with other people, especially women. It was when all the women came to Jesus that his own people became very angry and jealous, and upon misconstruing the relationship Jesus had with these women, some of his disciples went out amongst the Judahites and slandered his name. They were also filled with doubt because of the various rumors that were being spread by the Pharisees. On one occasion, Jesus went to the house of Simon the leper, Canaanite, in Bethany, where Lazarus, which had been declared dead, whom he had resuscitated. There, they made him a supper, and Martha served, but Lazarus was one of them that sat at the table with them. While in Simon's home, Mary of Magdala, called Mary Magdalene, his wife of Bethany, the sister of Lazarus, took a pound of spikenard, very costly, and anointed the feet of Yeshua and wiped his feet with her hair, and the house was filled with the odor of the ointment. When Judas, his disciple, which should betray him, saw what Mary was doing, he became very jealous. Judas felt the oil was being wasted, and that instead it should have been sold for a good price, and said, "Was not this ointment sold for 300 pence and given to the poor?" Judas was the treasurer amongst the disciples, and what he really wanted to do was sell the oil and take some of the money for himself. Then said Yeshua, "Let her alone. Against this day of my burying has she kept this. For you always have the poor with you, but you don't always have me." Judas was very angry, and being seduced by Nakash, he went to the high priest with the plans to betray Yeshua, because he knew that they sought to kill him. Much people of the Judahites therefore knew that he was there, and they came not for Yeshua's sake only, but that they might see Lazarus also, whom he had raised from the dead. But the chief priests consulted that they might put Lazarus to death also, because that by reason of him many of the Judahites went away and believed in Yeshua. On the next day, much of the people that would have come to the feast when they heard that Yeshua was coming to Jerusalem took branches of palm leaves and went forth to meet him and cried, "Hosanna! Blessed is the ruler of Israel that cometh in the name of Yahuwah." And Yeshua, when he had found a young ass, sat thereon as it was written, "Fear not, daughter of Zion, behold, your ruler cometh sitting on an ass." mask, cult. These things understood not his disciples at first, but when Yeshua was glorified, then remembered they that these things were written of him, and that they have done these things unto him. The people therefore that was with him, when he called Lazarus out of the grave, and raised him from the dead, bore record. For this cause the people also met him, for they heard that he had done this miracle. The Pharisees therefore said amongst themselves, You perceive how you prevail nothing. Behold, the world has gone after him. They knew that they must stop him. Chapter 15. The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalun the All. Tablet 15. In the Garden of Gethsemane. 19 times 9 equals 171. Lo, after much incident and strife, conflicts and disagreements over a period of time, Jesus knew that his death had been well planned. He and his followers would often meet in a garden called Gethsemane, a small farm situated across the Brook of Kedron at the foot of Mount Olivetti, to the northwest and about 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile from the walls of Jerusalem. 100 yards east of the bridge of Kedron, there was a garden cared for by Joseph of Arimathea. He was also an honourable counsellor who waited for the kingdom of Eli and Elionel, known in the courts of Pilate. Yeshua with his disciples travelled over the brook of Kedron to the Garden of Gethsemane, a regular communion area for Yeshua and his disciples. When they arrived at the Garden of Gethsemane, Yeshua instructed 8 of his disciples to sit and watch as he proceeded with 3 other disciples, Peter, James and John, into the garden. Judas was the only disciple missing. Although he knew already that once in the garden his disciples would desert him, as it was written, Yeshua made tafolat to Eli and Elionel to spare him the death that was being planned for him. Yeshua wanted the cup to pass so that the will of his Father could be done. The cup of the crucifixion was to pass into the hands of ones who would betray him. Yeshua knew that in view of the opposition that he was receiving from the Sanhedrin, the highest judicial and religious council of the Israelites, composed of 70 to 73 members, and the Roman establishment, that he would be destined to die and he didn't want to. Spiritually, he wanted to do the will of his Father, but physically as a man, he was afraid. Yeshua knew long before the night of his betrayal that many people wanted him dead. He felt that he might die, so he prepared to defend himself, which is why he told the disciples to buy swords. Yeshua was afraid, but being the faithful disciple that he was, he knew somewhere in his heart that the Most High would not desert him. He knew that Eli and Elionel would give him a sign as a confirmation that he would be spared, and he wanted to share this moment with his disciples in hopes that it would strengthen them and increase their faith. Yeshua told his disciples to watch and pray also, so that they would not be tempted by Nakash. Then he prostrated in the garden and prayed to the Creator and said, My Father, if it is possible to take this cup of suffering from me, yet not what I want, but what you want. And his prayer was heard in this manner, when it said, Ask and it shall be given, seek and you shall find, knock the door and it shall be opened unto you. For everyone who will ask will receive, and anyone who seeks will find, and the door will be opened to him who knocks. When Yeshua returned to the area where the 3 disciples were waiting, and the disciples were sleeping, whereupon the omnipotent Eli and Elionel acted wonderfully, insomuch that Judas was so changed in speech and in face to be like Jesus, and they believed him to be Jesus. Quite irritated, he said to Peter, Why didn't you watch? After this, he withdrew again and prayed to Eli and Elionel for a second time. While all of this was happening, Judas was preparing to enter the garden with the soldiers. From a distance, Yeshua overheard the confusion of the many voices and the sound of many footsteps. When the soldiers, who were with Judas, drew near to the place where Jesus was, Jesus heard the approach of many people. Wherefore in fear he withdrew into the gardener's house. Having not yet received a sign that he hoped he would receive from the Most High, he fled into the shed full of fear and desperation, hoping to be hid from the soldiers. While in the gardener's shed, he prayed more earnestly for their time. Yeshua was in agony, and his sweat was as if they were great drops of blood falling to the ground. Yeshua begged the Heavenly Father to spare him the death by crucifixion. Eli and Elionel heard the cry of his servant. Yeshua prostrated, and with strong crying and tears, he supplicated and sought refuge in his sustainer. Witnessing the danger of his servant, Eliel commanded Gabriel, Murdoch, Raphael and Uriel, his messengers, to take Yeshua out of the window of the shed that faced the south as a confirmation that he would not have to suffer death by crucifixion. The Elohim of Eliel entered into the garden shed while Yeshua was in prayer and took him up to the second heaven. They bare him and placed him in the second heaven in the company of angels, blessing Eliel forevermore. Judas entered impetuously before all into the chamber where Jesus had been taken up to the realm of Malakut. He was strengthened. Yeshua had a bright light around him that shone as bright as the sun, for he had been transfigured. It was there that he was assured he would not be crucified. This is the same state that he was in when he was transfigured, which changed the appearance in the garden. Having been endowed with the Holy Spirit, which was by the Most High, Yeshua had the ability to break down molecules and rearrange them in a different state. The disciples, however, did not witness this miraculous event because they were in the garden asleep. However, they did not have doubt of his power to transfigure himself, for they witnessed this transformation aforetime in the presence of two incarnated prophets, namely Moses and Elijah, where it is written, "And after 6 days Jesus taketh Peter, James and John his brother, and bringeth them up into a higher mountain apart, and was transfigured before them. And his face did shine like the sun, and his raiment was white as the light. And behold, there appeared unto them Moses and Elias talking with them. Then answered Peter, and said unto Jesus, Rabboni, it is good for us to be here." So it's not the first time that Jesus was transfigured, that is, his appearance changed in the presence of his disciples. In Greek, they use the word metamorpho, from whence comes the word metamorphosize, to alter the outward appearance. After Yeshua received assurance while in the second heaven that he would not taste the pain of death, he descended back to the garden of shed. When one transcends and returns again, he always appears at the same location where he was originally. Yeshua was assured of his deliverance and was now ready to face that which was to come. Eliel answered his prayers. Unaware that he now looked like Yeshua, Judas went in search of Yeshua. In his search, he saw a few of the disciples asleep in the garden and drew near to awaken them because he wanted to know the whereabouts of Yeshua. His questioning confused the disciples because he looked and sounded like Yeshua Jesus, for he had been divinely transfigured to look exactly like Yeshua. Where Judas stood, there was a band of men sent by the Sanhedrins bearing lanterns, torches and weapons to arrest Yeshua. Remember, they did not know what Yeshua looked like, for they only heard rumors of him. If they did, there would have been no reason for the kiss. The soldiers sent from the Roman officials were a group who had pledged their loyalty to Yeshua. There was also amongst them Judahites and Pharisees who were also Yeshua's secret disciples, because they bore witness to his teachings and countless miracles he performed. For he had healed the head of the Sanhedrin's dying child, for it was recorded, when Jesus entered Capernaum, a Roman officer met him and begged him for help. "Sir, my servant is sick in bed, at home, unable to move and suffering terribly." "I will go and make him well," Jesus said. "Oh no, sir," answered the officer. "I do not deserve to have you come into my house. Just give the order and my servant will get well. I too am a man, under the authority of superior officers, and I have soldiers under me. I order this one to go and he goes. I order that one to come and he comes. I order my slave to do this and he does it." When Jesus heard this, he was surprised and said to the people following him, "I tell you, I have never found anyone in Israel with faith like this. I assure you that many will come from the east and the west and sit down with Abraham, Isaac and Jacob at the feast in the kingdom of heaven. But those who should be in the kingdom of heaven will be thrown out into the darkness, where they will cry and grind their teeth." Then Yeshua said to the officer, "Go home, and what you believe will be done for you." And the officer's servant was healed that very moment. It was not a coincidence that his secret disciples were present for the supposed arrest of their master Yeshua. The Roman and religious authorities of Jerusalem didn't know what Yeshua looked like because he and his disciples had just arrived there from Bethany the day before. Their only concern was to arrest Yeshua because he performed miracles and was considered by the majority a sorcerer and a false prophet who blasphemed the name of Yahuwah and broke the Sabbath. The few soldiers that the authorities sent to arrest Yeshua were depending on Judas to identify Yeshua. It was very dark to see. Lanterns are not like streetlights, they give off very little light. They must be positioned near the face to be effective. After Judas's questioning of the disciples, Yeshua, knowing all things that should come upon him, he knew that he wouldn't die. So he stopped running and went forth in search of his disciples. Yeshua's face was brightened with a very bright light as an indication of his ascension into the heavens. As he drew near to the spot where the disciples were previously, Judas and the soldiers noticed him coming and approached him. Yeshua said unto them, Whom do you seek? The soldiers answered him, Yeshua of Nazareth. Yeshua said unto them, I am he. As soon as he said this, those soldiers closest to him stepped back in fear, and as they turned to run away, they awkwardly collided into the rest of the men, and thus fell onto the ground, dropping their clubs and swords and torches. Once again Yeshua asked, Whom do you seek? The soldiers who are laying on the ground answered him, Yeshua of Nazareth. Yeshua then said, I have told you I am he. If therefore you seek me, let these go their way. Yeshua was requesting that his disciples be free to go. At this point, Judas and the soldiers returned to their feet, and Judas immediately ran up to Jesus and said, Peace be upon you, and he kissed him. And Yeshua said, Be quick about it, my friend. So they jumped to their feet with the intentions of arresting him. In fear of the impending arrest, and in defense of Yeshua, his disciple Simon Peter drew his sword and cut off the ear of Malchus, the high priest's servant. Yeshua, by permission of Elionel, picked up Malchus's ear and replaced it. The high priest was already a secret disciple of Yeshua, and after this miracle, Malchus was also converted. Yeshua instructed Peter to put away his sword because he had been assumed and strengthened by the Most High. Once Yeshua had done this, everyone in the garden realized that he was the prophesied Messiah and became his followers. During the Last Supper, Yeshua told his disciples that one from amongst them would betray him, yet he never exposed him because he knew the disciples would have killed Judas on the spot. But now the disciples knew that Judas was the traitor. All of the soldiers turned to Judas because they no longer wanted to arrest Yeshua. His divinity was confirmed through his actions, and Yeshua had the appearance of a gardener and knew that Judas had been transformed to resemble him, and thus, if brought in front of the authorities, there would be no question as to whether they had apprehended the right man. Yeshua fled towards the gardener's shed, and at the time, the disciples fled also. While running, one of the soldiers grabbed hold of Yeshua's robe cloth he had draped around him, and he continued to run, leaving the robe behind and fled naked into the gardener's shed. Yeshua remained in the gardener's shed for 3 days and did not make himself public, cloaking himself in the gardener's own clothes. The soldiers, who were really Yeshua's secret disciples, walked Judas off to prison. He was protesting his innocence. He believed that he was right and answered the Sanhedrin sarcastically and sometimes evasively. Because of Judas's obstinate attitude, the high priests and guards literally beat Judas Iscariot into confessing that he was the ruler of the Judahites. The following day, the high priest presented Judas to Pontius Pilate, who could not find fault in him, in spite of what the chief priests and elders accused him of doing. Pilate's wife was told in a dream that the man that they were persecuting was just a man. Pilate did not want to have anything to do with the death of this just man, thus he literally washed his hands of the situation. Pilate sent Judas, who they thought was Yeshua, to Herod Antipas, whose jurisdiction was Galilee, Yeshua's hometown. A superstitious people are the Judahites. They have a faith that they have borrowed from idol worshippers of other lands, that at the end of every year they may heap all their sins upon the head of some man set apart to bear their sins. The man becomes a scapegoat for the multitudes, and they believe that when they drive him forth into the wilds or into foreign lands they are released from sins. So every spring before the feast they choose a prisoner from the prisons of the land, and by a form of their own they feign would make him bear their sins away. Amongst the prisoners in Jerusalem were 3 who were the leaders of a vile seditious hand, who had engaged in thefts and murders and raping, and had been sentenced to be crucified. Barnabas and Josiah were amongst the men who were to die, and Barnabas was rich, and had bought of priests the boon to be the scapegoat for the people at the coming feast, and he was anxiously waiting for his hour to come. Now, Pilate thought to turn his superstition to account to save Yeshua, and so he went before the Judahites and said, You men of Israel, according to my custom, I release to you today a prisoner who shall bear your sins away. This man you drive into the wilds or in foreign lands, and you have asked me to release Barnabas, who has been proven guilty of the murder of a score of men. Now hear me, men. Let Jesus be released, and let Barnabas pay his debt upon a cross. Then you can send this Yeshua to the wilds, and hear no more of him. At what the rulers said, the people were enraged, and they began to plot to tear the Roman palace down, and drive in exile Pilate and his household and his guards. When Pilate was assured that civil war would follow if he heeded not to the wishes of the mob, he took a bowl of water, and in the presence of the multitude he washed his hands and said, This man who you accuse is the Son of the Most High, and I proclaim my innocence. If you would shed his blood is on your hands and not mine. And then the Judahites exclaimed, And let his blood be on our hands and on our children's hands. And Pilate trembled like a leaf in fear. Barnabas he released, and as Yeshua stood forth before the mob, the ruler said, Behold your ruler, and would you put to death your ruler? The Judahites replied, He is no ruler. We have no ruler but great Tiberius. Now Pilate would not give consent the Roman soldiers should put their hands in blood of innocents, and so the chief priests and the Pharisees took counsel on what to do with Yeshua. Cephas said, We cannot crucify this man. He must be stoned to death and nothing more. And then the rebels said, Make haste, let him be stoned. And then they led him forth towards the hill beyond the city gates. They rushed upon him, smote him with their hands, they spit upon him, stoned him, and he fell upon the ground. And one, a man of Elionel, stood forth and said, Isaiah said, He shall be bruised for our transgressions, and by his stripes we shall be healed. As Judas laid all bruised and mangled on the ground, a high priest called out, Stay, you men. Behold, the guards of Herod come, and they will crucify this man. And there beside the city gates they found Barnabas' cross, and then the frenzied mob cried out, Let him be crucified. Cephas and the other ruling Judahites came forth and gave consent, and they lifted Judas, whom they thought to be Yeshua, from the ground. At the point of swords they drove him on. They mocked him, dressing him in a robe of purple, and gowned him with a woven wreath of thorns, then laughed him to scorn. They hailed him as ruler of the Judahites. The idea was to mock and shame him, who they thought was the Redeemer of Israel. When Judas was told to carry his cross, his father Simon Iscariot, having compassion for his son, asked to carry it for him, but was denied. Judas was then led to a place called Golgotha, Skull Place, because the rock formation resembled a skull. They placed his body on the cross, positioning his already weary arms on the horizontal log, tireless by their drive to totally destroying and disgracing who they thought was the Saviour. They posted over his bowed head, This is Jesus, ruler of Judea. The account of Judas's crucifixion was related by his supposed disciples, yet everything that the disciples wrote about their teacher Yeshua after the incident in the Garden of Gethsemane was hearsay and supposition written after the fact. Yeshua stayed hidden for 3 days after the fight in the garden. The Essenes who assisted Yeshua after he was betrayed to be killed directed the bewildered souls to Galilee, for there they would find Yeshua alive and well. As they rushed away from the grave, they bumped into Yeshua himself, and he told them to seek out his disciples and tell them to meet in the city of Galilee. It was also the Essenes who helped him get out of the immediate area. This was all part of the plot. Remember, Yeshua had many secret disciples. Chapter 15. The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 16. Only a wife can wash a male's dead body. 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, it was the first day of the week, early on Sunday daylight hours, while it was still dark. Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been taken away from the entrance. For Mary was one that did not know that Yeshua was not crucified, and it's recorded this way. For as yet they knew not the scripture that he must rise again from the dead. So as a wife would do, because his followers were not allowed to go near him during the incident, why it is recorded that all his acquaintances and women that followed him from Galilee stood afar off, beholding these things. Speaking of the crucifixion, they were not allowed to come close enough to see, and if they were, they would have saw the transfigured Judas that looked exactly like Jesus on the cross. So they wished for those who were acquainted with him not to get close enough to speak with him, for his voice would have been the voice of Judas with the face of Jesus. So early on Sunday during the daylight hours, Mary went running to Simon Peter and the other disciples, Barnabas, whom Jesus loved, and told them that they have taken Rabboni from the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him. For Mary came prepared with spices to wash the body of her husband, which was the custom of Judaism. If she was not his wife, in no way would she have been allowed under the laws of Moses, which they followed, to see or wash his new dead body. However, Joseph of Arimathea, Nicodemus, secret disciples of Yeshua, had requested the body of Judas, whom all thought was Jesus. After this, Joseph, who was from the town of Arimathea, asked Pilate if he could take Jesus' body. Pilate told him he could have the body, so Joseph went and took it away. Nicodemus, who had first gone to Jesus at shadow hour, went with Joseph, taking with him about 30 kilograms of spices, a mixture of myrrh and aloes. The two men took Judas's body, whom they thought was Jesus, and wrapped it in linen, with the spices according to the Judaic custom of preparing the body for burial, with a garden in the place where Judas had been put to death, and in it there was a new tomb where no one had been buried, since it was the day before the Sabbath, and because the tomb was close by, they buried Judas's body there. So it was necessary for the body of Judas to be removed before those who did not know the full plot got there and found the retransfigured body of Judas. For at death, the spiritual transformation would have returned to its natural appearance. So they removed the body, took it to a tree and hung it for all to see. Thus the story was made. An impossible story, for if it was supposedly Judas's own words of how he went back to the priest in regret alone, and cast back the ransom money before them alone, then went and found the rope and tree and hung himself alone and was dead, then who recorded these step-by-step incidents conducted alone? This story was created by the secret disciples of Yeshua. It is recorded, then Judas, which had betrayed, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned, in that I have betrayed the innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See you to that. And he cast the pieces of silver in the temple, and departed, and went and hung himself. And the chief priest took the silver pieces, and said, It is not lawful for you to put them in the treasury, because it is the price of blood. And for all to see, they hung his body on a tree, but must remove it, so that the wounds from the spikes for his wrists, and the feet and the stab wounds in his sides, and the scars from the crown of thorns, and the whelps and bruises from the beatings of the soldiers would not be easily detected. And this is what their scripture says was done. Now this man purchased a field with a reward of iniquity, and had fallen headlong. He burst asunder in the midst, and all his bowels gushed out. They had to throw his body over a cliff in order to disfigure it beyond examination to complete the plot. Now with all believing that the troublemaker had been crucified and died, and entombed, they sent two Essenes gowned in white to wait within the tomb for questions. Now Mary of Magdalene, early that daylight hour, went to the tomb and was surprised to find the stone removed, and the body of Yeshua nowhere to be found. Mary stood crying outside the tomb. While she was still crying, she bent over and looked inside the tomb, and saw two angels there dressed in white, sitting where the body of Jesus had been, one at the head and the other at the feet. These Essenes, whom she thought were angels, gowned in white, said, Why are you crying? She answered, They have taken my master away, and I do not know where they have taken him, she said as she turned to walk away. And when she had thus turned herself back, and saw Yeshua standing, and knew not that it was Yeshua, Yeshua said unto her, Gune, wife, woman, why weepest you? Whom seeketh you? She, supposing him to be the gardener, for he was dressed in clothes of the gardener, said unto him, Master, if you have borne him hence, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away. Only a wife would have the authority to move the body of a male. Yeshua said unto her, Mary. She turned herself and said unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Yeshua said unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say unto them that I have ascended unto my Father and your Father, and to Eli and Elionel and your Eli and Elionel. And now Mary of Magdalene was full of joy to find that her teacher, master and husband was alive and well. But she was ordered to continue the plot with this statement, "For I have not yet ascended to my Father," which would mean die. "But go tell the disciples that I have." For he knew that had the enemies found him, though he was not dead, they would for surely seek him out to kill him. For his appearance would imply that he came back from the dead, and many believe and teach through Paul that he came back from the dead or ascended from the cross, which would have and always made him a spiritual being, and as such would have no need for earthly food, could not hunger, could not thirst, but would be like unto the angels, shy of desires of the physical world, and could have reappeared in the public for all to see. For it was written, "It is appointed for man once to die, and after this the judgment." And if this be true, and it is according to their scripture, then sickness, disease, starvation, nor weapon nor hand of man, nor claw of beast could have killed him a second. He could have walked freely in public and confirmed his divinity if he was not yet still mortal in flesh. So Mary Magdalene returned home to prepare for his return, and went to the upper room where the disciples stayed hiding behind locked doors for fear of their lives. So it is written, Mary of Magdalene came and told the disciples that she had seen the teacher, and that he had spoken these things unto her, and that he would come and visit them by shadow hour when it was safe. Thus it is written, then that same dusk period, being the first day of the week, where the disciples were assembled for fear of the Judahites, Yeshua came and stood in the midst and said unto them, Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. And when he had so said, he showed unto them his hands and his side. Then were the disciples glad when they saw the teacher. Then said Yeshua to them again, Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. As my Father has sent me, even so I send you. And when he had said this, he breathed unto them and said unto them, Receive the Holy Soul. Yet Thomas, one of the 12 disciples called Didymus, who was originally one of the followers of Jesus called Justus, whose name was Cleophas, son of Mark Antony and Cleopatra, this one made himself out to be the Saviour also. So this Thomas was not with them when Yeshua came. And the other disciples therefore said unto him, We have seen the teacher. But he said, As a doubter, except that I shall see his hands and the prints of his nails, and put my finger through the prints of his nails, and thrust my hand into his side, I will not believe. And it is recorded that Yeshua said, Have you here any meat? They gave him a piece of broiled fish and a honeycomb, and he took it and did eat it before them. Think on this. Spirits or resurrected bodies need not eat. That is, the dead don't eat, for they don't need any nourishment, which is the sole purpose for eating. Now 8 full days have passed, and Yeshua was home with his wife, recovering from the wounds of the fight in the garden. And after the 8 days, again his disciples were within, and Thomas was with them. Then came Yeshua, the doors being shut, and stood in the midst, and said, Assalamu alaikum, peace be unto you. Then said he to Thomas, Reach hither your finger, and behold my hand, and reach hither your hand. And bellow, which does not mean thrust but lay. Ice, which does not mean into, as in a hole, but onto, towards and against my side, and be not faithless but believing. And Thomas answered and said unto him, My Rabbi, my Elohim. Yeshua said unto him, Thomas, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet believe. And many other signs truly did Jesus in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book. But these are written, that ye might believe that Yeshua the Messiah, Ibn Elion Elionel. And in like manner, in compliance with his human nature and his physical state, it is clear by the meaning of the words and of the poor translation that he did have scars. But as time has proven, no fully grown man's body could have been suspended by spikes through the hand, for the weight of it would rip the hand and the carcass would fall to the ground. However, as in the case of Judas, nails in the forms of spikes through the wrist could have maintained the weight. But in accordance to mistranslation and error, Thomas uses the word kir, which means hand, not wrist. It is a clear error or an intentional deception. For this great one, Yeshua, never was crucified, nor did he die on the cross. And the so-called Judahites saying, Surely we have killed the anointed, the Messiah Yeshua, and they never did kill him, nor did they ever crucify him, but it was made to look that way for them. Surely those who dispute this matter are in doubt about it. They don't have any knowledge about it, except that they follow only conjecture, and for certain they did not kill him. However, the source El Elo raised him Yeshua up towards himself, and the source is mighty, the wise. Chapter 15. The Christians begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 17. And who is this Cleophas? 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, this Cleophas was the son of an Egyptian Cleopatra and a Roman called Mark Antionus, simply Mark Antony. Cleophas was conceived illegitimately at one of the orgy parties of Herod the Great. This party was attended by Cleopatra, which means of a noble father, and Mark Antonius. Their union caused much controversy because Mark Antony was a Roman dignitary, who at the time was considered divine in the truant of deities like Caesar. According to Roman law, it was against the law for a Roman dignitary to have sex with a woman other than a Roman. However, when Mark Antony saw Cleopatra at the party, he wanted her. They copulated, and Cleopatra became pregnant, and the child was born December the 25th, 1 AD. The baby's birth had to be kept a secret in Rome and in Egypt. This was done with the help of Herod the Great, a good friend of Mark Antony. In reality, Herod only had 9 wives, but he put on record that he had 10. Thus he added Cleopatra's name onto his other wives, because many people saw the party list with that name. And even though Mark Antony later married Cleopatra, their union was not recognized by Romans nor the Egyptians. This meant that any child conceived of this relationship would be illegitimate and regarded as being fatherless. Cleopatra was under the cat god Bast, mother of Mahis, goddess of life, fruitfulness and of cats. So you get the Roman Catholic Church, which is Roman cat and holistic, symbolic of the Sphinx, which is a catman with the face of a pharaoh on it, and the body of a lion, which symbolized the Egyptian Lion of Judah. The immigration law was broken by Cleopatra. They had immigration laws. People were not allowed to come into Egypt without being announced, and when you came in, you had to present things to the deities, or you had to be a deity. If you were a deity of your own land, then the pharaoh allowed you in to sit in his court. But a normal couldn't do that. He'd get killed, or they'd come through and take the wives, kill the men, and throw them into Egypt to marry them off. Mark Antony got in because he was a deity to Romans, and he married an Egyptian woman who was of nobility. This was against the law. The Romans saw the Egyptians as mortal people, and the Egyptians saw the Romans as mortal people. So when Cleophas was born, he was supposed to come to the throne at age 13. In Egypt, when a young pharaoh in the royal house became of age, to become the pharaoh he had to be 13 years old, and the priest had him recite his family lineage and some of the rituals, and then he would ascend to the throne. However, the whole ordeal of the birth disturbed them, because he was a half Egyptian and the son of a Roman deity, thus the son of God, and the Egyptians refused to let him take the throne in Egypt. Cleophas, not being accepted in either land, being half Egyptian and half Roman, Cleophas left Egypt at age 13, travelled to India and through Israel and then back to Egypt, and died in India at age 71. He is the Jesus that is buried in the tomb of Kishmer in India. 21 references in ancient texts have been found that bear witness that Jesus, called Cleophas, stayed in Kishmer. The name Aish Mukam refers to Jesus. The word Aish is derived from Isha or Isa, and Mukam means place of rest or repose. Uz Asaph was another name that was used to refer to Jesus. Evidence of a man called Jesus staying in India can be seen by the simple names of the many towns and places in Kishmer. At the time when Cleophas lived in Kishmer, the Happy Valley was the center of a great religious, cultural, intellectual and political revival. The kingdom of Kishmer was the center of an enormous Indo-Scythian empire and was ruled by the great king Kanishka I from 78 through to 103 AD of the Kushkan dynasty. After this, returned to Jerusalem from India, well versed in spiritual teachings, vindictive, so he launched the first evangelist teachings and went out to teach this gospel or ghost spell. He went out teaching the Phoenician people that he was the king of the Judahites and the Greeks and the god of the Romans. Thus he became known as another Christ, and he taught under the name Jesus, as it is recorded in their scriptures of him we find, and Jesus, which is called Justus, who are the circumcision, these are only my fellow workers, unto the kingdom of Theos, which has been a comfort unto me. He gained few followers, was persecuted and laughed at, for he paraded around proclaiming to to be the Son of God, teaching Hindu mysticism and astrology. His doctrine, Simon Bar Jesus' doctrine, and the real Yeshua's doctrine got combined together to form the present-day Christianity. He went insane. He went traveling throughout India and teaching and healing in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, and there he was referred to as Saint Isa. When Saint Isa or Cleophas was 26 years old, he returned back to Palestine and lived in the wilderness until age 29, and then travelled back into India, where he died at age 71 and was buried in a tomb at Kashmir, India. As you can see, there was more than one man in that day and time professing to be Christ, and even used the very name Jesus. There are 3 mentioned in their New Testament, and 16 others called the 16 crucified Christs. They are Krishna of India, Sakya of the Hindus, Thammas of Syria, Wataba of the Teledanese, Aya of Nepal, Jesus of the Celtic Druids, Quetzalcoatl of Mexico, Quinnus of Rome, Prometheus of Greece, Thuls of Egypt, Indra of Tibet, Asquaces of Zizapophacy, Attis of Phrygia, Crete of the Chaldeans, Bali of Corsia, Maitreya of Persia. All of these were Christ to those who followed them. The answer to all their questions, their pathway to heaven, all were called sons of God and had a blessed mother and can remove the sins from the world. If one wants to know the truth, you must study past and present. You must open your mind and your heart and research if you don't wish to be misled. Yet the Jesus of the Bible is the most impressionable individual of this day and time, and his life is laced in much controversy, not to mention fabrications, alterations and distortions with the sole purpose of misleading. Within these pages you will find facts beyond doubt which can become your own facts by simply researching. Others are divinely inspired. Tablet 18. The Final Journey of Yeshua. 19 times 4 equals 78. Lo, after Yeshua was supposedly crucified, he disguised himself and continued the rest of his travels with Martha and Mary, his 2 wives. As we know, Yeshua the Messiah was originally sent to gather the lost tribe of Judah only. His travels took him all through India and Persia, tracing out the wise men or Essenes, and then back to the land of Nazareth. Yeshua the Messiah had previously made an appointment with Gaspar, one of the wise men whom he had met while in Persia, and would meet again in Egypt at the Giza pyramids. At the annual meeting, when all the Sufi and mystics attended, Yeshua HaMashiach visited Nubia several times, where his family eventually settled. In this sense, he was constantly on the run from people trying to harm them. Yeshua had been given a camel and was about to leave Palestine, and he had to leave his mother and disciples behind. After his supposed crucifixion, the only one he had encountered the next day was Mary Magdalene, and she didn't recognize him because of the disguise Yeshua was in. It was when she went to the tomb that she realized who he actually was. Before he left her, Mary Magdalene was told to inform the people that he had risen. Yeshua had told her not to touch him or embrace him, and do not be overjoyed because the events were not over yet. In other words, don't go celebrating telling the people that he was alive. The garden in which Yeshua had supposedly laid is very important because it was to turn into the tomb in which the body of Judas was lain. This garden was to be a special place. It was owned by Joseph of Arimathea, who was saving it for something really important like the body of Yeshua. They were to bring the body there, but in reality it was Judas's body lying there, whom they were to transfer to India in a short while, a journey that never took place. For many angered followers of Yeshua sought throughout the town to find the betrayer Judas in hopes to stone him to death. Thus, Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea had to move very quickly with their plot of what to do with the body of Judas, first hanging it on a tree for all to see, and then disposing of it by throwing it off a cliff. That it burst asunder, and this is how the story goes. Judas Bar Simon, called Judas Iscariot, realized on the cross that he was playing the role of the Messiah Yeshua. He had no choice but to act the part, because he was transfigured to look like the Messiah Yeshua, and everyone knew without a doubt that he was the Yeshua, regardless of his refuting who he was. Joseph of Arimathea, one of Yeshua's secret disciples, knew that it was Judas on the cross and feared that the other devoted followers of Yeshua might recognize that it was Judas and not Yeshua on the cross because he had transformed back into himself. Knowing that they were searching everywhere for Judas so that they could kill him for betraying Yeshua. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Yeshua, but secretly, for fear of the Judahites, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Judas. In the time of Yeshua was the order of the Essenes, which constituted the last remnants of those brotherhoods of prophets. The Essenes, then known as the Sons of Light, were a sacred community established in the ancient wisdom that embodied messianism, prophecy, ecstatic visions, astrology and mysteries. The tyranny of the masters of Palestine, along with the jealousy of an ambitious and vile priesthood, had pushed them into retreat and silence. They no longer fought as did their ancestors. They became gratified in preserving their traditions and had two main centers, one in Egypt beside Lake Muurs, the other in Palestine at En-Gedi beside the Dead Sea. According to tradition, Joseph of Arimathea, the uncle of Yeshua, was associated with the Essene order, as were Joseph, son of Hashbida, and Mary, daughter of Amram. Jesus was an Essene who was infused with the Essene ethics. Joseph of Arimathea, a wealthy and devoted Israelite who was a member of the Sanhedrins, the high council of the Judahites, and held a high office. Being a secret follower of Jesus, Joseph wished to prevent the body of Judas from hanging on the cross overnight. So he went boldly to Pilate after the crucifixion and asked for the body of Judas, who Pilate thought was Jesus, and told him that he wished to lay it in his own new tomb he had secured for him, which had been cut out of the rock of Golgotha, thereby offending Moses, which only allowed the disgraceful burial to be executed. Yet it was common for friends of the crucified to purchase their bodies, which would otherwise have been cast out and refused, a prey to carry on birds and beasts, and give them a decent burial. And Joseph would offer Pilate his price. In any case, he obtained the body, and Pilate gave him leave, and he, Joseph, came therefore and took the body of Judas away with the help of another, that being Nicodemus, another one of Yeshua's secret disciples and a Pharisee. They took the body of Judas Iscariot off the cross and stuffed all the sauce with spices and hung it on a tree for all people to see, so that all the people would assume that Judas had hung himself. That same shadow hour, they took the body of Judas down from the tree and anointed it with about 100 pounds of oils of myrrh and aloe, and put the body in the tomb. Because of Judas's repentance, the Almighty Enki, the Anunnaki Elohim of death, by permission of Anu, the Most High Elion Elionel, snatched his soul, and the snatching of his soul left this impression through the cloth. The Essenes came, and they were made to move the tomb and take the body out. Two Essenes were left to answer the questions about what was to happen. Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea gave the body to the masses of the people who hated Judas, and those people started destroying the body, beating on it, and they threw the body off a cliff so that it may burst asunder. In a matter of hours, everyone thought Yeshua was dead. No one questioned the body being thrown off a cliff. The story of Judas and Yeshua being dead was perfect, and the plot of the Essenes worked perfectly. The Essenes set up this plot to overthrow the rulers. The story of the resurrection went far and became popular, and gave the Essenes more power. This angered the Judahites, and they sent out to massacre the Essenes. This is the story of the Masada. However, rather than being massacred or being killed by the Judahites, the Essenes all committed suicide. But before they committed their suicide, they took their tablets, wrapped them up, and buried them in a cave in jars, only to be discovered in 1947 AD, known as the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Qumran tablets. When Yeshua was walking with two men of Emmaus, they did not recognize him because of his disguise. They asked him, "Are you a stranger in Jerusalem?" However, when they did realize who he was, for he sat down to a meal and broke bread with him, he vanished from their sight. Yeshua couldn't take a chance of anybody going and telling that he was alive and of his whereabouts. Chapter 15. The Christians. Begin all acts and thinking by using El Kalum the All. Tablet 19. 8 days. 19 times 6 equals 114. Lo, these things have been written in order that you may have faith that Yeshua is the Messiah, the son of the Anunnaki Elohim Gabriel and Mary, and that through your faith in him you may have life. And it is recorded in the 21st degree of John that Jesus showed himself again unto the disciples at the Sea of Tiberias, and on this wise showed himself. And went together Simon Peter, Thomas, who was called the twin, Nathanael ibn Zebedee, the one who was from Galilee, and 2 other disciples of Yeshua were all together. Simon Peter said to the others, I am going fishing. We will come with you, they told him. So they went out in a boat, but all through the shadow hours they did not catch a thing, because Yeshua had told them before to stop fishing for fish and devote their lives to be fishers of men. As the sun appeared to rise, Yeshua stood at the water's edge, but the disciples did not know that it was Yeshua. He was in a transformed state. It should have been obvious why Yeshua would have to transform himself. If the people who had tried to kill him had found out that he was alive, they would have certainly tried to kill him again. His transformation served as a necessary precautionary measure to enable him to travel safely. This is how he showed himself. Didn't Yeshua tell them to stop fishing for fish and become fishers of men? Now he's gone. Yet they know he's alive because they saw him in the upper room twice. He's not teaching amongst them anymore, and right away what did they do? They went right back to doing what they were not supposed to be doing. Sounds familiar. Thus, when in the early daytime hours was now come, Yeshua stood on the shores, but the disciples knew him not. They just saw him not long ago. He came to the upper room. He was definitely still in a transfigured state, or he was looking like Judas, and they would have seen him in the room and beat him up. Why did they not know him? This is going to be a problem here. Yeshua is in disguise, yet he's naked, so it couldn't be makeup. What did he do? Yeshua had to have shaved his beard and changed his obvious appearance, not his transfigured appearance, his obvious appearance. The thing they're going to show you is that he's far away from them. They didn't recognize him from a distance as we read on. He shaved. Yeshua was still hiding at this point, but in a transformed body. Then Yeshua said unto them, Children, haven't you caught anything? And they answered him, No. And he said unto them, Cast the nets on the right side of the boat, and you will catch some fish. So they threw the net out, and could not pull it back in because they had caught so many fish. Yeshua still had the power to make a multitude of fish commit suicide. If he could make those fish jump into the net on a specific side of the boat, he still had the power to make them commit suicide. Only a physical being, not a totally spiritual being, would have commanded his followers to catch fish with the intent of killing them. Fish have brains. You know this to be a fact, because if they didn't, you would not have to put a worm on a hook to catch them. You have to trick them, which means they have to think. He fights and you fight. Why is he fighting? So fishes think, so they have intellect. Why? So Yeshua found them unsuccessfully fishing, and to reveal himself to them, he began with this miracle. He showed his power by controlling the life of the fish, to say that he controlled their lives. Thus, their symbol became the symbol of a fish. In time, the true significance was lost, and the false popes don a mitre, in the form of a fish head, as a symbol of the ancient deity Dagon. Thus, their symbol of the fish, of which was the symbol of a man, because human beings come from the sea, and creatures in the sea think and feel and have emotions. The point I'm trying to make is that Yeshua controlled the mind of the fish to make them want to be sacrificed, and they did. The 21st degree of the 6th verse of John may not seem important, but it is. Read it with the intent of understanding. Therefore, the disciple John, whom Yeshua loved, said unto Peter, It is the teacher. Now when Simon Peter heard that it was the teacher, he wrapped his outer garment around him, for Yeshua had taken his clothes off to bathe. So John took off his garment and threw it to Yeshua. And then he, Yeshua, jumped into the water to hide his nakedness. John saw Yeshua was naked. Obviously it was daylight hours, the best time for fishing. And Jesus was bathing, and he was already cooking breakfast. The other disciples came to shore in the boat pulling the net full of fish, for they were not far from land. They were about 100 meters away. When they stepped to shore, they saw the charcoal fire. There was fish on it, and some bread. Jesus had already kindled the fire, and already started cooking his fish, and already had his bread. Jesus said unto them, Bring the fish which ye have now caught. Simon Peter went up, and drew the net to land, full of big fish, and 33 in all. Even though there were so many, still the net did not tear. Jesus said unto them, Come and dine. And none of the disciples dare ask him, Who are you? Knowing that it was their Rabboni. Yeshua went over and took some bread and fish and gave it to them. Now this is the third time that Yeshua appeared to the disciples after the so-called resurrection that never happened. The disciples saw Yeshua 3 times after the supposed crucifixion, the first time in the upper room, the second time 8 days later in the upper room. This was the third time now. Mary of Magdalene, his wife, saw him 5 times. She stayed with him, but she saw him at the tomb. Then she saw him at the upper room. Then she saw him for 8 days at their home, after meeting him at the garden of the tomb. Well, he proved to them that he was not dead, because the first thing that he said to Mary of Magdalene by the 2 Essenes in shining garments is, "Why seek ye living amongst the dead? Why do you come looking for some living person where dead people are?" This is the first statement. He was not dead. Then Yeshua himself told Mary of Magdalene, "I have not anabagno, ascended, or gone up yet," meaning, I have not left my body yet. But go tell the disciples that I did. That means the disciples thought that Jesus was a resurrected spirit. And John tells you that they did not know anything about resurrection, where it's written, "For as yet they knew not the scripture, that he must rise again from the dead." Yet, because it has not been written, had he mentioned resurrection to the people, they would have got sidetracked by reincarnation. They did not, as the Judahites, believe in resurrection from the dead. This was not a Judaic teaching. They would have thought right away that this man was talking about reincarnation, a science he had learnt in his travels to India, and he would have been condemned. This whole incident makes it clear that Yeshua was alive and in physical form after the so-called crucifixion. For spirits need not bathe, spirits need not eat, spirits need no assurance of love. This was Yeshua in bodily form. From there, his journeys went on. Tablet 20. Yeshua travels to Damascus. 19 times 7 equals 133. Lo, in spite of his disguise, the Brotherhood of the Essenes, of which he belonged, knew of his plans. They were the ones who helped him when he was in need. Also, they were the ones that the people had described as Elohim standing at the tomb. This is the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek. They are the mystics that link across the world, the sacred brotherhood that only certain humans are allowed in. They are also called Christ. All of them inherited the name Christ, in a sense of the name Messiah, which means to touch, wipe clean, and also to travel. These men go from place to place, which is what Yeshua did in his younger life. The Essenes were the ones who persuaded Yeshua to leave the country, but at this point, Yeshua had already made up his mind about leaving anyway. They say he went to Samaria, which the so-called Hebrews were forbidden to enter. When Yeshua was traveling through these lands, he was very sad because he knew in his heart that he might never get to travel through these lands again. The Brotherhood of the Essenes sent word to Yeshua the Messiah, telling him that they were waiting for him, that it was already too late, that he must hasten or hurry. Yeshua and the Essenes were traveling by shadow hours and rested by day. Finally, they reached the land of Nazareth and went to the Sea of Tiberias. From Nazareth, he passed a great caravan en route to Damascus. He went there because in that city, men of all nations busy with another life other than that of Israel were in its streets, and to its people came the thoughts, associations, and hopes of the great beyond. The country was so active that it wasn't interested in what was taking place amongst the Hebrew people, and most of the time, news had to be transported back and forth for them to know what was going on. The news of the persecutions of the followers in Jerusalem must have reached him, just as the information of his presence in Damascus reached the authority at Jerusalem. For we find Paul, or Saul, the self-appointed apostle, taking a letter of authority from the high priest of the synagogues of Damascus, enjoining that Paul be given all the assistance in arresting the men and women of this way and bring them bound to Jerusalem. They did not know that after the so-called crucifixion, Yeshua was in Damascus, the place where he had stayed in Damascus, which was about 2 miles from the city, and from then right up to now. The place is still known as Makami Isa, but originally the name before was Rabwa. He stayed there with his family Mary Magdalene and Martha, the town in which Martha contracted malaria and died, leaving Yeshua and Mary Magdalene, who lived there for some time, with Mary his mother. Mary his mother left before them en route to Egypt with her own caravan. Her Joseph and their male and female servants took residence in Alexandria, Egypt. Mary, the mother of Yeshua, known as Miriam bat Joachim, or Miriam bint Imram, was born in the 10th of March in the year 6 BC in the city of Galilee, whose family came from Nebula in Nazareth. She lived but 12 years after Yeshua went away in his 33rd year with his wife to Damascus. She wasn't buried on the earth. The Elohim carried Mary, Yeshua's mother, to paradise after she departed this life in Alexandria, Egypt, in the year 45 AD. She knew that he, Yeshua, had a mission to carry out for the Heavenly Father Anu, but while in Jerusalem, she grieved because of their separation. When doing so, she made sure that it was not in the presence of his followers. Before her departure, she prayed and cast frankincense into the fire, and lifted up her eyes to the heavens and said, Heavenly Father, hearken unto the voice of your handmaiden, and send unto me your friend John, your younger man, that I may be comforted by him. The Holy Soul then appeared to each of the disciples, in whatever country they were in, and whether they were in their graves or not, to inform them that the Blessed Mary was about to depart from this world to the eternal life. The Holy Soul proceeded to summon some of them from their deaths to be together at daybreak, for many of them died gruesome deaths, for it is written, Blessed is he who is persecuted after righteous namesake, and indeed their robes were drenched in their own blood for the sake of the Lamb. This is how each departed. And as for Simon, this was his fate. Simon, son of Jonah, was from Bethsaida Capernaum. He was renamed Peter Buttress Cephas, meaning rock. Upon his separation from Yeshua, he became a missionary to the Judahites as far as Rome, and his business was being a fisherman. He was responsible for the writings 1st and 2nd Peter in what you call the New Testament today, and became what you would call the first pope. Simon was crucified in the year 68 AD, beheaded in Rome, and as for Andrew, this was his fate. Andrew's real name was Dan. He was the son of Jonah and was also from Bethsaida and lived as a fisherman. Andrew preached in Scythia, Greece, and the Asia Minor. Andrew was crucified on St. Andrew's cross. As for James, this was his fate. He was called the Elder, born the son of Levi. His real name was Jacob. He dwelt in Bethsaida as a fisherman. He preached in Jerusalem and Judea. In 44 AD, James was beheaded by Herod in Jerusalem. And as for John, this was his fate. John, the beloved disciple, was the son of Zebedee and Salome. John's real name was Johanna ben Regesh. He and his brother James were called the sons of thunder because of the way they propagated the doctrine of Yeshua, which led to John's imprisonment in the Isles of Patmos in the grotto cave, where he had his many visions, and received the book of Revelations in the year 96 AD. His home was in Bethsaida and Jerusalem, where he as well lived as a fisherman. He labored amongst the churches of Asia Minor, especially Ephesus. John's writings include 1st and 2nd John and the book of Revelation of the New Testament. He died a natural death at age 102. And as for James, this was his fate. James was the brother of John. His name was Jacob. James preached in Palestine and Egypt and wrote the Epistle of James. He faced death by crucifixion in Egypt. And as for Jude, this was his fate. Jude was the son of Alphaeus. He was also known as Thaddeus and Lebbaeus. He was from the city of Galilee and is the writer of the Epistle of Jude. He taught in Assyria and Persia, and in Persia is where he was martyred. And as for Philip, this was his fate. Philip preached in Phrygia, Caesarea, where he later died from a knife wound of an assassination in Hierapolis in Phrygia. His home was in Bethsaida and was the son of Jude. His real name was Amos. And as for Bartholomew, this was his fate. Bartholomew, son of Hali's real name was Nathaniel. His home was in Cana of Galilee. He too died of a horrible death. He was flogged to death. And as for Matthew, this was his fate. Matthew, whose name was Levi, was a tax collector publican from Capernaum. He was the offspring of Alphaeus. Matthew displayed courage and loyalty when Yeshua proposed to return to Judea, in spite of the Judahites' hostility. He was martyred by a lance, a long shaft with a staff-pointed or steel head, in Ethiopia. And as for Thomas, this was his fate. Thomas was popularly known as Didymus, the son of Simon. Thomas was claimed by Syrian Christians as the founder of their church. While Thomas was in prayer, he was martyred, shot by a shower of arrows. And as for Simon the Canaanite, or Zealots, this was his fate. He was the son of Daniel. Simon was from Galilee. He was an Israelite who resided in the land of Canaan. He died a horrible death by way of crucifixion. And as for Judas, this was his fate. Judas, the son of Simon Iscariot, was best known as the betrayer. His real name was Yehuda Iscariot, from Kerioth of Judea. Judas's life came to an ultimate end when he was beat beyond recognition, crucified and thrown off a cliff at Calvary in Jerusalem. Each one came from his own land by way of the Holy Spirit to adorn and salam Mary. Yeshua stayed in Damascus long enough to join the Brotherhood and make certain people converts. He converted specific people who would keep silent of his presence. One of the people he converted was Ananias, who became one of his disciples. Yeshua now knew about the approach of Paul, as anyone who travelled the desert would. There were key points where certain schools of Essenes mystics would set up and send information about whosoever was travelling by the desert. In this case, it was Paul, the self-appointed apostle, and like the prophet Elias, he went out to meet him. Yeshua's contact and power resulted in the conversion of his persecutors. It was Yeshua himself who, not being seen by Paul or his followers on the roadside, said, "Saul, Saul, why persecutest you me?" Paul, upon hearing the voice of Yeshua, thought it to be a divine revelation, for he thought Yeshua to be dead. So Paul in fear said, "Who art you, Kyrios?" meaning master. And Kyrios said, "I am Yeshua whom you persecuted. It is hard for you to kick against the pricks." And Paul, trembled and astonished, said, "Kyrios, what will you have me do?" And Kyrios said unto him, "Arise, and go into the city," meaning Damascus, "and it shall be told to you what you must do." And the men which journeyed with him stood speechless, hearing a voice, but seeing no man, for Yeshua hid himself from their sight. And Saul arose from the earth, and when his eyes were opened, he saw no man, but they led him by the hand, and brought him to Damascus. For Saul saw no man, for he was blinded. And he was 3 days without sight, and neither did he eat nor drink. But the evil works of Paul had already taken root in the cities that he had left behind, and could not be reversed. The cult of the Paulites spread far and wide, and when Paul was struck blind, so that he would not recognize Yeshua, it made it possible for Yeshua the Messiah to stay there for 3 more days. And he was 3 days without sight, and neither did he eat nor drink. And there was a certain disciple at Damascus named Ananias, and to him said the sustainer in a vision, "Ananias," and he said, "Behold, I am his sustainer." It was during this time that he received a letter from the ruler of Nisibis through Anan, the ruler's tabulator. The letter informed Yeshua that the ruler had fallen sick to a grievous disease and requested him to proceed to Nisibis to cure him. Yeshua sent a reply that he would send the disciple and himself would follow later. Judas Thomas acted as the emissary. He is the same Thomas before whom Mary had asked for. Jesus knew that some of the lost tribe of Israel, Judah, was at Nisibis. Josephus also mentioned this fact. They referred to him as Josephus Antiquitas, but at this junction was the arrival of the commission from Jerusalem to arrest Paul. And after that many days were fulfilled, and the Judahites took counsel to kill Paul. But their laying await was known of Paul, and they watched the gates day and shadow hour to kill Paul. Then the disciples took him by shadow hour, and let him down by the wall in a basket.